Yes, good evening. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV for Bournemouth versus Tottenham live watch along. First of all, a massively bad day for the Tottenham Hotspur family. Martin Chivers, one of our greatest ever players, prolific goal scorer, fourth, if I'm not wrong, or third in our all-time charts, has passed away this evening at the age of 80. So I'm sure, along with every Spurs fan, we say RIP to Martin Chivers and thoughts with his family and friends. And sometimes there's just more to life, isn't there, than what we're about to spend 2-3 hours round about. So, hey, RIP to Martin Chivers. What a great career he had. Fourth all-time top goal scorer. So, thank you for everything you did. He was a massive part of the club. And unfortunately, you know, everybody has their time, and it is Martin Chivers. So rest in peace to Martin Chivers. Looking forward to the game. The teams are out, and as always, everybody, no one, you know, I'm already seeing people saying they're not happy with the team. I don't really think he's got a lot of option. We really are down to the bare bones. For anyone that has not seen the team lineup, I think it's as strong as he can go, maybe. Vicario in goal, Pedro Porro, Romero, Van der Ven, and Spence. So it's as strong as it can be at the back. He's got a midfield two of Paulinho and Bentancur, which for me is the strongest two. Then he's got Xavi Simons, Bergvall and Tell behind Kolo Muani. I'm really not sure what else at this stage he can do. I'm not saying that because I like him or sticking up for him. I really don't know what else we can do. We've got no other wingers. The only one is Odegaard, who's on the bench. There's no other midfielders. Not really a lot that can be done. So I think it's as strong as can be. Protection in front of the back four. Muani goes up top. For all those who say he might score goals if he goes up front, let's see if he does. So for me, I think the team is, I think it's as strong as can be. I'm happy with that. I don't like Bergvall or Gray in the 8. I don't rate either of them. So I'm happy for it to be Paulinho and Bentancur away from home. And then you've got to hope that moving forward that Tell, Xavi Simons and Bergvall give us something. That's what we've got to see from those today. As I said, we know Xavi Simons has got it in him, and we need to see that. And Tell and Bergvall have got a lot to prove. And I think I'm absolutely there with you, Philly. It is the devil in the blue sea, isn't it? I say this every time we start a stream for a game. We say this. Everyone says, "Oh my God, what's he doing?" I'm looking at the bench. I genuinely don't know what you could do. People are saying could have played free at the back. I mean, do you really need to play free at the back? I'm not sure why you would need to. This is a small pitch. I don't know why you would need to go free at the back. In my opinion, I do think we're at the stage though where people are just complaining for the sake of it now. I feel like whatever this man has done, it doesn't matter who plays on the right, who plays on the left, who plays in the middle. Everyone moans and bitches. So as I've said before, I'm never too bothered about what the lineup is. I don't think the players are good enough. And I do think it will be another tough night in the Premier League for Tottenham Hotspur tonight. We need to see the likes of Muani, the likes of Xavi Simons. We need to see these boys turn up. I want to see Bergvall do something. I'm very happy that Gray is not in the team. I think he offers absolutely nothing. Sorry, Lubo. I think he offers absolutely nothing as a footballer. And look, it is what it is. We play again on Saturday, don't we? Wednesday, Saturday. So it is what it is. It's the strongest goalkeeper. It's the strongest back four. For me, it's the strongest middle two. And then the four going forward, just so you know, you'll just be blocked. You'll just be blocked, mate. If you're going to... I'll tell you what, let's see if we can have one stream without dickheads like Patrick talking about Ange Postecoglou. Oh, my God. Can I ask a question? Is anyone else in this fan base so bored? Every time you talk about a player, a lineup, Ange. Oh, I've never, ever known anything like it. People didn't do this with Conte. People didn't do this with Jose. I have never, ever known anything like this. It can only be described as a cult at this point. You cannot have a conversation about anything without Ange, Ange. Oh my God, he's nothing to do with the club anymore. He has left the club. He has gone somewhere else, right? He's gone somewhere else and been sacked there as well. He's moving on. We've moved on. Please, can we just have any conversation without Ange Postecoglou? Oh my gosh. Anyway, for those that don't care about that, Tottenham away at Bournemouth. It's an interesting one, right? It's very, very interesting because as much as we've not been doing great, neither has really anybody else. And that is why the league table is so tight. It is so tight. There are, if you look at it, there are 4 points between 10 teams. 4 points, but between 10 teams. That is madness. Absolutely madness. I've just seen Tim Sherwood, by the way, on Sky say he thinks it's a very average league. I completely agree with him. I think the Premier League is really average. Everyone, it's the best league in the world. It's the best league in the world. It's the best league. What? What? I'm looking at all the teams going, I think you've got Man City and Arsenal, very good teams. After that, Villa are a good team, but not amazing. So I really don't know. The Bournemouth team tonight, by the way, let me just give you that. Let me try and work this out because the app hasn't put it in order yet. You've got Petrovic in goal. What looks to be a back four of Truffet at left back. I'm guessing that's going to be Jimenez, Hill, and Senesi to complete the back four. A midfield of Cook, Scott, and Tavernier with Semenyo, Krupi, and Evan Nilsson. So again, I mean, look, both teams have got players missing. I'm looking now. Yeah, both teams have got a lot of players missing. They're missing people like Adams and Christie and Cliver. And obviously we're missing the likes of Basuma and Kudus and Kulu and Madison and Saar and Solanke. I think it's going to be another tight game. Would love to think we go there and batter them. Would love that. Not sure it's going to happen. I just don't think we've got the firepower for it, but would love for that to happen. Sorry. Suddenly got very, very thirsty all of a sudden. Got 2 drinks and I'm only 8 minutes in. It's going to be a long night, isn't it? So this is going to be interesting. I think what's interesting about this lineup for me is it's going to be who plays where. Is Mawani going to play from the central area up front? Is he going to play out wide right? Is Tell going to go up front? Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? Is Bergvall going to go in the center or left? Is Simmons going to go center or left? I don't know. We'll see when we line up. For me, again, it's just lack of options, isn't it? Lack of options throughout the squad. And let's just hope we can grab a win. Looking at the Premier League table, as I said, it's so tight. 4 points off the Champions League positions. But you've got Palace in 14th, Spurs 13th, Everton 12th, Fulham 11th, Brighton 10th, Newcastle 9th, Sunderland 8th, Brentford 7th, Man United 6th, and Chelsea 5th, all separated by 4 points. 4 points. Crazy when you think about it, isn't it? So, but I don't think we're any better or worse than a lot of the teams around us. I think we are on par with the Brightons now and the Fulhams, and that's where we are without our full squad. So for me, can we get 2 or 3 wins in a row? That's going to be the question. But that's going to be the question of Fulham, Brighton, Palace, Everton, right? Man United, Chelsea, all of these clubs are going to be saying the same thing, right? Let me just get myself into streaming position for a live watch along position, slightly slanted. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting today to see what happens. Again, I'm not too worried as much as other people are. You know, what's going on at Spurs. For me, I thought it was going to be a very tough season. It's proving to be a very tough season. And for me, I just want to see, what do we do in this transfer window? Reports this afternoon that Spurs have upped their bid to, what's it, £12.9 million for Sousa, the young left back of Santos. Come on. We're buying more teenagers. We're a serious football club. And still fans will go, yeah, we should be top 4. That's it. Keep buying teenagers. Keep buying teenagers, Spurs. So let's see what happens in the transfer window. We're at the end of day 7. Michael Bridge was talking about Spurs looking at forwards. Haven't seen any names though. So let's see what happens there. If anyone cares, my ACCA tonight is a simple one. 3 teams tonight. Newcastle to beat Leeds, City to beat Brighton, and Barcelona to beat Atletico Bilbao. Let me just get rid of this. Everyone keeps messaging me saying 4-4-2. Some are saying 4-2-2. It's going to be interesting. Let's see if Lubo's at the game. Are you there? Let's see if he's at the game. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the lineup is in terms of who plays where. Right? Big up to Mark, and I need to message you back. So I did see your WhatsApp last night. Sorry, I must message you back. I've had a busy day. Yeah, I agree, mate. Listen, if they bring in the 19-year-old left back, it just shows nothing's really changing. We did this with Conte and Jose and Ange and Nuno and Poch and kids. And then we go, oh, we should be challenging. Big up to my man. Where is I just saw him in the chat. Big up to Mr. Holditch in the house. How you doing, Kevin? Nice to speak to you earlier. I hope you're well. I've seen your message as well. I will respond. Big up to you, Kevin. Big up to you. Big up to Corey. He said amazing. Another kid who hasn't cleared puberty. Do you know what was interesting? I was on the phone earlier with Sean. He's not feeling very well tonight, so big up Sean. And by the way, we have done the RIP Martin Chivers thing, so please don't think I'm being heartless. We have spoken about it. Hang on, let me just check. Is that on? It doesn't feel like that's on enough. 1 second. Okay. Oh, wow. That brought me. That brought me straight in, didn't it? What was I saying? Yeah, I didn't realize that this youngster we're buying has played like 24 senior games of football in his career. I just don't get it. And I've got people going, oh, savva. I watch Brazilian football. This boy. I'm like, he's played 24 games. What? How was anyone? How's anyone made an assessment? The stupidest comment of the day goes to this guy. Your Mauser kid, would you want him? I mean, guys, I'll let you lot in the chat deal with this troll. Your Mauser kid, would you want him? Oh my gosh. What I mean, what are we doing? All I can say is, I don't know. When people say dumb stuff, I'm just going to let you lot take it. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. We're talking about somebody who's just finished 2nd or 3rd in the Ballon d'Or. Listen, if you're bringing in 19-year-olds, cool. I'm good with it. Right? I'm good with it. But what you've got to do is if they go straight in the 11, they're going to be judged as a first 11 player. Not, but they're young. Every game, oh, but he's young. No. If you're in the first team for Tottenham, I'm judging you in the first team for Tottenham Hotspur. Look at my man, Spiky T inside the house. Said, I'm going to try and stay awake for this one. Hopefully it's better than the last game. I'm not expecting too much more. I think we are desperately needing to get players back and desperately needing to add players. You lot need to desperately smash the like button, right? Watchalongs are long and strenuous, and I get loads of trolls. And we've got 74 likes from 540 people. Come on, guys, let's get that to 250. Come on. I'm so thirsty tonight. I'm so thirsty. I don't know why. Big up to my man, Danny Gariaku. How you doing, Danny? I'm in a good mood today. Let's, let's give Spurs 10 minutes to ruin that. Again, people saying this is where we mostly disagree. It's give the manager 3 to 4 years, but the players don't get 6 months. So there's a huge difference, right? Because the manager will get sacked in 6 months. The players won't. Right, that's the difference here, Max. This is the difference. If you're bringing in players to play for Tottenham Hotspur, right, and they're going to wear the badge, you're going to judge them. The manager's also going to get judged. But as I keep saying, if we keep Lee, you're just going to get blocked, mate. You're being an idiot. You're going to get blocked. You are. I see you every time you comment, it's having a dig at me. Every time, mate. And I've got the power to block you. I've never seen you join in. I've never seen you ever go, yes, Savva, let's talk about everything is a dig. And if you want to be that guy, that's fine. Or I'm sure there's 7, 8 other people doing a watch along tonight. You're more than welcome to go and watch them. But when you're going to say stupid shit to me, like your Mal's a kid, you would want him. Yeah, because your Mal's been sensational since the age of 15. Do you know what I mean? Our 19-year-olds haven't. So this is your last chance. Next one, you're going to go, my man. Yeah, we've done the team sheet. We've done the team sheet came out ages ago. For anyone that's not seen the team, it is Vicario in goal. Porro right back with Romero, Mickey van der Ven and Jed Spence. So the best back four we can play at the moment. Benson Core and Paulinho in the double pivot. A 4 in front of that of Tell, Simmons, Mwani, and also Bergvall. So we will see who plays where. We'll see who plays where. Is there enough to beat Bournemouth? I worry. I worry where the goals are coming from. At some stage, Mwani needs to score goals, right? Let's be honest, at some stage, he needs to score goals because Bergvall don't score goals. Who else in the team? Tell doesn't score goals. And if Mwani's not scoring goals as well, where are the goals coming from, right? So that is my worry at the moment at Tottenham. Hence why we are looking for forward players. We'll see. We'll see. Semenyo is playing. Yes, Semenyo is playing his last ever game. Gary, that's pretty much where I'm at the moment with the players available. Yeah, I don't think it really matters. I think it matters more when you've got everyone fit. Right now, I don't think there's a lot of option. I don't want to see people talk about 5 at the back. I don't know why we'd need to see 5 at the back. 3 at the back, a 5-man defense on a pitch this small to Bournemouth. I wouldn't want to see it. Here we go. Here we go. James Flower inside. No, that's not it. Sorry. Big up to you, Maisie. Postecoglou will score. He bloody needs to. At some point, this bloke's going to have to score a goal, right? He hasn't scored at all. If I'm not wrong, are we 1 in 18? Are we 1 in 18? I'm not sure. 1 in 19 he scored in, or 1 in 18. Like, that's absolutely crazy. Semenyo brace tonight. Oh, look, the things that worry me are, oh God, why would anyone want to see Dane Scarlett? Come on, this is where we go. Come on, Dane Scarlett. This is not the answer. This is not the answer. Looking for forward players, but going for a left back first. Come on, it's Tottenham. You wouldn't have it any other way. How many more progressive passes will Scott make than our whole team put together? I think we'll see more tonight because you've got Xavi Simons in the team. I think you will see more tonight. So yes, I do think you will. I do think you will see more tonight. I just don't think Bentancur, Paulinho, I don't think these guys have got it in them. But hey, that's only me. There's going to be nothing coming down the left with no overlapping. Well, unfortunately, we didn't buy left backs, did we? As I've said, we didn't buy left backs. We didn't buy ball playing midfielders. We didn't buy centre forwards. We've only got one right winger. It's all a bit lopsided, isn't it, at Tottenham? But listen, it's Spurs. We wouldn't have it any other way. Did you see that? Did you see Spurs? But yeah, I don't think this is real. Hang on, let's see. Hang on, let's see if he wants to join. Wants to join for a bit. Hang on. Hang on, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just seeing if Lubo's available for a minute. He always makes me laugh, Lubo. Let's see. He'll probably have a go that Archie Gray is not starting tonight. He might not be available, but hey, it's we'll see. Who did I see that were apparently about to bid 40 million for Strand Larsen? Nottingham Forest, I'm pretty sure I saw earlier. We're going to go in for Strand Larsen, so that's an interesting one. Not quite for me, Strand Larsen. I think he's okay. But is he really going to do more than what we've got right now? I'm not sure he is. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's always weird when I hear nice things. Bournemouth are there for the taking. Yep. Some might say the same about Tottenham Hotspur. Some might say the same about us, but we'll see. Dr. Tottenham has more chance of scoring than Colo. Dr. Tottenham. Yes, Spiky, I was going to say, man, that's not like you. Big up to you, my man, Spiky. Yeah, interesting, right? Interesting. 11 games without a win. Just remember, 2 months ago, all these Spurs fans were going, Iriola. Iriola should have been the guy. Don't hear his name anymore. Isn't it weird? Glasner was the guy. He's won like 1 in 8 or something now as well, and people lose their mind. Soon it will be Silva. He wins a couple of games in a row. It'll be Marco Silva. It is funny. Very funny. Criminal that Odegaard has dropped. I couldn't disagree more. I thought he was absolutely awful against Sunderland. Absolutely awful against Sunderland. I don't know what he does, if I'm brutally honest. So I'm not bothered he's not playing. Tell doesn't score goals, never plays, mate. I'm looking at his career in terms of goals output, mate. This isn't rocket science. This really isn't rocket science, what I'm trying to say. Don't know why Paulinho suddenly getting a bad rap. I don't know. Listen, who knows what's been going on with him? We know that he's playing today. That's all that matters. Let's see. Larson was good last year, was he? Yeah, he had a decent year, but I think there are players in life, right, that have good spells. And sometimes you have to see the bigger picture to know whether they're a top player. Lots of players in the history of football have had really good purple patches. For me, it's can you do it consistently? And Spurs have got far too many that can't do it consistently. I really don't want to bring in Strand Larsen, another one that can't do it. Wow, there you go. That's from a wow, big up Ryan. That's from a Wolves fan saying that Strand Larsen is one of the worst strikers he's ever laid eyes on. Brilliant. Spurs, put your money down. Go and buy him. Wow. I don't know. We don't know who's going to be playing where. Look. This is the problem. We haven't got a big squad. We haven't got a deep squad. We haven't got a lot of options, my man. We've got to make do with what we've got. Disagree that our squad isn't good enough. Our squad is better than Bournemouth's. Our squad is better than Bournemouth's when everyone's fit. I think when we've got the injuries that we've got, I don't think it is at all. No. I look at Semenyo, Evan-Nilsson. Are our forward players better than them? No, I don't think our forward players are better than them in any way, shape, or form. So, look, I don't think they're great. I don't think we're great. As I've said, I think the league is pretty much a muchness for that big chunk in the middle. And the points those teams have got would suggest so, right? The points would suggest that. Strand Larsen, not for me. Yeah, agreed. He's not for me. Not for me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Many would disagree with you, but thank you. Listen, there's some great Spurs creators out there. Hey, listen, let's be brutally honest. You know, when people say that's the best channel, that's the best channel. Let's be brutally honest. It all depends on whose narrative you agree with, doesn't it? People who disagree with me are never going to say my channel's the best. That's just life. I honestly don't care either. My channel's the best. It's not life or death. Big up, look at this. Come on, you effing Spurs. Go on, get in there. Robert Wilson said, evening, Savva. Bournemouth 0, Spurs 3. Feeling positive. The Bournemouth defence is terrible. Robert, the Bournemouth defence isn't great, but the Spurs attack for me is pretty much non-existent these days. So you have to weigh up one against the other. I would genuinely try to get Conte back. Yeah, that's going to happen. Yeah, let's get Conte back. So I don't usually watch the channel. Okay, hello, welcome. Do you put most of the blame on the squad, Enoch, or on the manager? I try to put it across the whole three, my man. I put it across everything. For anyone who watches me, I think the whole club's a mess. And when we're putting the blame, I don't know what blame. In general, I didn't think we were going to be good this year, so I'm not. Hence why I'm not too bothered. I know people are losing their mind and people over-predict at the beginning. Big up Danny K. Said Odegaard is so average. Oh my God. Listen, I feel for him. He seems like a good lad. I keep hearing how amazing he is in training, but look, I think I'm good. Listen, this is me being very generous, right? Hang on, that's not. I'm sending this to Lubo. Right, I've just sent Lubo the link. Danny, let me know if you want to come on just before the game starts. Look, back in the day, Spurs wouldn't have signed players like Odegaard. So I feel sorry for him. I don't think he's good enough, but I think he's the sort of player that needs a loan. But we haven't bought well enough, have we? So we'll see. Big up to Rick. So big up to Savva. If we can win today, it's 8 points out of 12 in the last 4 games, which will be decent. Yeah, look, I mean, it all depends on how you look at it, right? Listen, lose today and it's going to be 1 win in 4, right? Win today and it's no defeats in 4, right? So football is fine lines, very, very fine lines. I'm guessing with a lot of games tonight. Let me just check how many Premier League games there are tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 Premier League games tonight. So with 16 teams playing, the table's just going to be like this all day, isn't it? People moving about. And look, again, it's funny because 1 win can take you up to 7th or 8th. Yeah, you know what I mean? A defeat keeps you roughly where you are. It's very difficult, isn't it? It's so tight in there. But as I've said, I don't think there's much between those teams that are all fighting it out in there. William, big up to you. The team was, or no, that's not good grammar, is it? The team is Vicario in goal, Porro, Romero, Van der Ven and Spence, Paulinho and Bentancur in the middle. And then you've got Bergvall, Tell, Mawani and Xavi Simons. Not sure in which order they're going to line up. We shall see. Let's see if you lot have at least smashed the like button. 153 likes. It's absolutely atrocious. And let's see if we've managed to go. I'll tell you what, we've just gone over the 24,000 mark as well. 24,001. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I've not really been pushing the like sort of subs at all these last 3 months, but thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Go and watch him. Go and watch him then. See you later. Bye-bye. Who else on Bournemouth gets into our squad? Lots of them get into our squad. I genuinely don't know what squad people are looking at Tottenham and thinking that players from other squads don't get in. I would have Ryan Christie, Adams and Brooks over Sarr, Bergvall and Gray all day long. Semenyo for me. I'd have Clivert. I'd have Evan Nilsson gets in our squad. Senesi gets in our squad. I genuinely think that we're doing that thing again, where we seem to think that all our players are great because it's Tottenham Hotspur. And as I said, this is one of the weakest squads I've ever seen. Big up to my man Dylan. How you doing, man? Hope you're well. Happy New Year to you. Let me try and catch up the chat a little bit. I'm about 6 minutes behind. Savva for truth, Sean for a laugh. Sean's a great content creator. Me and him, we disagree on so much, but we then have our phone calls on the side about stuff. So it's all good. It's all good. Listen, I think that it's interesting. Whenever we go, look at our squad, look at their squad, we're always going to be biased, right? Aren't we? We're always going to be biased to our own squad. But I think what's happened over the years is as we've come this way, all these other squads, the Brightons, the Brentfords, the Fulhams, that they've all gone that way. I think we've kind of met in the middle now. I really do. Talking about average and meeting in the middle, look, it's Lubo.
I'm lifting the level of this show, aren't I? So I suppose I started from average, I suppose. So absolutely, mate.
I feel like I'm Paul Gascoigne and you're Archie Gray. So it is what it is.
No, I'm Glenn Hoddle, you're Richie. Let's sort of that.
Richie. Is that as good as it gets? Richie. Lubo, happy what day is it? Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Spurs are playing again. This is the problem with being in Europe. We seem to play all the time. Thoughts on the lineup? Has he got a lot of option there? We're dropping players like flies. What do you think of it?
I think he's changed it about a bit, hasn't he? You look at he's got the double pivot. He's got Simmons there. He's got Bergvall for legs. I think he's going to play 4-3-1-2.
Yeah.
With Moani and Tell up front and Simmons behind. I was just listening to Tim Sherwood saying that the problem with Spurs is they've got a lot of players who are runners and they go at 100 miles an hour, but no one to actually put their foot on the ball and knock it around. And then they flashed up Bournemouth's last 11 games. 5 draws, 60 defeats, 27 goals conceded. So that is it's going to be an interesting game tonight.
Yeah, it is. And I think, you know what, I've seen Tim Sherwood talking about Spurs a lot lately. And I sit there, Lubo, going, yep. And I also agree with what he says about the Premier League. I don't know if you saw it earlier tonight. He turned around and he said, apart from the two at the top, he said he thinks this is a very average league with not a lot of good teams. I was like, oh, okay. Look, Lubo, we've got to talk about the elephant in the room, right? First of all, RIP to Chivers. Do you want to have a little say on Chivers?
Yes. I thought back to being behind the goal at Molineux in the UEFA Cup final and the League Cup semi-final, which was one was 72, one was 73. The 72 one was the final, UEFA Cup final, and I think the 73 was the League Cup. And he scored some fabulous goals. And I met him in Madrid. Hi, Chris. I met Big Chiv in Madrid before the game with Big Pat and my son. Lovely guy. Had a nice chat with the two of them for 10 minutes before Ricky Beer came along. It's amazing who you meet at a Champions League final, who they bus in. And we met him again a couple of years later on the pathway to St Mary's at Southampton, and we all had a nice catch up there. No, nice guy. I heard that he went into hospital for an operation and didn't come out. I don't know. I'm just waiting for confirmation on that. 80 years old. I'm reading on Twitter. One of the guys was with him in the Tunnel Club on Sunday. So it's been very, very sudden. And I hope the boys go out and play for him tonight.
Yeah, listen, I mean, Chris, I know you've welcome to the show, mate. You met Chivers recently, right?
It's about a year ago, but yeah, okay. I mean, It won't come as a surprise to you, Savva, because as you full well know, I'm semi. It's like a part-time job of mine is stalking ex-Tottenham players. So yeah, Chivers was one of my victims. But yeah, I mean, it's before my time, but things like this unfortunately happen. We've all got a day when it will happen to us, and we just have to reflect and be thankful for the people they were, and as Spurs fans for the player he was. He was obviously, I mean, when you compare it to what we've got today, it's just an embarrassment, isn't it? So fair play. As Lobo can talk about the player he was, which I can't really. So
yeah, I mean, yeah. Listen, I just spoke to my uncle, and he said honestly. He said, he calls me Richard. Obviously, he doesn't call me Savva. He said, honestly, Richard, if you would say, it's weird, isn't it, saying my name? It's really, really weird, isn't it, Richard? Everyone in the chat's going to call me Richard now. I should not have done that at all. But he said to me, Richard, he said, honestly, he said, if you had seen the likes of Chivers and the players that he played with, and then you watch the players that are playing now, he said, if only these youngsters could have seen them play. Look.
How accurate was I when I called you Richie?
Savva, to be honest, I was going to say plenty of the chat think you're a dick anyway. So
here we go. Yeah. It's weird. It's so weird. No one. Do you know what? I'm only ever called Richard in. My mum called me Richard. My brothers call me Richard, and if I'm in a work capacity, obviously no one calls me Sav around an office, but. Other than that, whenever someone says Richard, I never really respond. Anyway, guys, it's match day again. You couldn't write this. If I'm not wrong, we've got the best away record in the country. If I'm not wrong, we're 1 or 2 in the country. And Bournemouth are 11. you know where I'm going with this. Bournemouth are 11 without a win. I don't want to say the 2 words. One of you can say it. Is this script all set for something
Tottenham? And it's Semenya's last game.
Yeah.
So the script's written. The script is written. I mean, I've gone 1-0 Bournemouth. I might be very wrong. There could be loads of goals tonight. But let's wait and see.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? It's a tough one. I mean, Chris, I will say, I mean, Dr. Tottenham is something that, honestly, every time a new manager joins, the fan base start with, oh, this manager's shaken the Dr. Tottenham tag. I don't think it's ever going to be shaken. 11 without a win, Chris. Sod's Law tells you, or physics tells you, or whatever the word I'm looking for, tells you they're due a win. They're due a win, Chris.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I mean, how many Spurs fans are particularly optimistic at the moment? We can try and hold on to the away form, but even in those games, we've not played particularly well, have we? So if we do get something out of it, I'm sure we'll probably stink our way through it. And this is coming from somebody who's not Frank out at the moment, but this is the reality. We're not playing well. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, I fully expect Semenyo to score tonight and then rock up for Man City when we play them next month and score against us again next month as well, just for a different team. So
I'm going to have a look at the odds on Semenyo scoring tonight. What odds do we reckon? Here we go. Let's have a look.
Is this first goal scorer or anytime goal scorer?
I'll get to both. Right, ready? Okay. Right, Anton Semenyo to score the first goal.
I'm going to guess now. I mean, I was never a football trader in my betting career. I did tennis and snooker and darts, but first goal scorer, something like 7-2, 4-1, something like that.
He's at 6-1. He is the most favoured player with the bookies on the pitch tonight to score the first goal. To score at any time, he is just under 2.5-1. And would anyone like to guess the goal scorer for the bookies have put for Spurs likeliest to score the first goal in the game?
Van der Ven.
You think so? When you would think so. It's not. It is Kolo Muani at nines. You can get Kolo Muani at 9-1 to score the first goal.
So James Flowers put in the comments that Colo is going to score tonight. So James, stick a fiver on.
I know. Well,
a few quid.
He's 3.5-1 to score at any time in the game today. Let's see what the bookies have just for Spurs to win the game. Bet365 have us at 3.3-1. So what's that? Put on a pound, win back £3.30.
Yeah.
And Bournemouth are favourites at 2-1 to win this game. Lots of people have been saying, Lubo, that Bournemouth are not very good at the back, right? Bournemouth have conceded a lot of goals. They've conceded 38, which is only worse for the bottom three in West Ham, Burnley and Wolves. However, Lubo, I genuinely look at the forward line at Tottenham, and my query is, for as bad as Bournemouth have been at the back, I feel like we're very blunt up top. Would that be fair to say, or am I being a bit harsh?
Well, how many goals have they scored? Moani's got 2 in 18. Tell's got 1. Mind you, he hasn't played that much, has he? Simmons, how many Simmons scored? 1, 2?
2? Maybe?
So
I'll have a look.
Is it 2? I think it's 2.
Let's have a look. Xavi Simmons has scored, here we go, career. He's got 1 in the Premier League.
1 in the Champions League.
And he's got 1 in the Champions League. So he's got 2 goals in about 19 games as well. Yep, brilliant.
How many's Bergveld got this season?
I don't know. What, 1 in 100 appearances? Something like that? I don't know. Let's have a look. Bergveld's got 1 in the league. Bergveld's got...
Well, that was West Ham, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hang on. 7... In 22 games, Bergveld's got 1.
Okay. 1. So listen, it's, we haven't got many. No one there's prolific, are they?
No.
But Lubo, but fans think we should be scoring and being very creative and stuff like this.
Look, it's. I mean, look, guys, it is a difficulty because I go into games like this, and listen, obviously we want Spurs to win, and it's great to win. I do worry about where the goals are coming from, though. And that's why I think this will be one. If it's won by anybody, it'll be won by 1 goal either way.
Yeah.
But this is a true worry, right? Michael Bridge has come out today and said that Spurs are prioritising a forward in the window, apparently a wide forward. It's fundamental, guys, isn't it? That whichever wide forward we get, it's got to be someone that grabs goals. It's got to be someone that grabs goals, right? Because we are desperate.
That's why I'd go on, Lubo.
I think the other thing also, listen, you've got to have a wide player who can score. You got Solanke who's back in full training now, so he should be back within probably a month. Hopefully in time for that running of games.
Yeah.
I mean, you got City at home, United away, you've got Arsenal at home. Newcastle at home, Arsenal at home, which is I mean, 3 out of those 4 at home. You'd rather than be away from home, wouldn't you? Really, at the moment. So difficult games, and we need Solanke back, and we need Kulusevski back for them, plus a couple of signings. So, can I ask you guys a question? I'll start, Dan. Let me start with you, right?
Look, obviously injuries are a part of football. They happen. That we've had them. We had injuries under Ange. We've got injuries now. How different do you think? Bearing in mind we're 4 points off 5th, which is Champions League, right? We're 4 points off 5th. Do you think we'd comfortably be in the top 5 or 4 if Maddison, Kulu, Solanke had all been playing this season instead of Tells and Odegaards and Mawani's? Do you believe that, or am I just clutching at straws there, Danny?
It's hard to say, but I'd like to think that having more creative players, we'd have a lot more creative output, which would mean you'd correlate it to scoring more goals and creating more goals, which would then tell me that we'd probably win some of the games that we've drawn this season, right? like the Sunderland game. I think if we had some more, I think that game was crying out for a goal scorer. It was so clear. If we that move by Richarlison, where Richarlison was on the right hand side and Mawani is literally unmarked in the box, and Richarlison just passed it straight to the player, to the defender, and it's like that's the sort of stuff that average footballers do. When you've got a player with a bit of class and a bit of a football brain, they would have done something. They would have passed that ball first time, or they would have chipped it into the box or something like this, just to beat the defenders. And Richarlison does the one thing and pass it straight into the players. And this is our problem
Danny,
this
can
season.
I just add on to that quickly? Do you know what as well? Like, I was talking to my uncle about this yesterday. He said, you know, when we look at all these stats about big chances created and shots in a game, it's moments like that, Danny, that won't go down as a chance, but was a glorious chance. Equally, when that ball went across to Mawani and he miscontrolled it in front of goal.
There as well. Yeah, that's terrible.
That's why when people are talking about chances created, I'm not as worried. I'm more worried that it's decision making for me. And I don't know if Lubo agrees. For me, this is the difference. When you've got Richies and Tells and Odebers, if you then swapped that three for the front three that Conte had of Kulu, Son and Kane, how different would things be? And I get football doesn't work like that, but it'll be crazy, right?
We were spoiled with those guys, weren't we?
Massively.
Yes, for sure.
Massively.
For years.
You know.
Also Lubo, like if you look at like the even the players and people, I just find it hard to understand why people want to ignore the fact that our most creative players last season were Maddison, Kulusevski, Son, and Solanke combined, right? But none of them are here.
And Johnson.
And Johnson, right? You can add Johnson to that too. But none of them. Johnson is like an anomaly because he's just a good goal scorer, but nothing else he's good at, right? But the others, they had creativity in them, right? They all had. Kulu had creativity. Solanke has good hold up play, better passing link ups with the players when he plays. So I think if you've got all of those players fit, I think Thomas Frank is playing a bit more creative football, right? And I struggle to understand when people, I see it in so many chats where people have talked about the comparison between Ange's statistics last season, right? When we were creating more, but we were more open, right? But we had more, there's so many like, there's like correlations to this, right? Why did Ange have more creative football? Because he had more creative players to play the creative football, right? But at the same time, what happened when we did that? We leaked more goals and we lost more games. So what Frank has done is he's tried to make us more solid defensively, right? And yes, we're losing the creative side of it, but it does help when you have creative players who can play creative football and who don't miscontrol the ball every single time the ball comes to them. So for me, it's just so baffling that Spurs fans can't understand that. It's just.
Can I tell you what gives me hope, Danny? Can I tell you what gives me hope? Right, is and what again? This is why I'm not going crazy about it. And yada yada yada. Is when you actually look at how Brentford scored a lot of goals. Brentford created a lot of chances and scored a lot of goals under Thomas Frank. Yeah. But again, with good forwards. You think throughout the years, the forwards that he bought and coached in. Start with Ollie Watkins, then with Tony, then with Wissa and Buemo, right? If
Tony was top level. Tony was playing at Peterborough. I spoke to a Peterborough fan who said he wasn't
not
surprised.
Level, is it?
No, but you could see that Tony was way above the level that he was playing at for Peterborough. He was a top player, and he went to Brentford and he just slotted in straight away, didn't he? Watkins was Spurs looked at Watkins when he was at Exeter. Funny enough, Pleat was watching him there, and he went from Exeter to Brentford, and evidently Levy wouldn't pay the money for Watkins at Brentford, and he went to Villa.
No, of course, but Luke, I think you missed my point there. My point was that when Frank got these players in, whether he developed them, coached them, brought them in, Brentford didn't have problems scoring goals. Like if you look last season, I remember there were plenty of games where they blew teams away with Wissa and Mbuemo on the counter-attack. The difference is now when we're on the counter attack with Richie, Tell, and Odegaard, they're not going to do what Wissa and Mbeumo did. And that's the difference for me. If we had Wissa and Mbeumo and Damsgaard up front right now, I don't think we're in the situation we're in. So it's fine lines for me. Real fine lines for me.
Also, Seb, if you look at the Bournemouth team, they've got I know Semenyo's going, but they've got Semenyo, Cliver, Evan Nielsen. I'd take all of those three players right now above who we're starting today. Right?
Clivert's out tonight. Clivert's missing. He's had an operation.
So Clivert's out. But do you know what will be interesting to see how Bournemouth react after selling Semenyo, because everyone talks about Iriola, right, and his football, but they haven't won in 11 games, and we know Dr. Tottenham loves to turn up. When
haven't they got one in? Isn't it 1 in 13 or something now for?
I think it is.
For Iriola.
So, but it would be funny when they lose their best player how they respond, because if they can't rectify that and bring in someone who can kind of offer something that to help them win games, because Semenyo is their big game winner. When he does turn up, it's just like another thing where you can say, well, look at Tottenham. This is the first time in how many years? Is it like 10 years where we haven't had Son and Kane in the team?
Mm-hmm.
10 years, and I think this is the problem, that we've been too used to having them two in the squad and available. So, and now we don't. And I remember so clearly, I don't know about you guys, but I used to say when maybe 3 years ago that our team is a bottom half team without Son and Kane. And now we're seeing it, to be honest.
Well, fine. You got two ex-Spurs boys on the Bournemouth bench tonight.
Yeah.
You got Adam Smith and Fraser Forster.
Yeah. I just think I think what I find really funny, and I'm always somebody that's very keen on this, is the revisionism in football for me is crazy, and I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. Right, the revisionism for me is this, right? Is people say things like this, like I find it crazy. Like Brentford are way better without Mbeumo, Wissa, and Frank. Now, I'll tell you why I think this is crazy. First and foremost, right? The team that Brentford are playing with now is the team that Thomas Frank built, right? First and foremost. Second of all, Brentford tonight could end up in 14th, right? Or they could end the night, guys, in 5th. Now, that's how close we're talking. So if Brentford finished tonight in 14th, are we turning around and going, oh, no, they're worse because they're 14th? Everything is so knee-jerk, right? What you've got to remember is Thomas Frank, whether you like him at Spurs or not, we can't just dismiss the body of work that he did at Brentford. He did a wonderful, wonderful job at Brentford. He built the squad. He built the ethos. He built the philosophy, right? Keith Andrews has picked that up. And everyone just goes, oh, he's much better than Frank. You know, hang on. Andrews has walked into what Frank built, and Frank gets zero credit. And I think it's just a bit. It's a shame for me, Lubo, that no one will give him credit for. He did a brilliant job at Brentford, superb job.
And also, Sab, it's like when I think people were so quick to dismiss that the work that he did do, and albeit, let's face it, Frank might not be the guy for Spurs. We don't know that yet. He hasn't had enough time. But even if he isn't, right, just look at how close the league is this season. And you can look at it in two different ways. You can look at it that the teams are much, much stronger, so they're much closer together, or the league is far worse and the teams are closer together because of that. So I think when you look at the difference between 5th and 15th, it's 8 points. It's really not. It's so tight in that gap, right?
Mate, between 5th and 15th is 4 points.
4 points. Okay, that's what I mean. 4 points.
It's
even less. So the fact that people want to say, look at where we are. We're 13th. Okay, but if we win our next game and the other teams lose, then if we win one game, we go to 5th. It's ridiculous. And then what are people going to be saying? Oh, we're really bad. But if we're 5th in the table, it makes no sense. honestly, I think the league the standards have dropped so badly in the league. I think teams are playing a different way of football this season from what we've seen previous years. And I just don't think, I think we are a lot worse than we've ever been in a long, long time. So we can't have everything. Fans want to have, fans want to see Tottenham playing good football, whether or not losing or not. But there's an element of the fans will say they want good football, but I can guarantee you they will not want Ange football, because Ange, let's just say for what it is, he was, let's just say, good football, right? But look how many games he lost. And I remember you, Lubo, saying that the amount of away games you went to last season, you just was sick of it because you couldn't watch getting battered every single week.
I remember, I remember back end of the season before that, we went to Fulham in March, and I was sort of right at the top looking down over the goal in the middle and just watching them pour down the left, pour down Porro's side and overwhelm him. Yep. And we were so high up and so open, and you just looked at it and you just thought, there are so many, there are so many Spurs professionals, ex-professionals that are watching this, that, and coaches that must be looking at this thinking, what the hell's going on? This is absolute madness. I'd never seen it. When he came to Spurs, and I don't want to talk too much about Ange because I'm just sick to death of hearing his name.
Oh, I'm so bored of it.
When he came to Spurs, he was playing two at the back, and he was playing inverting the full-backs in. So in effect, you had a 2-5-3 formation, and it was very innovative. You got to give him that. It had worked for him elsewhere. It was a system that I'd never seen in the Premier League ever. I'd never seen it in Europe, in any of the big European leagues. And it took the Premier League 10 games to get him sussed out. And when he realised he'd been sussed, he carried on.
Yeah.
And we just carried on losing after that. And unfortunately for me, that was my biggest problem with him, was his intransigence regarding the system. He had bad injuries. I accept that. Unfortunately, Spurs have had bad injuries for years and years. This goes back. In fact, the last medical team that I can remember, that I'm sure they had their injuries as well, and they had some big injuries. With Gazza and David Howes was the team that Dave Butler. Could have been Sean's uncle, but I don't think so. The Venables medical team, headed up by Dave Butler, who I got to know very well. When I was playing, I used to go to him because he had a practice for footballers outside of Spurs, and since then I think it's been a mess. 30 odd years, it's been horrendous.
And I think.
Do you know what? Sorry, guys. I was just looking at I was just looking at Brentford last season, and I think it's interesting when people want to change their opinion every week. So they're 7th right now, which means they're amazing, right? Lose today. I'm not saying they will lose, and I've got nothing against Brentford. I hope Brentford win. But lose today, suddenly they're in the bottom half, and everyone goes, oh my God, they're worse than last season. And this is why you can't do it game to game. I've just checked where they were last year to this year, right? Right now, they're down on goals scored, right? But they're up on goals conceded, if that makes sense. So they've scored less, conceded less, right? But with regards to points, they're pretty much there or thereabouts where they were under Frank. Problem is because the Premier League table is so tight, right? They're one of 10 teams separated by 4 points. So they're in that group. So everyone goes, look how good they are without. Okay, cool. So by that metric, if people want to play that card, can't we say if we're sitting in 13th, look how much better than we are than last season? Yeah, I'm told.
We were 12th. We were 12th.
No. But I'm just talking about in general, right?
Yeah.
In general, right? This is why I think it's very difficult to compare season to season, because every league is different, right? Last year, we had less points, but we were higher up the table. Right? This year, we've got more points, but we're lower down the table. So it's every season is different. And listen, I think you guys agree with me. I feel like this whole Ange Frank thing has been absolutely done to death. Like
it's ridiculous.
Can you imagine, right? It's like going into a new relationship, guys. and all you talk about on every day
Ex,
is your ex. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, my ex did this, and my ex did. It's so boring. Like, I'm so bored of it. I'm
Do you know?
bored.
Do you know what the other thing as well, Savva? I get people in some chats, and they'll come give me some stats, right, about how Jed Spence and Porro were better attacking wise last season, right, and they're less attacking this season. But isn't there the correlation that those players were playing in a different system, right, and they were playing inverted fullbacks or wing backs,
where they didn't have
right?
to defend.
Where they didn't have to defend, and every week, every game, Porro was conceding a goal from that side because he was so open. Yet people don't want to look at the actual fact, the main fact that we finished 17th in a league season because of how bad our football was. So it's just like it's mind blowing how some fans
At
I
the end of
think
the day, none of it's good.
right?
None of it's good.
Of course, but I'm not expecting any of it to be good with the players we've got. My point is this: I've said this all year, and Lubo, we had a chat yesterday on the phone for about an hour or whatever. I said to you, I'm so bored of the Ange, Frank, Poch, Jose Connor. I genuinely don't care until we actually start acting like a proper football club in the transfer market. I genuinely don't care, because if we keep buying kids and we keep buying players who aren't good enough, yes, a new manager might get a little bit prettier football. Realistically, how many positions do you think we're going up in the table? Realistically, what does that actually do for us as a football club long term? Until that changes, I don't care. I just don't care who manages this football club.
I think it's that tight that if you brought the right players in Jan, then you could finish 5th or 6th.
I agree.
7th.
I agree.
And if you don't, you could drop down and be down there with Forest, Leeds. Yeah, because if we don't pick up points this month, next month you've got City, United, Newcastle, Arsenal, before we move on to Fulham at the beginning of March. And you've probably got 2 Champions League playoff games either side of the Arsenal match to come. So it's going to stretch the squad. I'm pleased to see Williams Barnett is in the squad today, and he hasn't got 2 goalkeepers on the bench like he had the other day, which I thought was ridiculous. Give one of the kids experience. You don't need 3 keepers in a squad of 20.
But Lubo, fans will forget to admit that the manager before was doing the exact same thing. He was putting 2 keepers on the bench a lot of the times.
At times had 2 goalkeepers on the bench, but he's Lord. Look, I think they all do it, and I think the problem is again, have you noticed whenever we knock these scenarios by the managers, we've got to look at the squads they've been left with. We should never be in a position. Right, let's be brutally honest. We shouldn't be in a position where Luca Williams-Barnett should be anywhere near a Tottenham squad yet.
We shouldn't also be in a position, Sabah, where we're comparing who we'd rather have, Richarlison or Solanke when he's fit. And because I think most people would probably take Solanke, right? But the fact is, we're actually having to compare someone who of these levels of strikers that we have, considering all the strikers we've had over the years. Spurs have always been known to have a good striker at some point through the years, right?
It's not just strikers, Danny. I think I'm just looking at Tony Rodriguez. Evening, Tony. Hope you're well. 80% of the fan base are happy with bang average players and mediocrity. I disagree. I completely disagree. Look at the reaction from the fans at home games. Look at the reaction at Brentford with the away fans, and these are hardcore away fans. That put up, that they travel around the country. It doesn't mean they're better fans than the home fans, but these guys have just travel. There are guys that I'm working with someone who's got probably 100 points more than me, and I go to most games. He gets for Bodo, gets from Monaco, gets for every single game. He's everywhere. He got home at 4:00 from Newcastle. The other week, these boys are serious hardcore fans, and they're fed up with it. And these are probably most of them are the same fans that travelled everywhere to see Poch, Conte, all the managers that we've had over the last few years. And the problem is that since Poch's team, every player that we've replaced, every player from Poch's team who's been replaced has been a downgrade. So everybody can see that. Everyone can see, you know, we had some fabulous years. We didn't win anything. We were that close. Had he been back to the right time, we would have got over the line. I'm sure we'd have got a league. We may even, if we'd have had, if he'd have been backed in 2017 in that summer, I don't see any reason why we couldn't have beaten a very average Liverpool team in Madrid. That was one of their worst performances of the season, the Liverpool fans told me after the game. So there's no reason why we couldn't have won that, but we just didn't. We're always short, and since Poch has gone, it's the level has just gone down, down, down. So I disagree. The fan base are not happy with the players we've got, but I don't want people to get confused and mixed up with the fact that the fans get behind the players. That doesn't mean that they're happy with the level of players that we've got. It just means that we're fans and we get behind the team.
Sure, but at some point, right, we've got to stop. We've got to stop thinking that these average players are better than they are. We've got years of evidence now of poor results after poor result after poor result. And listen, as much as we could say the manager we don't like the style, but I think the style will evolve like it did at Brentford when he gets players that he wants. And all I've said in all of this is I want to see a manager at least let him get half the 11 that are his, right? Not give him 2 players and 2 loan players and go on, completely revolutionize us. And I think I want to see that.
It's 5 minutes to kick off, so I'm going to shoot. But I just want to remind you that when we won at Brentford last year, we dug in. That was a great defensive performance, and we broke away and we scored a couple of nice goals.
Yep.
Brentford hit us with 35 crosses.
Yep.
Into the box. The way he played for Brentford is no different, and the way he played with us is no different. It was ball down the line to the wingers, hit the high ball into the box. It was, and that was the most crosses that our defenders had to face that I think the whole of last season in an individual match. It's no different. How he's playing here is how he's playing for Brentford.
No, hang on. But Lubo, you're going off one game. There were many games where I watched Brentford and that's not how they played. There were many games where they went through the middle with Damsgaard, or they were getting in through the channels with Mbeumo and Wissa. Just because they knocked in loads of crosses against us doesn't mean that's all they did.
Well, I'm sure he didn't say one game of the season it's Tottenham, let's go down the line and hit them with crosses.
But you don't score 60. They scored 66 goals last year. 66 goals they got, Brentford, right? They don't. I'm sure all of those goals weren't from crosses. How many goals did you see where Mbeumo and Wissa were?
Be interesting to see that stat. Listen, I've got to go. I haven't even eaten yet.
Right.
Come on, you Spurs. Let's see if we can
give us a score.
Yeah.
What was your score prediction? Was it 1-0?
I thought it was 1-0 Bournemouth.
I think it's going to be 1-1.
What are you rating, Spurs?
I think 1-0 or 2-1 to us. I think it's got draw written all over it. If I'm brutally honest, this is a team that can't score versus a team that can't defend. So I don't know what gives here. But listen, guys, you're more than welcome at halftime or full time. Okay. Jump straight back on.
Enjoy
the game, guys. Enjoy the game.
Cheers.
Take care, guys. Guys and girls, get your score predictions in with 3 minutes until kickoff. 3 minutes until kickoff. Here is your Spurs lineup for the evening. Vicario is in goal. A back four of Pedro Porro, captain Christian Romero, alongside Mickey van der Ven, and Jed Spence goes back in at left back today. In front of them will be Paulinho and Bentancur. Then Sky have lined it up with Tell, Bergvall and Simmons. So Tell from the right, Bergvall from the middle, Simmons from the left. We'll see if that's how they play. And with Randall, Kolo, Muani up front. We'll see how they line up as soon as the game starts. Maybe it's going to be fluid. The bench is Kinski, Dragoshin, Danso, Richie, Gray, Odegaard, Davis, Scarlett, and Williams Barnett. So not really a lot there to come off the bench other than, no, not Richie. I don't know. Not a lot, but get your score predictions in. I'll do the super chats at halftime. Don't worry about that. I haven't forgotten them. I will do the super chats at halftime. Big up to all of you. Smash the like button if you've just arrived. We've only had 274 likes and we've had nearly 800 people in here for the last hour. So the math isn't mathing, as the kids say. I've got my bits ready. I've got some milk chocolate pretzels. I hope everybody approves of snack selection decision from Savva today. Let's see. Xavi Simons is back after first time after his red card versus Liverpool. We've not lost a game in 3, 2 clean sheets. What we would give for another clean sheet, but a win tonight. And it wouldn't be the worst points from 4 games. Hey, let's see what happens. Spurs away at Bournemouth. Iriola looking for his first win in, I think they haven't won in 11. Yeah, not won in 11 games. Longest winless run at Bournemouth. Anyway, Spurs are going to get the game off and running. It's going to be Xavi Simons. He's going to take this. And I'll let you know when the game settles. I'll let you know who is playing where. And we're off and underway here at the Vitality. Ball goes forward, flicked on. Here's Kolo Muani. Matisse Tell goes past his man, but it's a poor touch and the ball goes out of play. Want to see something from him tonight. I'm not as sold on Tell as lots of other people. I'm not sold. Everyone said he had a good game the other night. I didn't see that he did anything for me. Sorry, I know people get annoyed. I didn't see that he did anything for me the other night. Anyway, Pedro Porro heads the ball back down the line. But here is, oh, hang on, the ball's gone back in to the goalkeeper. It's Petrovic, isn't it? Petrovic. Okay. I'll keep you up to date as well with any scores in the Premier League. It's a corner kick to Bournemouth here. Going to be taken from the right-hand side. So you're guessing this is going to be a left-footed in-swinger. Oh, I like scampi fries. I'm not going to lie. You don't like pretzels? Pretzels are banging, man. Anyway, let's see. A corner kick that's going to be whipped in here from the left-hand side. It looks like, I want to say that's Tavernier. The ball's then whipped in, left-footed, easily headed away by Randall Kolo Muani. Simmons tries to get the tackle in, but can't. And then here's Matisse Tell, knocks the ball forward. Again, really poor from Tell, just knocking it into no man's land. And now Bournemouth can play a ball down the right-hand channel, mopped up by Mickey van der Ven. That's played high down the left-hand channel, headed away by Bournemouth. A couple of times there, Tell, just too scattergun for me. He needs to just put his foot on it and breathe. Sign of a good player, someone who can put his foot on it and take his time. Anyway, here's Bournemouth in the left-back area. The ball is played forward down the line. It's a good ball, actually, to Traffert, who plays the ball into Evan Nilsson. He turns. He's done well, but cleared in the end by Pedro Porro. It was a good turn by Evan Nilsson, looking to get in behind. Yeah, again, he was left unmarked. Romero had come over, and then no one. He was covering Porro, and then in the end, Porro made up for it by clearing the ball. Anyway, so not a lot has happened so far. 3 minutes into the game. I fully expect that Bournemouth will probably have more of the ball than us. I don't think we've got those types in midfield to really keep hold of it, but they have been struggling, haven't they, for wins lately. There's the ball. Xavi Simons gives it to Paulinho. He lays it off to Kolo Muani, who goes back into Christian Romero. Spurs can reset. There's Bentancur. Lovely ball round the corner to Paulinho. Back to Bentancur. That's nice. There's Bentancur. Gives it to Xavi Simons. Poor ball by Bentancur. And it's cut out, but Spurs win it back. Here's Jed Spence. On the left-hand side, he goes back inside to Simons. It looks like Bergval's in the... It's hard to see who's playing where at the moment. But Bergval picks the ball up. Have a dig. Have a dig. He's 30 yards out. He shoots. And it's low. It's swerved, but safely into the goalkeeper's arms. But that's better. At least, at least that was more positive from Bergval for me. He wanted to get a shot away there, which is something we've not seen from too many players. By the way, Barcelona are 3-0 up. For anyone for anyone that cares, Barcelona are 3-0 up inside the first half against Bilbao. Anyway, here's Romero. Good ball into Simons. Good ball by Simons to Muani. Back to Simons. Simons turns nicely. Good back heel. Oh, can he keep it in? He can. Here's Tell. This is a good position from Spurs. This is where it's all about decision-making. Tell into the box. Low. Shoots. Goal. Matisse Tell. That's so much better from Matisse Tell. Much better. Lovely, lovely back heel from Xavi Simons into the path of Tell. And this is what he didn't do the other night. And he's done brilliantly tonight. He got the ball, cut inside, and was incisive. Low shot rifled into the bottom corner by Matisse Tell. So much better. Fair play to him there. Really good finish by Tell. And it is Tottenham 1, Bournemouth 0 after the first 5 minutes. Really good goal from Matisse Tell. Hats off to you, young man. Much better. And that will give him a lot of confidence. He was one-on-one with his fullback. And he cut inside onto his right. And I didn't actually think the shot had too much power on it. But what it did have, it went through the defender's legs. I don't know if there was a deflection, but I think it's gone through the defender's legs and just found its way into the bottom corner. Good goal from Tell. Really good play in the build-up from Xavi Simons as well. And it is Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Good start from Matisse Tell. Now, Romero heads the ball clear. 1-0 to Tottenham. Great start here. Xavi Simons looking bright. And great goal by Tell. Really good finish there by the young lad. Really good finish. And for anyone that cares, that puts Spurs up into 9th and 1 point off of Champions League. For anyone that cares. So here's Bournemouth on the halfway line. There's the ball played in. One back really well by Porro. Spurs are actually moving the ball a bit quicker tonight. Paulinho is down holding his ankle. It looks like Spurs are going to put the ball out of play. But I really liked that goal. Really good ball by Xavi Simons as well. Just a little bit of class that from Xavi. And I liked that. It was forward. It was quick. It was good. Really good finish. Can he take the confidence from that? Let's see. Let's hope so. Let's hope that Tell can take the confidence. Let's hope that Simons can take the confidence from that as well. Good goal by Tottenham Hotspur. Can we grab a second and really take control of this game? There's the ball into Bergval. He goes out wide to Porro. Porro tries to play it down the line, but it's off Semenyo for a throw into Tottenham Hotspur. By the way, in all the other Premier League games, it is 0-0. All the other Premier League games, it is 0-0. There is Mickey van der Ven. Gives it to Matisse Tell. He cuts back inside to Bentancur, who's just sitting and anchoring at the moment. Paulinho looks like he's pushing forward a bit more. A really nice goal from Spurs, that. There's the ball, played over the top. That's a really good ball. If he can keep it on, he can't weigh too much on it. But it was the right idea, wrong execution from Mickey van der Ven there. But going to be interesting to see how Spurs manage this game now for the next 10, 15 minutes. What I do like, ball over the top, but Evanilson couldn't get on the end of it. What I do like, though, is, isn't it funny? However, as soon as someone scores that other people have said they don't rate, everyone loses their mind. I told you he was great. I told you there's a play. Just consistency. Can't just see one thing from a player and think they're great. Just consistency. Relax, people. And this is the problem. It's all point scoring. Really good goal. Let's see his confidence grow from that. Here's Mawani. Wins the ball brilliantly. And there's the ball swept forward. Great pass in the end by Paulinho. And Matisse Tell, poor control that time, loses the ball. And now Bournemouth can come down the right-hand side. But really well, Spurs are winning the ball back very well. And that is an absolute bit of class from Rodrigo Bentancur there. That is class. And now Xavi Simons on the ball, lays it off to Bergvall. That was absolutely quality from Bentancur. Rolled his foot on the ball, took out two players and passed it into Simons. Really good play there. And Simons looks very much up for this. Maybe that 3 games off has given him a little bit of time to reflect. Now, Evanilson tries to get in behind Mickey van der Ven. He's going to have a shot from 25, 30 yards that scrambles just wide. It was Tavernier in the end with a shot. It was Evanilson played the ball into Tavernier, who took a touch past Paulinho, and his strike just went 3 or 4 yards, just wide. So Bournemouth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Looks like we are getting, lots of people saying in the chat, looks like we're getting some space in that midfield. We are. Bergvall, good header into Mawani. Cleared by the Bournemouth player and then kept in by the Bournemouth player. Now, here's Tavernier. Goes into Lewis Cook. He comes across to Senesi. Now out wide to Traffair. I always think, I'm going to say it, I'm so sorry, I always think we look so much better with Bentancur and Paulinho in the midfield. Always think we look so much more organised. It's only me. It's only my humble little opinion. But 11 minutes gone. Tottenham winning away at Bournemouth. Good run, though, this. Into the box. Here's Evanilson. Pulls the ball back. It's squared and missed by, I think that was Krupi. Should have probably been 1-1. Let's see if he was miles off. It wouldn't have counted. He was miles off. Miles off. I don't know what game you're watching, Matt. I think we've been good tonight. I don't know what game you're watching. I think we've been good. I think we've had some nice little passing spells. I think we've looked good tonight. Only 12 minutes gone, but sorry, mate, I can't agree. Look, what we do know is this league changes very quickly, doesn't it? Goal by goal, this league changes. Just think if we can get a win tonight, bring in a couple of players in this window, get Maddison and Kulu and Solanke back fit, who knows what we can do second half of the season. Great turn by Spence. Brilliant play by Spence. Lovely. Keep going. Go on, Jed. Keep going. He's still going. Lays the ball off. He's asking a lot of Tell, who's not managed to keep it on. It was a big ask there. Jed Spence overhitting the ball. And do you know what? I completely agree with this. I think Bentancur always feels calmer playing alongside Paulinho. I genuinely think we look so much better with those two senior players in midfield. Lots of people kept saying, didn't they? You want to get Gray or Bergvall in there? I think we look so much better when those two play. That's just for me. Just me. So Simons is playing through the middle. Bergvall's off the right. Tell is off the left. And Mawani, who we've not seen too much of so far, is playing through the middle. Really important to get a win here tonight. The next two, right, are West Ham and Burnley. Really important. Yeah, no, Andy, I agree. I always think we look weaker with Archie Gray in the team. I'm sorry. I know people don't like to hear it. I just don't think he adds a lot to the football team. Anyway, so far so good. 14 minutes gone. Here's Christian Romero. But look, football changes very quickly. So can we get another goal? No goals in any of the other games, by the way. I'll keep you updated, but no goals in any of the other 5 games. There's a ball down the line. Bergvall flicks it on. Can Mawani get there? He can't. And it's cleared down the line by Senesi. Semenyo gives it away. Bergvall wasn't switched on there for me. But the ball has looped into Van der Ven, who heads it back to the goalkeeper. Yeah, I mean, it's the 4-2-3-1. Good turn there. Who's that? That's Tell. Good turn. Turns back on himself. Gives it to Paulinho. Into Bergvall. Back into Paulinho. Yeah, I've noticed that. He switches off a lot. This lad switches off. Just need to see a bit more concentration for him, for me. But he did really well when he got the ball earlier. And took a shot. But here's Jed Spence. Great ball into Bentancur. Bentancur turns, looks for the pass. It's very tight out there. And now Bentancur plays the ball out to the left to Jed Spence. Now into Paulinho. A bit of space here for Bergvall. Edge of the box. Have a dig. He's gone into Mawani. Back to Bergvall with a 1-2. The ball played across goal by Bergvall just wasn't good enough, and the defence can clear it. Been a little bit more incisive and accurate from Bergvall. That could have been 2-0, but a good 1-2 between Bergvall and Mawani. And Spurs look like we're playing a bit more incisive here. He looks much more organized. Listen, I really hope that Frank keeps it with these two. I really hope he keeps it with Bentancur and Paulinho, unless we buy another proper midfielder. I think it looks so much better. Here's Jed Spence driving forward, cuts in onto his right foot, tries a long diagonal ball. That's a superb pass. Mawani into the box. Can he take his man on? He can't, but he lays it off to Porro, whose cross is blocked and out for a corner. And Spurs are playing well. This is as good as I've seen us play this season. I think this, I don't know if you guys agree with me. I think we're playing well here. A lot quicker, a lot sharper. And Porro's cross there, blocked out for a corner kick. So, most goals from corners. Spurs are second in the table behind Arsenal. We've got 10 goals from corners. Anyway, corner kick from Spurs. The ball played really deep. Romero heads it back across, headed clear and then out by Bournemouth. But the ref's given a foul for something he's seen in the box. That was a really deep cross. Everton have taken the lead against Wolves. I don't know who scored. But Everton have scored against Wolves. Oh, we've got a Bournemouth fan says, you lot can have Iriola. I don't want him. He's the most overrated manager in the world. He can't set up a team to defend the basics. Oof, I want him out of my club now. The Everton goal, by the way, was scored by Michael Keane. Michael Keane with the Everton goal. Michael Keane with the Everton goal. Thank you, Perchy, for sending that through to me. So, I mean, won't look at the table, but bloody Everton knocking Spurs down into 10th. But it's mad, isn't it? 10th is 2 points off 5th right now. It's madness. That's a great ball in by Simmons into Bergvall. What you got, Bergvall? Bergvall crosses the ball and blocked by Hill. And Spurs are moving the ball very incisively here today. This is much better, moving it quicker. I think the midfield two have been solid, and Bergvall is making some good runs. It's just his final ball, if he can get that right. But Mawani now starting to get into the game, starting to link up with some 1-2s. And Xavi passing. I'd like to see at the end of the game how many forward passes Xavi has, because he is that type of player. Corner comes in, flipped on over the bar. Good corner. Romero ghosted to the near post, flicked it on, and just, let's have a look. Yeah, and it was a couple of yards over the bar, but a good corner by Spurs. And the score remains Bournemouth 0, Tottenham 1, 19 minutes gone. Drink one down. Drink two is blackcurrant juice. There we go. Not cider. Anyway, here's Bournemouth. We've not seen a lot of them today, thank God. They've played the ball. That's a great interception by Porro. The players look on it tonight. They look sharper than we've seen. And I agree with this. Matt, I agree with this. Bergvall, for me, if he could pass a football, would be a really good player. So far, I think he gets in great positions, but I don't see the passing. Anyway, so Spurs winning 1-0 here. Everton 1, Wolves 0. Man City 0-0 with Brighton. A makeshift Man City defence, by the way. Fulham 0-0 with Chelsea. Palace 0-0 with Villa. And Brentford 0-0 with Sunderland. It's all so tight in that table, which is why when everyone goes mad about league position, I'm not too worried at the moment, as Evan Nilsson spun, had a shot, blocked, and it goes out for a corner kick. No, I don't think we've got a 4 or 5-0 in us. If we have, fair play, but I don't think we quite have. Clearly, I mean, can I ask, would you get rid of Iriola? You're a Bournemouth fan, right? You haven't won in 11. Would you know, this will be 12. I'm not saying there's a long way to go, but would you get rid of him? Anyway, corner kick here is going to be left-footed. I think this is Tavernier, whipped in left-footed, headed away by Mawani. It wasn't convincing, but it's gone out for a corner kick. They've taken it short. Good play by Alex Scott. Whips it in, header over, and cleared by Mickey van der Ven. The first real moments of Bournemouth having the ball, to be honest. Here they go. They've got the ball out wide right. It's going to be knocked back in. Cross in. Really good cross, and it's 1-1. Yeah, that was a great cross and a good header from Evan Nilsson. And unfortunately, 1-1. Bournemouth not really been in this game. Not really sure who to blame here. If there is anyone to blame, it was a great cross, great header. Could anyone have got closer to him? We will find out in a second. But it is Bournemouth 1, Tottenham 1. Let's have a look at this. So the ball gets played out wide. The ball is, everyone's onside. The closest player to him was Romero. Just trying to see if just for me, Romero's got to get a bit closer there. It was a wonderful cross. I can't take that away. Wonderful left-footed cross. But again, Romero got to be closer for me. But good goal from Bournemouth. I can't take that away from them. And it's Bournemouth 1, Tottenham 1. And we go again. So, can Spurs regain the upper hand in this game? Here's Jed Spence. He's lost the ball, but he's won it back. And the referee gives a free kick for Spurs. Chelsea have had a man sent off in their game. Cucurella has been sent off after 22 minutes. Here's Bentancur in midfield. Goes back into Vicario, who slices the ball clear. Now Spurs, no panic. We just need to get back to what we were doing. I'll be honest, for me, it's a tough one, that, because I think we always want to blame someone for a goal. The only thing I could say was, I mean, it was a wonderful cross. It was a wonderful header. Could Romero have got a bit closer to his man? Yes, is the answer from me, but I don't think that it wasn't a glaring mistake. But for me, Romero, again, I've said this all season, for me, Van der Ven's the one. Van der Ven's the one for me. It's not Romero. But hey, listen, a long way to go. 1-1. Now, here's the ball played into Evanilson. He's laid the ball off, and this time Paulinho gets it clear to Bergvall. Bergvall goes into Xavi Simons, goes past his man brilliantly, Xavi Simons, but slips, then gets up. He's asking for the free kick. He gets the free kick. So Cucurella has been sent off for Chelsea. And I'll tell you what, if Fulham can get the win there, what that actually does is it just makes the league also squashed. So Man United in 6th, down to Palace in 14th, are all separated by 3 points. 3 points. 3 points. It is close. Anyway. But it was, listen, let's be fair, it was a good goal. Really, really good cross. Crosses like that in swingers, really tough to defend against. Really good header from Evanilson. I wonder if Fulham can take advantage of that, right? I'm just looking at the table now. I mean, Fulham, again, at the moment, they're 1 point ahead of us, so they can capitalise. But there's Harry Redknapp in the stands, former Spurs and Bournemouth manager. All I would say now is just nothing silly. Let's just keep it tight for 5-10 minutes, and let's try and get back into the patterns we were in the first 20 minutes. Thought we've been by far the better team here. But let's see. Here's Tell, goes outside, cuts in, and then what's he got? 2 men on him. Oh, he's done really well to win it back. Lays it back to Jed Spence. Spence into Paulinho. Paulinho dinks the ball across to Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro beats his man. Too much. He put too much on it. Nice bit of skill, but just couldn't quite get the touch and control he needed. And there's a forward ball by Bournemouth played into no man's land. So Vicario with the ball. Passes the ball out to Bentancur. I mean, the game is quite stretched already. Both teams are looking to go forward here. Spurs have had 4 shots and 2 on target. Bournemouth have had 3 shots and 1 on target. Possession is 53 to Spurs, 47 to Bournemouth. Thought it was going to be a tight game. It's proving to be that. Really good play by Mickey van der Ven. Goes past his player. Lays the ball off to Tell. Gives it to Spence, but it was, for me, a bit of a lazy pass, and Spence couldn't take it into his path. And then Christian Romero would have brought it back, but Bentancur will mop up. Gives it to Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro launches a ball forward. It's a good ball, actually. If Simons can keep this on, and he wins a corner. So Xavi Simons wins the corner. Hill and Simons having a few words with each other, but it's a corner kick to Tottenham out on the left-hand side. So not many goals, only the goals in this game and the one for Everton. So what can Tottenham do? There's no panic at the moment. No panic at the moment. I think we've been the better team here. It's going to be close. I don't think we're good enough that we just roll teams over. But corner kick whipped into the centre, cleared by Petkovic. Here's Matisse Tell. If he could have trapped that, he could have crossed it first time. Poor first touch. The defender got there first, but it's a throw-in out on the left-hand side. And are we going to see a long Bergvall throw? So, long throw by Bergvall. I think Tell's done some nice things. For me, it's just his control is very erratic. There's a ball across, headed clear by Semenyo, and then Porro volleys high and wide from 20-odd yards. I think he's done some really nice things tonight, Tell. For me, it's just a few times where you're thinking, just take a touch, and his control lets him down. But, hey, with time and confidence, hopefully that builds up. Anyway, interesting game we've got going on here, guys and girls. Interesting game. So there's the ball out to Jed Spence. Here's Mickey van der Ven. Tries to play it down the line, but it's blocked by, I want to say, is that Krupi? And the ball goes out for a throw-in to Tottenham Hotspur. Still, Brentford have taken the lead at home to Sunderland. Brentford scoring again. I don't know who scored the goal. I'll let you know ASAP. And then here's Mickey van der Ven. Here's Pedro Porro. Lays the ball into Bergvall. Bergvall didn't take it with him, but Spurs win it back. Brentford 1-0 up. The goal scorer, again, Igor Thiago, is on fire, isn't he? Bought by Thomas Frank for Brentford, by the way. Just saying. I know we're not allowed to say anything nice about Thomas Frank, but the striker that he bought in. Here's Mickey van der Ven. Driving forward. Still driving forward. Plays a really good ball into Jed Spence. What have you got, Jed? Cuts in on his right. Lays it off to Bergvall. Have a dig. Bergvall shoots. Oh, and it wasn't a million miles away. Fair play to Bergvall there. What he will do is he does try to get some shots off. It just looped onto the net, onto the top of the net. Much better play that. Bergvall, first time. Oh, yeah, not a million miles away, but he tried to wrap his right foot around it and it just wouldn't come down in time and just on top of the bar. But Spurs have had a number of shots here tonight. Anyway, here's Brentford with Semenyo, who's been absolutely anonymous. Hopefully I've not put the mockers on it. And here's Bentancur. Bentancur now plays a forward pass. Oh, that's a poor ball by Bentancur and he knows it. He punches the air. He's really annoyed with himself. But Spence wins the ball back for Spurs. Really poor that by Bentancur. I think it started well, but a couple of misplaced passes. Here's Romero. Into Mickey van der Ven. And now Paulinho, who's pushed over by, is that Tavernier? And a free kick to Tottenham Hotspur. So Spurs have had a number of shots tonight. It's just about getting a few more on target would be nice. Current winless runs in the Premier League. Bournemouth and Burnley, 11 games each. West Ham, 10. Gosh. Good turn by Paulinho. Plays it forward into Matisse Tell. Don't lose it, Matisse. He's done. He's kept it. He's given it to Paulinho. And Paulinho, again, is clipped. I think that was Cook in midfield, and Tottenham have a free kick. I genuinely think if we got a couple of really good forwards, we get a ball-playing midfielder, a couple of really good forwards, I think we'd be such a different team. I really do. Anyway, here's Matisse Tell. Free kick just inside the... Well, about 10 yards inside the Bournemouth half. No, it's not. Sorry, I've made that. About 20 yards inside the Bournemouth half. Can be whipped into the box. Has been whipped in. It's gone over everyone and cleared easily that time. And then Spence knocks it back in, but it's cleared again by Bournemouth. Here's Cook, gives it to Semenyo. And Semenyo, who's not been in the game really, has he? I mean, it's always a weird one. Weird knowing that this is his last game, isn't it? Honestly, 2 or 3 players of really good quality would really change this. Here's Jed Spence. Spurs lose the ball that time. And now the ball with Semenyo on the left wing. He's going to run at Pedro Porro. He's beaten Pedro Porro way too easily, and then the cross goes out harmlessly. He beat Porro way too easily there for my liking. Yeah, Porro went diving in, didn't he? And Semenyo just did the old cutback. Oldest trick in the book. But 1-1. Would you say that's a fair result? I think we've just edged it, but I don't think... Again, as I said, I don't ever expect us to blow teams away. That's a really poor pass, I think, by Mickey van der Ven. And then Mawani tracking back gives away the foul. I don't know about Mawani. I don't know for me. I just don't know. Anyway, here's Traffert. Plays the ball out wide to Semenyo. This time he plays it back to the left back. Now about 35 yards out. Thought he was going to have a shot. Instead, he's gone to Tavernier, who's whipped in another cross that's gone all the way around the back. And we are 2-1 down. And that was poor defending. Tavernier with another Honestly, you can't make this up. Tavernier with another really nicely flighted left-footed cross. I want to see this again, but the ball has gone all the way through the crowd to the back post, kept in play. The ball was put into the box, and I think it was Krupi. And from being in complete control, Tottenham have gone all Spursy. Let's have a look at this. The ball was played out wide, and it was... Let's see. Will he be offside? No, I think he's on. Oh, he's off. He's got... I don't know. I don't know. But the ball was whipped in, and again, no one dealt with it. Semenyo... No, he's onside, isn't he? Isn't he onside? Wasn't it played backwards? Doesn't that count as onside? I don't know. We'll see. God knows the rules of football anymore. But the ball... It was a good ball, but no one went anywhere near it. No one went anywhere near it, and it went all the way to the back post. And Krupi's got his 7th goal of the season. I'm not sure how we're losing, but we are losing this game. I do not know how all of a sudden Tottenham have gone from being in complete control to 2-1 down. 2 crosses into the box that we've not dealt with. And it is Bournemouth 2, Tottenham 1. And we need to find something different. So at the moment, who's down? Someone's down injured. I don't know who's down. Someone's down injured. I'll let you know as soon as I can see it. Is that... I can't see who it is. Is that Tell? I don't know. I can't see it at the moment. Just again, no one dealt with it. I'm looking at the goal here again. Look, the ball comes in and no one deals with it. No one deals with it. And then no one is marking Krupi in the middle. No one's marking anyone. Look. Van der Ven and Romero, both ball watching. both ball watching. Really, really poor goal to give away. And Spurs, I thought we were in complete control, but really poor that. Really poor. Wow, goals by teenagers this year. Krupi has 7. The nearest teenager to him has got 1. Wow. So, what have Spurs got? What have we got? It's such a shame. I thought we were playing really well, and it's just dropped the last 15 minutes. It's a really good first 20. Last 15 minutes, the pressure stopped. And what I will say is Tavernier, 2 lovely crosses into the box. 2 wonderful crosses into the box. And Spurs didn't deal with either of them. Bentancur mops up again for Spurs, gives it to Tell. Tell cuts back. That's a really good ball by Tell, is it? No, it's a poor ball. Sorry, I didn't see the defender. And we need to find a way to get out here. That's better. Bentancur, great ball into Tell, is it? No, just a bit too far. Sorry, it was Moani. Right idea, wrong execution again. Simmons now goes back to Mickey van der Ven, and Spurs need to regroup here. It was such a good start, and we've just switched off twice. Let's be brutally honest. We switched off twice, and we've paid for it twice. Only got ourselves to blame here. Here's Jed Spence. Goes back into Vicario, and and the players are going mad at Vicario. The players are going mad at Vicario. Spence played it into him. You had 2 players on the right-hand side he could have switched it to, and he's just skied it out. He just skied it out. Why on earth did he not? Why did he not just switch that to the right-hand side? Man City are 1-0 up against Brighton, I can tell you. Now, here's Moani. Clears the ball off of, was that Tavernier? Out for a throw into Spurs. I don't know, by the way. I think Man City are 1-0 up. I think they are. Maybe not. Maybe I went too early with that. Sorry, it was... Oh, hang on. I think they are. Erling Haaland penalty. Is that right? Someone let me know if that's true. Yes, I think that is right. I think Erling Haaland has scored... it's 2. Is it 2-0 Man City? A Man City 2-0? Wow. No, 1-0. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Are they 1-0, right? Sorry, my app kept going 1-0, 0-0, 2-0. I didn't know what was going on. So Spurs need to get in here and regroup. We need to get in here and regroup. Here's Alex Scott into Cook. And Cook plays the ball across to Senesi. Deep pass, knocked down really well by Spence. And now here's Tell. Had a good first 15, 20 minutes, Tell. I haven't seen him since, but here he is driving at them, cuts inside and is tripped by Semenyo, and a free kick to Spurs. So, yeah, sorry, Man City are winning 1-0. So I don't know what's going on there. Oh, that free kick didn't quite get through to Bergvall, but he's done really well, Bergvall, to win it back. Here's Tell. I just don't know. It is the quality in those forward players to get us back into that game. I just don't know. I'm not seeing anything really from Bergvall or from Mawani. Simmons, who started really brightly, we haven't been able to get him in the game again. Just don't know. Is there? We'll see, won't we? So Jed Spence over to Romero. Porro does really well, cuts inside, then gives it away. That for me summed up Pedro Porro. Done absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Cut inside, beat his man, and then gives away 5-yard pass. Just too easy. Too easy. I thought we started. It's so frustrating. I thought we started really well for the first 25 minutes. And then it's just need to find that intensity again. Really need to find it. So here's Christian Romero. We're about to find out how many minutes left. I can't imagine there'll be a lot. Yeah, Krupi's done really well, hasn't he? As I said, as far as teenagers go, that's the impact. That's the impact you want, right? 4 minutes injury time as Xavi Simons wins a free kick, the foul by Alex Scott. Newcastle had just kicked off, by the way, against Leeds in the late kickoff. So Newcastle are now kicked off as well. So it is Brentford 1-0 up against Sunderland. Everton 1, Wolves 0. Man City 1, Brighton 0. Burnley, Man United had just kicked off as well. And Bournemouth 2, Tottenham 1. Just Spurs are the gift that keep giving, aren't they? We are the gift that keep giving. We're going to have to turn this around somehow. And I tell you what, this is a really good point. This is a really, really good point here. I'll be honest. I would be tempted to give Danso a run of games over Romero. I know it will never happen, but I would. I actually think we look more solid at the back when Danso plays than Romero. I do. Sorry. I know I'm not allowed to say it, but I do. I don't think Bournemouth have a much worse 11 than us. I don't think there's much in it, but I don't think much of either of these two teams, to be honest with you. Pedro Porro, now to Bergvall. He's got so much time. Bergvall whips in a cross. Oh, it kind of, was it a shot or a cross? It kind of looked like he was going to whip the ball in, but instead he whipped it to the near post, and the keeper ended up having to make a save. I think, let's have a look at this again. I don't think he meant to do that. I think he just mishit the cross. And Bergvall giving away a free kick in the middle of the park. I'll be honest, guys. I'm going to say I'm so sorry. I'm just not impressed by Bergvall as a player. I'm not. I know he's young, but I'm just not sure what his function on a football pitch is. I'm not sure what his function is. I feel like he runs around a lot, barges into people, but when he's got the ball, I always feel like he needs ages to make a decision. He'll prove me wrong now and score a goal, won't he? Anyway, we're kind of a minute and 20 seconds to go. Bentancur brings the ball down, gives it to Xavi Simons. He can't keep the ball, and the ball goes back to Petkovic. Petkovic? I always get one of them. And Spurs have got 1 minute left in this half. Just getting to Get into half time. Just don't go 3-1 down. Yeah, but based off of what? Like, I don't get it when people say he's a great, like, young player. I don't see that he is. I don't see him and think he's a good passer of the ball. I don't think he's a good crosser of the ball. He doesn't score goals. I'm not really sure what he is as a footballer. Anyway, Fulham have taken the lead against Chelsea on the stroke of half time. Hang on, here's Bournemouth into the box, but Romero clears it to Bergvall. Bergvall to Paulinho. He goes down the line to Mwani, who goes down the line to no one, and that pretty much sums up. This has been a half of two halves. First half of the first half, we were brilliant. The second half of the first half, it's been a calamity. We are Jekyll and Hyde, aren't we? We are Jekyll and Hyde, and Tottenham going 2-1 down at half time. And I'll be honest, he is going to. Let me change the timer. Sorry, let me just quickly change this, guys, and then I'll get to you. As always, 5 words. 5 words to sum up the first half. For me, a game of two halves. It's so strange. I thought the first 20 minutes was almost the best I'd seen us play this season. There was intensity. We were running at them. We were getting in forward passes from the middle with Xavi Simons. We looked like having shots and getting into their box. And then it's almost like something just switched and we just couldn't deal with the crosses into our box. And unfortunately, 2 excellent crosses. However, for as good as the 2 crosses were, no one dealt with them. No one dealt with them. Again, Romero, for me, at the first goal, how can you be the captain and a World Cup winning centre-half and not mark your man? And then the second goal, the whole back 4 just kind of looked across the line and waited for the ball to come in, and it was a calamity. Spursy is what I would say. And listen, as much as I will defend Thomas Frank, as much as I think he needs players, he's going to struggle to keep his job if we do not turn this around. He's going to struggle. He's going to struggle. We simply can't be going 2 games, 2 wins in 12. And this is a team that haven't won in 11. So we've got to do something big in this second half. My worry is I just don't think we've got the players to do it. That is my worry. So I don't know what to say anymore, guys. I'm done being angry at Spurs. I'm done being angry at the club. It's difficult, right? I don't rate a lot of the players, but the manager, it seems to be so, I don't like the word bipolar. It seems to be so Jekyll and Hyde. It's like he seems to have set them up really well to start, but then they kind of dropped off and you think, well, which one is it, Thomas? I don't know which one it is. However, big second half coming up. Really, really big second half coming up here for Tottenham Hotspur. And if we do not change this up, look, we can't be the first team in 12 to give Bournemouth a win. Surely. We just can't. But I don't know. I don't know, guys and girls. I don't know. I just don't know what to say. It was I don't know. I'm a bit lost for words, guys. I don't know what to say. You know, I really thought we started well out the blocks. Thought we looked much better. And then our concentration just goes, doesn't it? Our concentration just switches off. A lot of people saying Frank's got to go. Look, what we do know is results will dictate if managers keep their jobs, right? And if he doesn't start getting some results, he will lose his job. However, let's see what we can do in the second half, right? Let's see what we can do in the second half. This is a big halftime team talk for Thomas Frank. This is a big moment. Is there a lot to bring on to change it? I'm not sure. So he's going to have to get creative here. You know, so is this turning into a relegation battle? No, we're nowhere near a relegation battle. I'm not worried about that. I think people need to look at the table. But I just worry. I look at this forward line and I'm like, who's going to dig us out of this? Who's going to dig us out? Have we got that moment of magic? Is Mawani going to bang, bang, goal? Is Bergval? I need to see that these players can do it. We need to see that Frank can change it at half time. It doesn't have to be personnel, but can he change something? The system, the tactics, something, because it's just not working, is it? It's just not working. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Dr. Tottenham, lots of people are saying Dr. Tottenham. Look, let me do some super chats. Big up to Emma Morton, who's putting a super sticker. Big up to you, saying evening. Good evening to you, Emma. Hope you are well up there on Teesside. Big up to you, Super Early Birds, with a super sticker. Thank you very much, Super Early Birds. Really appreciate you. Big up to AJS. So was just typing this out, asking for team news, but you beat me to it. Happy New Year. Good to see you back. AJS, thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Thank you for that. You've come in again very generously. Said 45 years as a Spurs supporter. This is the worst setup from top to bottom I've seen. Complete mess. Let's hope things can only get better. I don't disagree with you. The whole club seems like a mess. I completely agree with you. But we could dissect properly at full time. But yes, I think the club is a mess. Said that for many years. Tottenham Trev said, Lubo chatting about real legends that could play football, not this lazy, selfish lot that our so-called expert fans adore. R.I.P. Chivers. That's a real legend. Up the Lily Whites. Yeah, listen, big up to you, Tottenham Trev, and R.I.P. to a legend, Martin Chivers. Big up to you. Thank you very much, Trev. Big up to Ian, who has said the only place to be when Spurs are playing. Smash the likes. Thank you very much, guys and girls. Surely we can smash the like button, right? 397 likes, 1,100 of you in here. Come on, guys and girls. Surely we can smash that like button. Gessler Toon said, always a good call, Savva. They say Telly's good in training. Nice to see him score. Yeah, listen, as I said, I thought Tell did some nice things, and I think he does some terrible things. For me, it's just consistency with touch, with control. It's just not there for me. By the way, that's not just him. It's a lot of them, but hey, good goal by him. Really good goal. Can't knock him for that. Thank you very much. Big up to Spurs King. So someone told me Frank is in phase 2 of 4. God knows what the phases mean these days. Big up to you, Spurs King. Thank you very much. Big up to Spurs Syndrome. Said, since we moved into the new stadium, Spurs are a business with a football club on the side, and it's shown from poor player investment, constant manager turnover, and crap accounting. Clueless Savva. Add to that, Spurs Syndrome, clueless scouting, right? Clueless scouting as well. There are many issues at this football club. Many issues. We'll talk about that at the end of the game. Many issues. Big up to you, Spurs Syndrome. Thank you very much. And last but not least, for the moment at least, is Jordan. This guy is way too generous to me. Who said, we defended well away at Palace, kept a clean sheet with Danso in the side, and he hasn't been given a minute since in 2.5 games. It's shocking. I agree. I would have Danso in there. I think he heads everything. I think Romero's I'm going to say it. I've never seen the massive hype with him. I think so many goals we let in are his fault, but fans seem to love him. Anyway, meanwhile, we look all at sea when it comes to defending crosses. Completely agree with you, Jordan. Completely agree with you, my man. Look, I don't know, guys. Look, we got half an hour. We got a second half to go. I genuinely don't know, because I don't know. Will they sack him? Will they not if we lose? By the way, Burnley 1, Man United 0. Burnley 1, Man United 0 after 13 minutes, I think. My app's telling me that. I don't know whether to trust the app. Look, I genuinely don't know, guys, anymore. I mean, look, we can all do the point scoring. I just don't know anymore. I just don't know. Shall we? Look, I love Harry Redknapp. I can't see at this age that Harry Redknapp's going to come back. I love Harry Redknapp. He's my favourite Spurs manager of the Premier League era, by the way. Not Poch. Hey, just saying. Don't shoot me. Just saying. Look, I just don't know. I just don't know anymore. Like, you know, when you're just beaten, you're just beaten as a human being. I don't know. But look, what we do know, as I said, It doesn't matter whether we're Frank in, Frank out. The board at some point will lose patience if we don't start getting wins. Newcastle 1, Leeds 0. By the way, Burnley are beating Man United 1-0. The goal scorer was Bashir Humphreys. Wasn't he the ex-Chelsea? Yeah, the ex-Chelsea player. Bashir Humphreys scored. And Newcastle 1-0 up at home to Leeds. As it stands, the table, let's have a look. As it stands, Brentford up into 5th. Spurs are in 14th. And again, it all depends on how patient the board are going to be. Are they going to back him? Are they going to sack him during a transfer window? I don't know. I'm at the stage where I just don't care anymore. Sorry, guys. I'm just at that stage where I don't care if he's sacked or not. I'm just so bored of Tottenham always letting us down. Always letting us down. However, have we got a second half fight back in us? Have they? Who knows? We'll see. Big ups to each and every one of you. Yeah, I think, mate, this is why I laugh. I feel like I'm very much numb to this. And I'm almost getting ready for for the next manager in my own mind, right? Almost getting ready for the next manager. Let's have a look. Let me just send the link to a few people. Hang on. If you fancy, I don't think Sean's very well. If you fancy full time, there we go. Let's see. Let's send to James Flower as well. I like speaking with James. He cracks me up. Here we go. Look, guys and girls. Look, I don't know what to say. Listen. A big half of football coming up. The pressure is mounting. Right. Listen. Doesn't matter whether I think he should be sacked or not, but the pressure is mounting. It's going to mount on any manager that doesn't win games. Whether or not I think the squad is good enough goes completely out the window. But are they going to do it in a transfer window? Are they going to do it in a transfer window? I'm not sure that they're going to. We'll see, won't we? We will see. All we know is Spurs are the gift that keep giving, and I'm going to have a chocolate-covered pretzel. There we go. Right. Let's have a look at some comments. Do I want to? Do I want to have a look? I haven't looked at any comments. Do I want to? Right. See, I'd love somebody like Harry involved in the club. That's what I'd like. I'm just trying to see if there's any transfer news. Erling Haaland, by the way, has scored his 150th goal tonight. 150 Man City goals. Will, for me, I just don't know where we go from here. I know that we'll change manager. I just don't know where we go from here in terms of plan or backing a manager or who we're bringing in. I think for anyone that actually listens to what I say, I don't care if they sack him. I just don't know where we go. I don't know. I don't know who the manager is. I don't know who the director of football is that's going to work with said manager. I don't know. And do you know what? I feel like Romero's looked disinterested for 4.5 years, if I'm brutally honest. I don't know. Guys. I don't know. Can we all agree? As Spurs fans, we just deserve so much better, don't we? As Spurs fans, we really do. Ratty Man saying, question is now, could anyone do any worse? Look, I mean, when we're saying he's a great manager, I mean, he hasn't won in 11 games. I mean, I'm not sure we can start throwing around superlatives like great. Who do I take? Mate, listen, I'm going to say what I said all along. I don't care who the next manager is unless we sort out the proper issues, right? I don't care. Yep. I don't care who the next manager is. If they don't sort it out, bring in who you want. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to say good luck to the next manager. I don't know. Good luck. Let's see if anybody Let's see if anybody can get them playing. Let's see if anybody can actually get the club buying the players we need. I mean, we've had Frank, you've had Ange, you've had Poch, you've had Jose, Conte, Nuno, AVB, Sherwood, yada, 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 yada. We still don't ever buy properly. I genuinely don't care. So my answer is, if Thomas Frank is sacked, he's sacked. I genuinely don't care who they bring in with the next manager search. But we should be getting off and underway in a minute. Mate, I don't think there's been a plan at this club for years. Hey, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So as you know, you think you know everything. You think you know. I've literally not said I think I know everything at all. I feel like it's a little bit silly when Spurs are struggling and everyone just wants to point score. It's almost like some people aren't Tottenham fans. Just be Tottenham fans for the day, right? Just try being a Tottenham fan for the day. You think I want to see Spurs like this? What are we doing? If it doesn't work with Frank, he'll get sacked. We bring the next guy in. I don't know what the drama is. We're off and underway. All the point scoring is just don't need it. Right, what we got? What have we got this second half? We're off and underway. Let's see what we've got. Listen, as I said, I'd love Xavi, but I can't imagine Xavi coaching with these players. Sorry, what excuse did I make? Listen, sorry, what are you talking about? Are you listening to a word I just said? Sorry, who heard me make an excuse? I literally said he's going to get sacked if he doesn't get some results. And I then said, if he gets sacked, I just don't care who the next manager is. Sorry, Big D. I don't know why you've turned into an idiot there with that comment. I've not said anything. It's not this magic microphone, the magic microphone where people hear what they want to hear. Anyway, here's Romero into Bergvall. I need to see more from him this half. I'm really disappointed again with Bergvall. I don't know what he does, but I could say that with many of them, to be honest. There's a ball down the line from Bergvall into Porro. Porro crosses, it's hit the first man, and it's gone out for a throw into Tottenham Hotspur. Really weird when people like the Big D do that. I just don't understand what he heard me say. I don't know what he heard me say to make him say that. Honestly, people's listening skills have got so bad, haven't they, in 2026? Anyway, here's Bergvall. Long throw into the box. Cleared easily. Spurs need to up the tempo here. We've got to somehow find a way. First of all, get the equaliser, then go for the winner. Got to get back into this game. Yeah, I think it might be. I don't think you've listened to a word I said, mate. I'm sorry. You can do one. I don't think you listened to a word I just said in that monologue. Yeah? I don't think you listened to a word I've said. But I am constantly complaining about the players. I don't rate the players. It doesn't matter what you say about the manager. I don't rate the players. Even if the manager gets sacked, right? I'm still not going to rate the players. I don't know what your issue is with me not rating the players. These are the same players that have lost something like 44 games in 85 games. It's madness. So whoever the manager is, I don't rate the squad. I hope that clears it up for you. It's always got to be one v the other. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Really well cut out by Jed Spence. Cuts inside. Now lays the ball off to Paulinho, who goes back into Mickey van der Ven. I think it's difficult, right? Because it's almost like if you have an opinion, great ball by Simmons played in tell, but it was just not enough on it, and in the end, cleared by Hill. It's almost like if you have an opinion, that can only be your only opinion. So me saying I don't rate the players, I don't know. Listen, I'll say the same thing. Whoever the next guy is, we're gonna have to reinforce. I don't know why that's so weird to say. I don't know why that's really sad to say, but hey, I'll be interested to see what a new manager does with these players. I'll be honest. I'll be interested to see what a new manager does. And if nothing changes, what will we all say then? Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. If a new manager comes in and we're still seeing the same results and the same sort of mistakes and the same poor attacking, what will we say then? Crazy. Anyway, I normally like Big D, but I wasn't making an excuse. I literally said, I think you all heard me say, he's going to find it harder and harder to excuse this. Anyway, here's Bentancur into Romero. He goes back into Vicario. What I find funny is when Ange was losing week in, week out, it was never his fault. It was injuries. But when this guy's got injuries, everything's Frank. And this is why I just find it really silly. That's why I don't care who the manager is. I just don't care. Who you bringing in with this squad that's going to change things? I just don't know. So, as I said, I just don't care. They'll pick the manager they pick and we go again. Absolutely. Two things can be right. Here's Jed Spence. Really good. Jed Spence he's won the free kick, to be fair. He was driving forward, but then the ball didn't quite go with him. No, of course not. Of course not one of these players gets anywhere near that team. We all know that, right? Not one of them gets in. But that's a different conversation, isn't it? I agree with you. Anyway, here's Spence down the line to tell. Can Spurs find a way back in? Here's Bentancur into Xavi Simons. Now, Mickey van der Ven needs... problem I've got is I feel like we need a spark from someone. I just don't know who's capable of that spark. Maybe a Xavi Simons. I just don't know who's got that in their feet. I don't know who's got that moment in them. We'll see. Dude, I'm sorry. Are you not listening to a word I've said? Dude, sorry. I'm going to call it out. Are you being thick as shit? Did you not listen to it? I think most people actually listen to what I said at half time, right? I said, we need to see more from Frank. He's got to change it up. And I said he's going to struggle to keep his job. Then I said, I think the players are bad. I don't know how you're not listening. Yeah, mate, I don't care if any of the players go. Van der Ven I would keep. Simmons, I think, in the right setup would be good. And maybe Kudus. Other than that, I don't really care. But honestly, people like the Big D just drive me crazy. Just don't listen to what's being said. I really worry that these people might have jobs and be in charge of stuff. So worrying. Isn't it funny? All he heard was me say about the players, but nothing about Frank that I said at half time. So worrying. Man United have equalised at Burnley. Oh, mate, it is. It is. It is. It is. It is so worrying. So worrying how people can't listen. Frank can still be bad, right? And I can still not rate these players. I don't know why it's... Anyway, back to the game. Any idiots moving forward, I'll just block them. It's stupid how many people can't use these. It's really worrying. Really worrying. Mate, it's just ridiculous, mate. It's just, he's still coming back and saying, yeah, but you said this. He's not listening to everything I said. Literally said, it's getting hard to defend Frank. Here's Bergvall driving forward. What you got in the end? No, nothing. Again, no, sorry, Big D told me I'm not allowed to say anything about the players. Sorry. Not allowed to say anything. Here's Mickey van der Ven. Listen, he's got, as I said, he's going to find it very difficult. And, you know, if we lose tonight and then lose to Villa at home in the cup, I think he's going to find it very difficult. The thing for me is, will they sack him mid-transfer window? I don't know. Bergval's down injured. I'm thoroughly disappointed with him. He's down. He looks really hurt, to be fair. He's banging the floor, but yeah, he looks in pain. He does look in pain. Let's have another chocolate pretzel. Oh. Is that his hamstring, maybe? I got no doubt at some point Frank's going to get sacked, guys and girls. I just think we're going to be in for a big shock with whoever takes over. I hope I'm wrong. Oh, this guy's back. I warned him earlier, didn't I? See you later. I warned him earlier. Warned him earlier. So Odegaard's going to come on. So that will push, well, just Odegaard onto the right. No idea, mate. No idea who will take over. As I said, I don't care. I don't care. Again, if we sign 19-year-old kids, I don't care. I genuinely don't care who the next manager is. I can't keep doing it. Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, people saying Bergval's no loss. Unfortunately, I don't think it is. I'm always I've never seen him play well, really. Anyway, his Spurs. What have we got? Come on, Spurs. Jed Spence here on the left-hand side. Cuts him. Lays the ball off to Odegaard. What you got? Come on, Odegaard. Make a difference. Here's Mawani. Back into Porro. Bournemouth have got a lot of bodies back. Can Spurs find a way through? Here's Bentancur to Van der Ven. Bit of space on the edge of the box. Goes out wide to Tell. Can he beat his man? Beat him. Beat him. No, he can't. Really, again, just not good enough. Just not good enough. Dangerous position. Got to get that crossover. Got to get that crossover. By the way, Newcastle are losing at home to Leeds, and I think Sunderland have a penalty. Honestly, if he does go, I'll be very intrigued to see who we get. But if anything, what this has taught me is there's no way I'm going to give my opinion on who I would take. Because then apparently you can't say anything without saying, oh, you love him. He's your guy. Again, really crap control by Tell. He started this game so well, but now looks like he's just gone back to not being able to play. Fulham 1-0 up against Chelsea. It's going to be really interesting to see how the teams that have sacked their manager get on. Here's Odegaard. Again, Odegaard runs and then there's just no outcome. He's laid it. We're still going. Here's Xavi Simons. Can he shoot? They've got players around him. He's dinked the ball wide. It's a good ball in the end. Whip the crossing. Awful cross by Porro. Oh my gosh. And again, that's the difference. Have a look at those 2 crosses from Tavernier in that first half. Lovely crosses. Have a look at Porro there trying to cross a ball, or Tell trying to cross a ball. Oh, this is why I never expect us to score 3 or 4 goals in a game. As I said, I'll very much. I told you, right? I'm going to reset. When this manager goes, I'm going to reset. I'm not going to say which manager I want, whether I want the next manager to come in or not. And I'm just going to sit back and see, right, okay, go on, new manager. Let's see with these players. We'll see. We'll see. And if I'm wrong, absolutely brilliant. If I'm right, then it is what it is. But he's not, is he? But he's not. Every time he gets it, he's giving it away again. I thought he had a good first 15, 20 minutes. But when people are saying we're too defensive, every time we get in their penalty area, our players don't know what to do. This, again, I don't think we've been defensive here. Look how many times we're going forward here. And Tell gets it, and Odeberg gets it, and Mawani, and we just don't have anything in the box. The whole thing's a mess. Owners, manager, director of football, players, the whole thing's a mess. Here's Odeberg. Beat your man. No. Played it down the line. He's got there, to be fair to him. Here's Mawani. And it's a throw into Bournemouth. And Mawani is... Mawani, just awful. Man City 1, Brighton 1, I think. Yeah, Brighton have equalised at Man City. The goal scorer, Matoma. I just don't know where we go from here, guys. Colin Mawani got a yellow card. I just don't know where we go from here. I just don't. Newcastle, I think, have equalised against Leeds. I think. I don't know. Richie warming up. I'll be honest. I never thought I would want Richie on instead of Mawani. I honestly, I think he has been a dreadful signing. And this is what happens when you panic. It's what happens when you panic signing on the last day of the window. It's what happens when you don't have a plan. We've just gone to shit here. We've gone to absolute shit. And Odeberg gives away a free kick. Yeah, Newcastle have equalised. The goal scorer, Harvey Barnes. Good player, Harvey Barnes, isn't he? Just does his job, you know. I just don't know where a goal's coming from. I genuinely don't know. Every time we get the ball in the final third, I never ever go, yeah, no. I just always feel like somebody's going to hit the first man. Somebody's going to give it away. Helen Odeberg are brilliant at dribbling into people. Mawani dribbles into people. It's just a mess. I just don't know where we go from here at all. I don't know where we go from here. Igor Thiago has scored again. He's going to get the sack. We know it, right? I'm not deluded about it. I wanted it to work with him. Don't think he's going to get any more time. And we onwards and upwards to the next guy. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they won't sack him. Maybe they won't. Yeah, it looks like the Man United goal was disallowed. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I'm giving bad information. Oh, mate, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if they do sack him after this game, it's a great excuse for them to sign no one more in the window, isn't it? Oh, Spurs, Spurs, Spurs. I just hate these forwards. I genuinely hate this. Free kick. You wouldn't bet against them rifling this in the top corner, though, would you? Free kick. No, it's hit the wall. I just can't see who's going to score a goal. I remember we had a good manager in Redknapp and Potch. Yeah, we did have a good manager years ago. Yeah. Yeah, I think this, unless there's a drastic turnaround, I think this could be the end of Frank. I'll be so intrigued to see who we get in. Yeah, yeah. My local team are top. Bromley are top of League 1, League 2. I don't know. We've never had a manager, Potch. Who are you talking about? Pot? I don't know who that is. Sorry. I just don't know. Has anyone got a moment of magic in them? Let's see. Come on. Oh, you know it's bad when even I'm losing the will to live with this. No, I don't believe that. I just think we're terrible in transfer windows, mate. But yeah, there's Kola Mawani going off. You keep saying this, okay? And what? Okay, so what? Doesn't work. You go on to the next guy. I don't know what point you're trying to make. I don't get it. I don't care. Sack him. I don't care. I'm not related to him. Tell again, giving the ball away. And then, oh my gosh. I think Wolves have equalised at Everton. It all started so positively, didn't it? Get Rebrov back. Get Rebrov back. God, you're going back some years there. Here's Xavi Simons. Has he got something in his feet? Just something. That little spark. Good ball down the line to Tell, whose cross is blocked. One day, one of our players will cross the ball to a player. Here's Spence. Lays it off to Tell. He lays it off to Paulinho. Shoots. And it's blocked and gone wide, I think, for a corner. It's a corner kick to Spurs. No, didn't Rodgers go to Saudi? I might be making that up. Hasn't Rodgers gone to Saudi? Yeah. Yeah, Lee. Yeah. We'll all sit around the table going, hi, my name's savva. I'm a Spursaholic. Hi, savva. Oh, we hit the post. Oh, Richie Header hits the post. Oh, I'm at the stage where it's just funny. Oh, gosh. Oh, goshy, 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 gosh. Oh, goshy, goshy, gosh. Sean just messaged me and said, Mawani lost 11 out of his 12 duels today. Wow. Wow. 11 out of his 12 duels. That is mental, isn't it? Wow. Bournemouth on the attack. Oh, Spence. No. Oh, wide. Oh, my gosh. It was nearly 3-1. I tell you what, I would absolutely do this now. Again, an absolute panic loan on the last day of the window. He don't want to be here. I thought Richie was bad. Mawani, honestly, Mawani makes Richarlison look world class. That's terrible, isn't it? He needs snookers here, doesn't he? He needs the proverbial snooker. %74% possession this second half. 2 shots, not one on target. We just don't have. Brentford are 3-0 up at home to Sunderland. Listen, whoever said no manager's doing anything with this lot, that's what I'm going to be interested to see. I want to see who comes in and changes this lot. As much as I can say Frank's going to get the sack, I genuinely stick by. I think this is the worst squad I've seen for 3 decades. I think it's awful. Here's Mickey going on a run, still going on a run, still going on a run. Spurs want a penalty. Has he given a penalty? He's given a penalty. We're back. Guys, we're back. Oh, let's just all have a laugh now. Let's just have a laugh. It's a penalty. Mickey van der Ven. I think they're going to overturn it. Let's have a look. He goes into the box. I don't know. I don't know. Should we just have a laugh on this channel from now on? I genuinely can't be bothered with all the fighting and the arguing. I just don't care. I just don't care. I feel like I don't think this is going to be given. I don't think it's going to be given. I think we're going to be really lucky if this is given. I don't know. I don't think it is. Sorry, guys. Listen, I hope it is. I don't think it is. I don't know if anyone agrees with me. VAR. He's going to the video. Yeah, I don't think it's a pen. I don't think it's a pen. If you look, Mickey is off balance. I don't think it is. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know what to say about this football club anymore. I don't know what to say about. See, the problem is, as Mickey, the defender doesn't actually do anything. And Mickey van der Ven, for me, puts his leg into the defender. And yeah, I don't think it's a penalty. I don't think it's a penalty. I'm looking forward to seeing what a new manager does with this lot. I'm expecting the new manager to come in and win every single week the way people go on. But we'll see. We'll see. I think Leeds have a penalty. I'm not sure. There's loads of goals going in. I think Leeds have a penalty at Newcastle. I don't know. Is he giving it? It's not giving it. No penalty. No penalty. I didn't think it was, if I'm brutally honest. He's given a yellow card for diving to Mickey van der Ven, who's now shouting and swearing at the ref. This is where I need to see Romero grab hold of van der Ven and tell him to shut up. Mickey, calm down. No penalty. I didn't think it was a penalty. I don't think it was a penalty. He puts his leg into... Yeah, he puts his leg into Hills. Is it Hill? Yeah, it was a dive. It was a dive. Yeah, I'm not going to... Yeah. I'm not... Yeah, it's not a penalty. Chelsea, I think, have equalised against 10 men. Chelsea, I think, have equalised at Fulham. Anyway, that was fun, wasn't it? That was fun. I think Leeds have gone 2-1 up, if I'm not wrong, at Newcastle. Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Chelsea have equalised. Don't know who scored, but Chelsea have equalised. It's all happening, isn't it? Yeah, it wasn't a penalty for me. I think he ran into the player, went down. I don't know if it's a dive, but it wasn't a penalty. Here's Richarlison, and that pretty much sums up Richarlison as a footballer. 5-yard pass. Everything's just rotten, isn't it? He will be sacked. He will be sacked. Everything is rotten. Everything is rotten here. Owners, manager, players, director of football, scouting. The whole thing is rotten. Rotten. Here's Tell. Turns. Goes past his man, then is brought down cynically. That's got to be a yellow card. And that's my problem with it. Gus. It's not that Frank will go. It's just that we're just going round and round and round on circles. You're absolutely right. People can't separate those two things. It's not that I don't think Frank will get sacked. It's just that we're just going round in circles. Oh, just wide. It's a corner kick. Oh. People ask him when I think he'll get sacked. I don't know. Do they? I mean, if you sack him now, you kind of give an excuse to not buy anything in the window, don't you? No, Ran. I've just kind of, I don't know, just the ball flying around in the box. Paulinho, overhead kick. That's a smashing goal. 2-2. We're back, guys. We're back. Frank in. I'm just kidding. We're back. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say as a Tottenham fan anymore. 2-2. Overhead kick from Paulinho. If our forwards can't do it, our defensive midfielder will do it. Tottenham have equalised away at Bournemouth. It was a great goal. It's a great goal. It's a superb goal. Yeah, it's a superb finish from him. Oh, this is so funny. Oh God, this is too funny. I just can't. I don't know. Like I've just run out of feelings. I don't know. I've just run out of feeling. Just run out of feeling. 2-2. Can we go on and win it? Can we go 4 unbeaten? Go I don't know what to say. Sorry, guys. How unprofessional of me. I just don't know what to say anymore. Anyway, free kick for Bournemouth. Whipped in. Saved by Vicario. I don't even know what I'm laughing at. You know, I just don't know. Guys, girls, I'm so sorry. I just don't know what to say. I genuinely don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know what to say. I've got so many people messaging me. It's madness. On match day, like my phone just goes mental. Anyway, there's still 11 minutes. Plus there's going to be about 6 minutes injury time, right? Oh, how we laugh. How we laugh. Oh, I'm going to sleep well tonight. Don't I know that? Great overhead kick. Like, great overhead kick. Here's Mickey van der Ven. Maybe we win this 4-2. Maybe Spurs go. No, I can't see it. Hang on. Oh, lucky Spurs there. Maybe we go forward and grab a nice 4-2 win. This is what people keep saying to me. I just genuinely don't know what to say about this football club that hasn't already been said. I don't know. The crazy thing is, this is the crazy thing. If Spurs find another goal, we end the day in 8th, 3 points off Champions League. This is how crazy it is. It's just all so mental. There is a lot of poor football teams in this country, I'm telling you. Eddie Howe is losing. Like Eddie Howe, he's losing as well. Let's have a look. So Newcastle United, as it stands, are 1 point above Tottenham. Like 1 point above Tottenham. So Spurs and Palace are level on 28 points. Everton, Fulham, Newcastle and Brighton are all on 29. Sunderland on 30. United 31. Chelsea 32 and Brentford 33. This league is mental. And not in a good way. No, I know, Alfred. I was joking. I know. I feel like if we do score, it's going to be a Van der Ven or a Romero header or something. I honestly, these forwards are just so bad. There's a ball over to Romero. Ping it in. He knocks it in. It's gone all the way through. Ball across, blocked. It's fallen to Jed Spence. He goes out, whip it in. Porro whips it in. That's a great cross. Oh, and it's headed away for a corner kick. Come on, Spurs. I hope you've all enjoyed this as much as I have. Not the game. Like, the game's dreadful, but I think this is hilarious. Like, the whole Premier League is so up and, like, it's just a mess. We're a mess. They're a mess. Everyone's a mess. What's that song? Here a mess, there a mess, everywhere a mess. Old MacDonald had a farm. Tottenham Hotspur. I've gone mad, haven't I? Corner kick. Deep across. Spurs! Oh! Oh, no! Oh, no! What a save. What a save by the goalkeeper. I thought it was 3-2. Come on, back in again. Romero! Oh, just on... Oh, I thought it was 3-2. I thought it was 3-2. I'm going mad. Honestly, someone send help. I'm going mad. I'm going mad. This is mad. What a save. I'll tell you what a good save. Mickey van der Ven, looping header. And Petkovic just went. I thought it was in. I was getting ready for my Frank In t-shirt. Good touch by Xavi. Knocks it across. Richie, bring it down. Shoot. Bring it down. Shoot. Blocked. Oh, my gosh. Oh, gosh. Fulham looked like they scored against Chelsea. 2-1 in that game. Oh, my gosh. Tottenham tonight, 13 shots. Still can't grab another goal from open play. Man City, by the way, are 6 minutes away from their third draw in a row. Hang on. Shot blocked. Here's Scott. Shot blocked. This is hilarious. This is a weird game, isn't it? This is weird. Sorry, guys. I feel like I'm all over the shop here, aren't I? I'm all over the shop. So now Paulinia's down injured. Fulham have scored. They're 2-1 up. Harry Wilson again. That boy loves scoring goals, doesn't he? Is this going to be our third draw in a row? Or is there a sting in the tail for one of the teams? I think there's going to be loads of time added on at the end. Oh, right. There's a player down injured. Can eat a pretzel. What a goal. You know what? Can I be honest? I'd have him in the team. I know you're all going to think I'm mad. I know he's unprofessional. I'd have him in the team. I think he's better than the other midfielders. I'd have him in. Here he comes. The match winner, Archie Gray. Everton have had a man sent off. Michael Keane scored and sent off in the same game. So Gray comes on for Bentancur. Got to keep your humour, guys and girls. Got to keep your humour. So used to Spurs being an absolute mess that I don't know. Sack him, don't sack him. I don't care. Let's be fair. If they sack him, how many of you are going to watch me on YouTube? Loads more, right? I don't care anymore. Tell you what. Anyone else worried about Villa on Saturday? Anyway, long throw to come in here for Bournemouth. I've just seen a great comment in the chat. This is an absolute spot-on comment. This is what it feels like to be a mid-table team. Poor football, plenty of effort, and most games are a lottery. I can't disagree with you. Can't disagree with you. And Sav, one more, you've gone for good. Oh, there you go. You've done it. See you later. And Sav's now been deleted for good. No time for that. Stop being silly. Big up to Smokey Boy, who has sent me a coffee. Yeah, if anyone wants to buy me a coffee, feel free. Big up to Smokey Boy. Really appreciate that. Said, love seeing you. You're as mad as a hatter. Oh, mate, I feel like I don't know how much I can care anymore. I just don't know how much I can care anymore, mate. I really don't. I don't have it in me. I just don't have it in me. Grealish, I'm hearing, has been sent off for Everton. I think they're down to 9 men. What a day. What a day. Oh. Honestly, I can't stand the football we're playing. I cannot stand the players that we've got either. I cannot stand the owners. I cannot stand the recruitment. I just think the whole thing is an absolute mess. However, we have a free kick. Maybe we can snatch this. Honestly, tell an Odegaard and awful. Honestly, watch him score now. I've said that. Honestly, come on. Which one of you can do something? I keep hearing you good players. Here we go. Right, Matisse Tell with a free kick. Whips it in. Keeper comes. Keeper claims. Well, not convincingly, but he did claim it. Has anyone got a winner? And there must be about 6-7 minutes here, mustn't there, at the end? Maybe more? Must be. Injuries, VAR. 3 draws in a row. Again, can anybody listen to this idiot again? Didn't listen to what I said all stream, did I? As I said, he's going to get sacked. See you later. I don't like the way we're playing. But again, selective hearing because you're a troll and an idiot. Sorry, Matt, you're an idiot. I'll say it again. You don't listen. Magic Mike. Idiot. I saw him, by the way. I saw him the other night, guys, in the Spurs 5 chat. Every comment was about me. Every comment bitching and moaning about me like a little bitch. Unbelievable. Anyway. It is what it is. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Here we go. We can have 3 or 4 more goals here. Mate, he just makes me laugh, Mark. He never tells the truth. He just goes into these chats and just says ridiculous stuff about me every time. Goes into the Spurs 5 and he's like, savva this, savva that, savva this, savva that. Such a little creep. Such a little creep. Here's Richie. Gives it away. Here's Semenyo. It's written in the stars, isn't it? Great tackle. Great tackle again, Romero. 2 very good tackles. What we got? Romero down the line. Odegaard, please show me something. I think you've been atrocious since you come on. Show us something. 1-on-1 with his man. Oh, just nothing. Come on, get it across. Oh, God. Oh, God. Just nothing. Every time he goes down the line, nothing. Every time he goes down the line, nothing from him. I'm led to believe he's really good in training. At what? At what? Ping pong? Mate, he wants dibbling. I mean, what more can you say? It's just so mad. Honestly, anytime I go into the chat of Spurs 5 to support the lads, he's just in there bitching about me. It's ridiculous. I don't respond to him, but it's just ridiculous. Savva said this, Savva said that. I hate Savva. It's like, oh my God. Then if Lubo says something, he goes, oh, Lubo's like Savva now. What do you mean Lubo's his own man? Idiot. Anyway, come on, what you got? No. Odegaard falling over again. Oh, God. What we got here? 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Cross whipped in by Bournemouth. He's gone into Semenyo, blocked, and then fired over the bar. Oh, gosh. Oh. That's it to win. One more of them and you're gone. Stop it. Stop it. This isn't like other channels. Don't be rude about other YouTubers in my chat. I will block you. Please don't be rude about other YouTubers. Just because people put their face to a camera doesn't mean you can just be rude about them. Not having it. Anyway, 5 minutes of this game to go. Palace 0, Villa 0. That's a full-time result, by the way. Palace 0, Villa 0. Full-time result. Bournemouth win the ball back in midfield. They've got space here in midfield. They're driving forward. It's gone out wide. Semenyo. Brentford 3, Sunderland 0 is also a full-time result. And it's 3-2. And guess who scored? Semenyo. Oh my gosh. 95th minute. Semenyo. Oh, wow. What is... You just... It was written in the stars, wasn't it? Last game for Bournemouth. Spurs... Sorry, Bournemouth hadn't won for 11 games. He's going to get the sack. He's going to get the sack, isn't he? We can't go on like this. Not that I know where we go from here, but he's going to get the sack. He's going to. I mean, Semenyo just, he's going to go. He's going to, isn't he? He's going to go, and we start all over again. Oh, Spursy. 95th minute. 95th minute. This football club is going to be the death of all of us, isn't it? Spence losing the ball. I mean, Semenyo, it was written in the stars, wasn't it? And Dr. Tottenham have reared their ugly head, haven't they? Dr. Tottenham. I don't know where we go from here as a club. I just don't know. And another chapter in the Spurs annals of history. What is wrong with this football club? Oh, what is wrong with his football club? Yeah, he's going to get sacked in the morning. He's going to get sacked in the morning. Yeah, he is going to get sacked in the morning. I don't know what else I can say. I don't know what else I can say. He's going to get sacked in the morning. You know, I don't know what we do after that, but he's going to get sacked. I fail to believe the board are going to be this patient. Yeah, I don't think he survives this. I don't think he survives this. It was a game that started so well for us and just drifted away. Just drifted away. I don't know. I don't know as a football club where we go from this, but I do know he will be getting sacked. There's a ball by Porro towards the back post. Romero knocks it down, cleared. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. I don't know where we go from here. Mike, I agree with you. I think two things can be true. I think he needs to go for his sake. But again, I think these players are crap. I don't know where we go. I don't know. I keep saying this. I genuinely, I have no idea what's happening at this football club. 1 second. I need to shout at the dog. Yeah, I don't know where we go. I'll actually be shocked if he's not sacked, to be honest with you. I'll be shocked if he's not sacked in the morning. Too many games without winning. I don't know where we go. Like, who comes in? I mean, only Spurs could play a team who haven't won in 11 games and give them the win on the 12th. Only Spurs could do it. And I'm ready for it. Unless here's Tell. There's no quality. Tell, no quality. Look at that there from Tell. Look at that there. He's trying to cross and just passes it against the first man. What is wrong with these players? We're into the 101st minute. Corner kick for Tottenham. Dr. Tottenham. What? Vicario's up. We're at that stage. Vicario's up for the corner. You ready, everyone? Go on, Vic. And their keeper, to be fair, has come through the crowd and taken that brilliantly. And the game, is it over? The game is over. As much as I don't rate the squad, as much as I don't think it changes anything, he will go, won't he? I don't see how he survives it. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. I don't know how he survives. You know, if we said before the game, Dr. Tottenham and Semenyo to get the winner, and true to form, there it is. I've got so many different emotions running around. I will concede. I think he's going. I think he's going to get sacked. I think he has to be sacked at this stage. But I don't know where we go from this. These players as well. You could sack the manager, and we're probably going to. But at what stage are people also going to admit these players are atrocious? That front four, the midfield, there is nothing. There is nothing. And I'm going to be so on it. I don't know who you bring in. I don't know at this stage. Who do you bring in with these footballers? Who do you bring in? I don't know. Listen, I'll be surprised if he's not. Maybe they give him the cup game to save his job. I just don't know. I don't know where we go from here. At the moment, I'm at the stage where I hate everything about this club. I'll say it. I hate everything about it. I hate the way we're being managed. I hate the squad. I hate the director of football. I hate what the owners are doing. I hate everything about what we're doing as a football club. This is unrecognizable. And it's going like that year on year on year. I don't know where we go. I don't know who comes in. What does that mean for the transfer window? I genuinely don't know, guys and girls. I mean, some people are saying he'll get sacked tonight. Some people are saying in the morning. Some people are saying he'll last till Aston Villa. I just think the whole thing is an absolute shit show. The whole thing. The whole thing is a shit show for me. There is so much blame to go around, but there is so much. I mean, Paulinho is talking to the Spurs fans right now. It's a mess. It's a mess from top to bottom. Look, I think this is the worst squad I've seen for decades. However, the manager just can't keep getting bad results. I'll be staggered if he survives this. I'll be absolutely staggered if he survives this. The noise is going to become too much. I genuinely think all the youngsters we've bought are not what fans think. I think the senior pros are not good enough. Frank can't get a tune out of anybody. We're buying more youngsters in the transfer window. I don't know where we go. I don't know where we go as a football club. I'm not sure what the answer is. I just don't know. I mean, Alfie, I'll be honest. 17th last season. They're currently sitting in 14th this season. I don't know. I don't know anymore, mate. I just genuinely don't know. Who on that pitch tonight do you really rate? Who do you rate? Are they going to get rid of Frank and all his coaching staff? Does someone step up into the void? Do they give it to Cochrane? I don't know. By the way, he's not been sacked yet, but I don't think he's going to survive this. No, we could. I don't think we'll go down this season. No. We're not going to go down this season. Guys, as a Spurs fan, it just hurts me to see my club so bad everywhere. It hurts me to see. It hurts me to see my club in such a bad place. It hurts me to see this. Rob, I have no idea, mate. Again, what I don't know. Where do you go? Who comes in? Is it an interim? Is it a permanent manager? If it's a permanent manager, what are you going to expect from them, from these players? What's the plan? Who are we signing in the window? Does it change the window? Is Lang still going to be here? Is Parati? The whole thing's if I could sack the lot of them, I would. Everyone. If I could sack everyone, start again. All new squad, all new managers, new directors of football, new everything. I would. I absolutely would. I think it's just shocking. And as I've said, I think he'll be very lucky to see the weekend. If he does see the weekend, lucky man. But who comes in? Who comes in and what are we expecting from them? Because, again, and this isn't defending Frank, I've just said he's going to get sacked. But look at the state of some of these footballers. I genuinely don't know. People keep telling me they're better than... Are they? Tell and Odegaard for me are awful. I know he got a decent goal today, Tell. After that, he can't control the ball. He can't cross it. He can't pass. Odegaard is awful. Jed Spence, again, I don't know what... I don't know. And my worry is whoever comes in next is just going to have these players and we're going to be having this conversation again. That's not saying Frank won't go. That's just me trying to have a little bit of future sight of what's going to happen at this football club. At what? At what? After the goal, at what? Every time he got the ball, he can't beat it. He can't beat his man. Every cross hit the first man. Every pass was given away. Listen, I'm not blaming guys, I can't say this. Right? I don't like this squad at all. The manager's going to get sacked. I don't like the directors of football. The new owners for me have shown nothing. I don't know this football club anymore. I don't know it. I don't know it. I don't know. I don't know what it's become. I don't know what it's become. It's so far removed from the football club that I once loved. It's so far removed. All of them. All of them. And I don't think anyone can be defended. I don't think anyone can be defended. It's been getting worse and worse year on year and year and year. Listen, I'll be honest. I'll look forward to seeing who comes in, and I'll see what he can get out of them. But again, the next manager that comes in, what's that going to be? The fifth or sixth manager that Romero has played for, that Spencer's played for, that Bentancur's played for. That the whole thing needs to be ripped up. I'm so. You can disagree all you want, but he kept giving. Sorry, am I watching a different game? All I saw in that second half, every time he got the ball, he gave it away. But I don't want to focus on one player. The whole thing needs to be ripped up. We need. It's not. See, when people say this, our squad is good. Look at the last 3 years of results. This squad is getting worse and worse and worse. Doesn't change Frank, but the squad, the owners, the director of football. What is good about this football club right now? We all love the club. We'll all support the club, but what is good about it? Absolutely, Phil. I don't know what we are. And if everyone wants to point score, I'm just really sad of what my football club has become. I'm really, really sad of what this football club's become. I don't know. Mate, I'll just block you if you keep being a dickhead. Are you not listening to a word? I honestly, this microphone honestly must change my words. Listen to what I'm saying. This, Ellie, this. Rip it up, start again. Rip it up, start again. The whole thing is a mess. The whole thing is a mess. Every year we're weakening the squad. Every year the same players. Every year the same players that have remained at the club. Same mistakes. Romero doing Romero things over and over again. Every year we blame the manager for Romero. He'll be better with the next manager. This, years of neglect. Years and years and years of neglect. I just don't know where we... I don't know where we go. Let me know, guys. Like, who comes in? Like, we're all saying he's going to go. Fine. Who's coming in? Who's coming in? What do we do? Who do you bring in? What are we expecting from them? I just think there's a complete lack of plan from A to Z. A to Z. There's no plan in place, is there? Unfortunately, there used to be a football club over there. I don't care about the point scoring. I don't care who wanted him and him sacked, and I don't care about all that. Again, look, are these dickheads for real? Is anyone listening to what's being said? Where do we? What players join? If you, I don't know. What players join? What's the plan? How do we get out of this? What top manager's going to come? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'd love it if someone had a plan. I'd love it if Tottenham had a plan. But surely at this stage, they've got to sell the club and let someone else have a go, haven't they? Surely. I agreed. That's what I've always said. I don't, you know, I'm really, it's really sad to see that this was a really good football club once. And just seeing spineless players, the manager not done a good job. The owners don't seem to have a clue. There's no communication. I don't know. Absolutely, Kevin. But I mean, who's joining? Are they going to be club signings, Frank signings? Where do we go? I mean, guys, on all the point scoring aside, let me know, guys, where do we go from here? Where, can anyone tell me where do we go from here? Lubo.
Well,
where do we? He's going to go, right? He's got to go.
He will be.
He will be. But what do we do? What's the plan?
I don't know. The season's falling apart, though, isn't it?
Massively. But who at this stage? Listen, I've just said, Lubo, I'll be astonished if he's not sacked tomorrow. And at worst, I think he'll have the Villa game to save himself, right? But if he goes, do we get an interim? Do we get a permanent? Does the transfer window just grind to a halt? Not that it's even started. Mate, can I say one thing before you go, right? I don't recognise the club that I love anymore. Years and years and years of I don't recognise Tottenham Hotspur. It's a really sad day for me. As much as we want to laugh and joke, it's a really sad day. I don't know what this club is, Lubo. I don't know where we're going. I don't know what the plan is now for the future. I don't know what the signings are about. I don't know what the manager's trying to do. I don't know what the owners are or the scouts. I feel really sad about it all, Lubo, to be honest.
There was a lot to chew over in that game, wasn't there?
Wasn't it? It felt like it went on for 4 hours.
I mean, one minute Mickey's heading the ball and you think you're 3-2 up. Fantastic save. And then, I mean, what was Spence doing? For their third goal, we've got the ball. He's flying down the line and he just puts it inside and they just break. And the ball ended up in the back of the net. And that was written in the stars, wasn't it? Semenya.
Yeah, but do you know what? As much as I love Ash, as much as Ash is joking, that's where we're at, right? Like, we're going to bring in a left back and we'll go, oh, that's good. Mate, can we be honest? If we separate this club into 4 departments, manager, players, director of football and scouts, recruitment, and then the owners. Can you tell me any of those parts of the club you're happy with?
No. The owners, I think, have left the rest to get on with it. And I think if they don't jump in quickly, then they will see their asset losing a lot of money very quickly. So, I mean, the defending today was just dreadful, absolutely dreadful. The defending for those two goals, the first two goals, that was Conference League defending.
God, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I mean, for the first one, I'm like, where's Romero? For the second one, I'm going, where is Van der Ven, Romero, Spence, or Porritt? Like, what? Everyone, it was like slow motion, Lubo.
Biggest problem. And I've seen that goal 3 or 4 times now, the second goal. What's Bentancur doing next to Romero and Van der Ven? Was it Semenya's come in with the run, flicked it on to the player on the left, who's put it across for Krupi to score? But if Bentancur's marking his man and picking up the runner from midfield, he doesn't get that touch, he doesn't get that flick on. And the ball doesn't go out wide on the left for him to cross for Krupi. It's just basics. It's just basics. It's just switching off, not being alert to danger. It's just horrible. And the third goal, as I say, Spence's ball left them wide open. They're all flooding up pitch, going for the winner, and he just plays his stupid ball inside. Why? Play it down the line. How stupid are you? You know, you're in the 95th minute, 94th minute. Play it down the line. Play it away from danger. Minimise your risk. If you're not going to score, make sure you come away with a point. If you're not going to hit a Hollywood pass, play it down the line. If the ball ends up in their corner, then they're 100 yards from our goal. They're not going to score. Ridiculous. Fantastic shot. Lovely shot. Great strike.
We said before the game, right? Semenyo's last game, they've not won in 11. This has got a Semenyo goal winner written all over it.
Written in the script. So there you go. It's just, I don't know. And mate, you have Van der Ven arguing with the fans at the end. Then you had Paulinho going over to talk to them as well. I'll hear more from the guys that have been there tonight. I'll give them a call soon, find out what was going on. But that was looking ugly as well. Fans are pissed off. They've had enough. You know, they've gone down to the south coast. It's 2 degrees, 3 degrees above freezing point down there. You know, they take what is it? You know, you leave at 2 or 3. You know, they take 9 hours out to go and watch this. And sorry, it's just poor. It's just poor.
Do you know the funny thing about all of this, Lubo, is I'm not saying the manager doesn't need to go at all. My worry is that just nothing's going to change, even with a change. I genuinely watch these players, Lubo, every week now. I'm watching them more and more and going, some of these players shouldn't even be in the Premier League. Like, I'm so disillusioned with everything, Lubo. By the way, notice I'm not sitting here sticking up for Frank. At the moment, this man, for his sake, I think for his sanity as well, Lubo, right? He looks like he's aged 20 years since he joined Tottenham Hotspur, doesn't he?
Yeah. If we lose to Villa, and then we got Dortmund and Frankfurt, you lose those 3 games, you might just about get into the playoffs, and then you'll get knocked out next round in the Champions League. Season will be over. You may as well get rid of him tomorrow, bring an interim in, try and save something of the season, because it's going downhill. I mean, listen, we got 10 points in the last 36 now. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I think it's the football we're playing is mind-numbing. Although there were more attacks today than I've seen in the last few games. Nice goal from Tell. Thought he took his goal well. Got a deflection.
I thought he took it well.
Took his goal well. I thought he was bright in flashes, but he had no support at all. Simmons just died out. He just got lost in the game. You didn't see him. Moani, horrendous. Richie should have scored with that header, hit the post. You know, you look at it, we had the chances to finish that game off.
We did, but the problem for me is look, I'm not going to stick up for anyone here. I hate the whole club. I hate everything about it right now. Everything from manager, players, recruitment, owners. I just don't know. I mean, let's say, okay, we're talking about rescuing the season. At this stage, who is coming in? Is it an interim? Is it a permanent? And what realistically are we expecting from them? Realistically, because again, Lubo, a lot of these players, this is now going to be the third or fourth manager they've had and let down. So what are we like? Realistically, what are we expecting from them?
Some sort of improvement. I think you've got to get, it's who are they going to bring in? They've spent 17 million getting rid of Ange, bringing in Frank and his entire team. So you can't think that there's a succession plan in place.
No.
So for me, they've got to take stock. They've got to bring an interim in. For me, you could. Would you bring Harry back after God knows how many years out of the game? If not Harry, then someone like Michael Carrick, I'm sure, would come in for 6 months. Who's a manager who knows how to play football, plays it the right way.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask the question. And again, I'm hypothetical. If Michael Carrick came in tomorrow as the interim manager between now and the end of the season, can he get these players playing?
I think
has he got goal scorers there? Has he got the players to play football?
I don't think they're playing for Frank. I just don't see it.
Sure.
I think if he gets them playing, if he gets an extra 5% out of all of them, then results have got to improve, because you look at the results, the games we're losing. They're all pretty much by the odd goal, aren't they? Okay, we got smacked at Arsenal. Chelsea odd goal, Liverpool odd goal. Tonight odd goal. So if you get that extra 5%, if you get that, something might change in terms of what we're creating, what we can get. I mean, for me, that's the only way of doing it. I think I don't see how he's just not getting anything out of the players, to be honest, and they obviously don't believe in his tactics. It's an issue. It's an issue.
I mean, Chris, welcome to the show. I mean, listen, whilst I don't disagree with what Lubo said there, realistically, is there somebody that's going to get the best out of these players? Many have tried, many have failed. Is there somebody that's going to get the best out of these players? Or at some stage, Chris, are we going to have to put on our big boy and girl pants and admit that these players aren't good enough? Not saying Frank is, but at what point do we put on our big pants and say these players aren't it either? Both things can be true, right?
Yeah, I was already in that camp, mate. I was holding on to some hope that maybe we could keep Thomas Frank and it might turn round, but I don't know. I'm pretty down about it tonight. To be, I thought I got immune to this, but I don't know tonight. It's just the predictability of it all. Like I just heard you mention, Savva, about Semenyo, right? We sort of joked about that a bit earlier. Oh, it's his last game. He'll score. What? I don't know what we do. Honestly, it's
just shit, innit?
I've got no idea. This has been a decline for so long. And I go with what Lubo has said for a long time, mostly for Enoch's entire tenure, with the exception mostly of, I think they just happened to get very lucky with Poch and a group of players we had that landed at the right time. But I think we massively overperformed. I don't think that's any reflection at all on how we were run as a business. But we are getting the reflection now. But yeah, I don't know how to go forward from here. I've got no. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think he'll be sacked tonight. But he can't be far away. Lose the Villa game, it will be absolutely brutal on Saturday.
I just think, Chris, for me, the the noise. Listen, I've tried to hang in on there. Sorry, they were nearly words. Sorry, I've been streaming a long time. I've tried to hang on in there, right? You guys know I have. I've tried to give the benefit of the doubt. And whilst nothing's going to change my mind, guys, on how bad I think these players are, you can't just keep not getting results. And my biggest worry, Chris, is that we will change this and fine. My biggest worry is that nothing's actually going to change. I truly believe when the next guy comes in, we're going to be sitting here in a few months going, God, these players are really bad. Oh, they're not playing for him. Oh, Romero's making mistakes again. Oh, Spence looks lackadaisical. Oh, Bentancur and Paulinho can't pass. Oh, the youngsters aren't good enough. Oh, that's my worry, is that nothing's going to change.
I agree, but I think at the moment we're getting even worse, to the point where I'm not sure who we're going to attract who's any better than Frank, even if you think he's worse. And on the player side, are we good enough at the moment, attractive enough to get a Christian Romero? I don't think we are. So how does this get any better? And on the Thomas Frank point, I don't know if you guys have seen this, because I thought it was a wind-up, but it's not. Have you seen that he was drinking from an Arsenal cup at the match tonight?
Is that? I've seen lots of people saying this in the chat. I just assumed it was a wind-up.
It's true. I assumed it was a wind-up, mate, but it's actually true. Before the game, he was walking around in an Arsenal paper cup, and in isolation, I go, what does it matter? But the fans are so against him, and they're jumping on everything he says in a press conference, which I think is a little bit ridiculous. But that's the current culture, or the environment, not culture, the current environment. Something like that combined with another defeat tonight. Even I can't. I tried to defend him. How do you go and drink from an Arsenal? I can't get my head around it. It's the most obvious, ridiculous thing to do. It is real, mate. It is real.
I think the thing for me, Lubo, is, again, I think I've lost the ability of anger here. I feel more than anything. I know this sounds really weird, guys. I just feel sadness. Like, I feel like that kind of. Do you know when I last had this feeling? I know this is going to sound really weird. When my little Frank up here passed away, and you realise after a while I was angry about it, and then I realised, well, there's nothing I can do. It's not going to change. And it goes into that sad phase. That's where I'm at with Spurs. I feel like we're in this really sad phase now where this club has been getting worse and worse and worse year on year on year. And I think finally, it's almost as though Sonny leaving has kind of been like the end of, well, we had it good. We desperately tried to hang on. And now it's like, boo, like it's flatlined. I don't know what we are.
I mean, I was off. I could have had tickets in both the home and the away ends tonight, sort of last minute situations. And do you know what? For me, not to be bothered, could have had a lift quite easily.
Part-time fan, Lubo. You're a part-time fan.
Do you know what? I just thought, do you know what? I just can't. I can't go and watch this shit. It's,
Can we just say, Lubo? Can we just
a bit better, Chris? I might have found a bit of enthusiasm, but
I
go
know.
out and get home 1 o'clock.
I'm with you. I don't go to quite as many away games, but I was at Brentford. That was painful.
Oh, Jesus.
Can me and you agree, Lubo, that was a great bit of refereeing to overturn the penalty for Spurs?
I'll tell you what was interesting, Chris, was that we only saw the angle from Mickey running towards us. I think if you'd have seen the angle from behind, I think the guy might have clipped him.
Oh, you mean the first challenge? Yeah, maybe. The one he's actually given it for, the defender's just stood still, hasn't he? And he's got into him. Very easy to get them wrong as a ref.
He's gone for the second challenge, which didn't look like a penalty, but I think he's missed the first one where I think he got clipped. You saw the guy go in, didn't you? And then try and pull out. And I've got a feeling that knocked him off balance, and then the rest looked accentuated, didn't it?
It's possible. From the angle you saw, it didn't look like there was contact, but I'm not going to say that can happen, right? You can see a different angle and it looks different. So I can't dismiss that as a point of view.
Can I ask, though, somebody in the chat just said the only way this ends or changes is if Enoch sell up. Are we literally at the point now where, yeah, we're going to get another manager, sure, but are we literally at the point now where this is going round? We're literally like, what's that? I tell you what, I was going to say, Frank. God, I was talking about Frank. My Stanley, right? Earlier, I looked out the corner of my eye. I see Stanley, dickhead puppy, chasing his tail. Minutes and minutes, just chasing his tail, right? That's Spurs. This is just, honestly, I'm looking at this little dickhead dog, right, going, what are you doing? That's your tail. And he's chasing it like it's not. That's Spurs. We're literally just doing this round and round and round. And in the next 2 days, what we'll do to soften the blow, we'll sign a 19-year-old Brazilian left back. Round and round.
I think they'll sell. I think they'll sell up. I said that the other week.
When?
I think they'll sell up. When you consider that Ange spent 380 million from July 2023, Frank has spent with loans, I think, about 120 plus. Well, there's £500 million, and look where we are. This is going to take a top manager, if you can get one, and owners who are prepared to spend north of £500 million to get this squad back to where it was 8 years ago. They're never going to spend that money.
Can I ask a question though, Lubo? I keep hearing this.
They will sell.
Right. Can I ask? I'm really interested, and I want to get the chat involved in this as well. So big up. There's nearly 1,500 of you in here, and so I can tell Spurs have lost because 1,500 are in here. If we had won right now, I'd have about 4 people watching. Yes, we have seen the picture circling of Thomas Frank, for everyone saying it. Here you go for anyone who has not seen it. This is the picture of Thomas Frank with an Arsenal cup, and this is just going to not go down well. I'll ask this to everyone in the chat, to you guys. I keep hearing we've got to go and get a top manager. What top manager is touching Tottenham Hotspur? Which winning manager is touching Tottenham Hotspur with a barge pole? Please, can someone tell me? I'm all ears. I just want to know who.
It's interesting. I'm just looking at a comment 957. Robbie Keane, let's go for him as an interim till summer. Like, Robbie Keane is going to leave Ferencváros to come here for 6 months and then lose his job. Keane's trajectory is upwards, and if he goes and wins the championship this year, people are going to be looking at Robbie Keane. But he's not coming to Spurs for a part-time job for 6 months. There's absolutely no way.
But equally, is Robbie Keane? Like, we're talking about top. People keep saying they want a top manager, they want a winner. Robbie Keane's not that, is he? Robbie Keane is a nostalgic choice because of his links with Tottenham. And the way you know this, Lubo, right? Let's say right now the Ferencváros manager was called Sebastian Martins. I don't know where that came from. Sebastian Martins, right? Who's no one's heard of. Who on earth is sitting there going, you know who we need? We need the Ferencváros manager.
No, that's right. But you're looking around at ex-Spurs people who are in a managerial position who are doing well, and Robbie Keane fits the bill.
Does that mean anything to be ex-Spurs? What does that mean? Like,
I don't know. It's for me personally, I'd be on that plane out to America in the next day or two. I'd do a deal with America. The USA have only got 2 friendlies between now and the World Cup, and I would try and get Poch in and see if he can do the 2 jobs for the next 4 or 5 months, get him in for the rest of the season. He'd walk in, there'd be a lift throughout the whole club. There'd be a real feel-good factor.
And yeah, but Lubo, how long does that last? Because
I
want to. Yeah,
so
no, I know we do. But Poch bringing the feel-good factor for me, again, is the plaster over surgery. I think he comes in, everyone's elated, the players have 4 or 5 good games, and then naturally they sink back to their level, and we're all going, nothing's changed. Chris, am I wrong there? Or
maybe he'll get more. The chances are he'll get more. He'll get more out of the players. Listen, it's when you look at the first part of the season, so And you look at some of the performances that were very good. There weren't that many, but there were some good performances. We are nowhere near that level now. So
yeah, but overall, in the last,
isn't that what I just said though? Like, new manager comes in, there's an uplift, like at the beginning of the season. Then when they all settle back to their norm, this is what we're seeing. And this is Conte, this is Nuno, this is Ange, this is Frank. This seems to be a pattern that when are we going to admit that these players aren't good enough as well? When?
Yeah, if you look back, the players are failing now. That's clear. I think some of the chat will go up in arms at this, but I think it's pretty obvious to say that they failed under Ange and jacked it in most weeks. And if you go back before that, what was Conte's rant about? It was these players don't want to play for anything important. Like, and I take Lubo's point that they've played better in isolation. Sure. But their modal performance, their typical performance over 2.5 years or more is shit.
Yeah,
that is fundamentally who they are. They might, every dog has its day. They might play better for 2 or 3 games here and there, but you can't underperform for 2.5 years and then go, actually, there's no problem there. But tonight, I don't think that's even in any way questionable. I think the vast majority of these players have proven that they're not up to it. Tonight is also about Ange, right? And I've desperately tried to cling on. I wouldn't say I'm fully Ange out, but I just don't. It's very difficult for me. Sorry, yeah, Frank. I'm definitely Ange out. I'm definitely Ange out. It just shows you how bad things are. I can't even think straight. But yeah, I mean, I'd say I'm probably more in the extreme, or have been, and trying to defend Frank. I just don't know. Even I can't really do that. I'm not Frank out. I don't even know what I am. I'm just like, what's the point anymore? That's what I am.
Right, but it's true, isn't it? I mean, Danny, look, let me bring you in here. I think we all know he's going to go sooner rather than later. I don't think that's the topic of discussion. I want to move it past that stage, Danny, and say, are we literally going to get to the stage where these same players, Danny, for the next manager, we're going to be having this conversation again in a year's time where, like, use Romero for an example. Whenever a new manager comes in, Romero seems to really lift his game, right? And then he always seems to drop back into the Romero we saw today and against Sunderland, where there's just mistake after mistake. At what stage, Danny, are we going to say, okay, let's change manager, I'm down with it, but the squad needs to be ripped apart? When are we going to get to that stage as well?
Savva, it's why I'm at the same with Chris. We speak about what's going on at this football club, right? And for me, I literally couldn't give a shit if the manager was Frank, Ryan Mason, Mr. Blobby, Mr. Bean, whoever it is, right? It's not going to change anything at this football club until the fundamental thing that needs to be changed is change. And that is the culture, right? Until the culture is changed, it doesn't matter the players we get, because what will happen is if we get other players in, another manager will get these players playing for a couple games, and then we'll see what we've seen. We've seen what we've seen this season, right? And last season as well. Or should we go back 2 years actually and see what we've seen from the same players? Because let's be honest, right? It is literally the same squad, if not worse. If you look from an overall perspective, it's actually statistically worse, right? Especially from an attacking perspective. So I don't understand how anyone can think any manager can get a tune out of these awful footballers who should not be playing at Tottenham Hotspurs. So for me, Sav, you can bring in Xavi, you can bring in Pep Guardiola. I guarantee you he will not make these players play better, because these players are just not good enough. They are players, right? Why do we call players average? Is because an average footballer on their day can play a good game, right? They can have a good match or a good bit of form, a purple patch, right? Like Richarlison seems to have every year, right? He has a little purple patch and that's it, right? But then average players, because they are not consistent. That is the key, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the manager is. These players are just not good enough. Our our level of footballers from the lot since the Pochettino squad has been dropping every single year. Every single year, you can see the data. It's got worse and worse and worse. The form's got worse, the wins got worse, the performances got worse, and the players have got worse, right? We look at the team we fielded today. Bournemouth's attack was better than our attack, in my opinion, today. So how do people expect to win a game of football when we've got Bournemouth who've got a better attack than us? It doesn't make any sense. It's like, this is what I expect from Spurs because Spurs is a bang average team. And until people understand the reality of what's causing the problem, everyone's just going to lose their shit, right? I'm not losing my shit because I see Spurs for what they are. So does Chris, right? Savva, to an extent, also does as well. He sees Spurs for what we are, right? We are just a bang average football club. And everything that as much as I don't really give a shit about Frank, right? Some of the things he says is bang on the money when he talks in the press conferences, right? When he talks about how where Spurs were historically a big club, but look at where we are right now, basically, right? This is the reality. It's not wrong. It just fans don't want to accept the truth because the truth hurts. They don't want to hear that we are a bad club. They don't want to hear it.
Do you look, by the way, Frank has been asked about this, by the way, about the cup. And this is what he said. Just quickly, I'll come back to what you're saying, Danny.
Go on.
He said, I definitely did not notice it. It would be completely stupid of me to take it if I knew. It's a little bit sad in football that I need to be asked about this. I would never do something that stupid. Anyway, I think for me, it's a non-starter. It's just a stupid internet thing. Right. But Danny, do you think that because so many people hate Frank, it's clouding the judgment of what 100%. Is true? I.e., 100%. If Frank is sacked tomorrow, and this form continues, and these players keep putting in these performances they have for the last couple of years, will fans then turn around and go, oh, actually, yeah, this squad is shit? Or are we going to still pretend that it's the next manager's fault?
No, what the Spurs fans will do, Sav, is as soon as another manager comes in, it'll be the same kind of up and down performances. Then they'll start saying, oh, look, the players don't want to play for the manager. You can see it, but truth is, I don't want any of these players. I really couldn't care less who goes. There's only a few in that squad I'd actually keep because the rest of them are just pathetic. They are pathetic excuse of footballers. I've never seen such a pathetic Tottenham squad in my life, ever. There's not one superstar in that team. Through the years since I was a kid, we always had a superstar or two. Always. Who have we got now? Odebear and Tell and Richarlison. This is ridiculous. Like, it's honestly insane. It's just madness. I just can't get on board with everyone always blaming the manager. The manager is not the biggest problem at this football club right now. It really isn't. And like Chris said earlier on, right? Even if Frank goes, who in their right mind is going to take this poison chalice job? Like, seriously. Who's going to take this job? I honestly cannot see who wants this job. You just will not get someone who the club needs to actually get this job or to take this job on, right? The problem is no one wants it.
Chris, is Danny right? I mean, like, I honestly believe that once the elephant in the room, which is Thomas Frank right now, is removed, I think we might start getting a few more realizations from people, that the players as well. I'm not saying both can't be true.
Yeah.
But everyone spent so much focus on Frank that they're just assuming a new manager comes in and suddenly we'll be able to play football. Suddenly the Tells and the Odebers and the Richies and the Mwanis start scoring goals even though they can't. Is that fair? Like, I think this is the worst squad I've seen in 3 decades. There you go. Yeah. Said it. Yeah. 3 decades.
Oh, yeah. Well, shit. I don't know if the average level is the worst, but even when we've had it bad before, we've had a Ginola or an Anderton or a Sheringham.
That's my point, Chris. We've always had had a Ginola
in the
or a Modric or a Berbatov or a Kane or a Defoe or a Kane. Now it's just.
I think where we are, there is so much anti-Frank sentiment, which I think. Nowadays, I can't say where we are tonight. I can't say that none of it is fair or balanced, but a lot of it that's built up to this has come from really one of two places, which is a pro Ange, people who didn't want Ange sacked. They were against Frank from the start. And also the football, just being honest, the football that we've played, bar about the first 2 or 3 games, has been turgid. And we hate that as a fan base, right? So those people have turned against him. And I think that has masked an honest assessment of what these players are and what this squad is. And I'm left with the conclusion now. I'm the same as you, savva. Look, you're never going to convince me that we shouldn't have got rid of Ange, ever.
Yeah.
I think he was atrocious. But I do have to revisit my own view a little bit and go, I still think Ange was appalling. But actually, the players are not as good. I didn't even think they were good, but they're worse than I thought. So when you get the people who'll throw it back at someone like me and go, oh, yeah, where did you predict we'd finish at the start of the season? Well, all right, I'd say maybe 7th or 8th. Now, people use that as an argument to go, look, the players are good. But no, I could hold my hands up and go, you know, I made a misjudgment there. I think I've made a misjudgment on Frank. It's getting very hard not to admit that. But I've also made a misjudgment on the players. I didn't think they were very good, but they're worse than I thought. And honestly, now I think genuinely we are a squad. It's almost like we're not bad enough to be relegated, which you might even argue is a shame in some ways.
God bless West Ham.
We're just
God bless West Ham being absolutely shite.
I mean, if we were relegated, we really would have to rip it up and start again. But I think we are a 14th, 15th, 16th team. I genuinely now.
I'm not sure Sean's transfer videos would attract as much attention as they do now. You know, if we were signing people like Callum Wilson for the Championship. And,
Don't worry about that, mate. Don't worry about that, mate. All my transfer videos are bollocks anyway, so I'll just carry on making up the stories.
Newcastle have scored. Newcastle have scored in the 103rd minute. 103rd minute to win 4-3.
Wow.
Sean, let me ask you. Look, I think it's quite. Look, me and you just WhatsApped a tiny bit there. I think it's quite clear to see that he's going to get the sack, whether it's tomorrow or after Villa. It's quite clear that he's going to get the sack, and it's quite clear he's not doing a good job. I said, Sean, I'm of the opinion now where I can't think of anything I like at this football club, which is not nice to say. I feel quite sad about it, mate. Where are you with all of this? Forget egos, forget point scoring, forget where are you with Spurs as a football club right now? What are we?
Well, I actually think if he gets sacked, I'm probably going to get called a complete donut for saying this, but I don't put tonight on him at all.
No.
I thought he picked the team that let me turn this off because I can see the reflection in my face. Maybe just because I'm a little bit unwell, but I don't feel like going in on anyone tonight. I feel like I saw more today from Tottenham from what I was looking to see than I have done in any of the performances in the last 2 months.
Yep.
I thought we played against a team that play incredibly open football. They play the same way, whether they're 1-0 up or 1-0 down or 2-0 up or 2-0 down. It was always going to be an open game. And I thought it was a really good game. And I thought we had lots of chances. They had lots of chances. And look, I think that for me, you know, on another night, we could have easily won that game 3-2. I thought a draw was a fair result personally, but we hit the post. I think we rustled the net like from the wrong side of the post maybe 2 or 3 times. It was a world-class save from Petrovic to keep them in the game, or for us to not go 3-2 up. Followed swiftly by Romero, just went over. Bergwall put in a lovely shot. We had 5 or 6 really, really well-worked chances, and a lot of that came from open play, by the way. We weren't just a set-piece FC tonight. So I actually think that if tonight is Thomas Frank's final game in charge, if he's sacked tomorrow morning, I think it's a really weird time to sack him, because I think today you saw more of what Tottenham fans have been looking for from Thomas Frank in the last 90 minutes or 100 minutes of football than I think you've seen in any of the previous 10 games.
That's not unfair, Sean, but they haven't won for 11, right? And you've got to take that context into account.
Bournemouth haven't won in 11.
Bournemouth hadn't won in 11. So
of course. But by the way, Bournemouth didn't play badly in the vast majority of those 11 games. They just play a certain way, and they didn't lose 11 out of 11. They drew 6 of them.
Sure, right? but it's a results-based business, and when you turn up at a team that can't by a result and you lose, the performance becomes almost secondary, I think, especially when we all predicted it, right? Everybody said, to Tottenham, Semenyo's last game.
100%. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not a Thomas Frank fan at all. Anyone who watches my channel knows I've had no time for him. I don't like his style. I don't like his mannerisms. I don't like his. The only thing I like about him is his accent, because I can just about scrape one that's quite similar together for my.
You can't.
Try harder. No, I don't know. I just thought today, if today's the straw that broke the camel's back, it's a weird one for me. I just like. I'm not saying that don't sack him. I like the club's going to do what the club's going to do. You're right. It's a result based. I just did a video saying it's a results based business. The table doesn't lie. You are where you are, but you are. At the end of the day, we're 7 points off fourth. We're still 4 points behind Chelsea, who are in seventh. Chris, you were just saying, you said you think we finished somewhere 6th or 8th a minute ago, you said, right? And that's what you said at the start of the season. We're 3 points off of that position right now, right? We win the game tonight, you're in that spot. So the league is very, very tight. Everyone can beat everyone. Man City have drawn 3 on the bounce. They drew tonight against Brighton. Leeds were 2-1 up. I think it was until the 90th minute or something in that game. Yes, they just come up, they just lost it. But again, these things happen. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying that how do I feel tonight versus how did I feel after watching the Sunderland game? Yeah. How did I feel after watching the Brentford game? How did I feel after watching the previous shit shows? I feel a little bit different. I'm still sad. I'm devastated that we didn't get the points. And I'm scared now because Bentancur's injured and Bergval's gone down again. Right, and he's crying coming off the pitch, so he's out for a long time. So I think that we're in a bit of a predicament again with injuries and with everything else. We've got a horrendous run of games coming up after West Ham and Burnley, but even then, I don't know what will happen there. I'm just saying, for me, like the meltdowns are going to melt down and have at it. I'm not telling anyone what to do. I'm just saying, for me, tonight was the best version of Tottenham that I've seen in a long time, and so that to me is I don't know. That's how I feel. But I understand that it's a results-based business, and if he does get sacked, so be it. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
I think defensively, Sean, I've seen this, Palace and Brentford, we were much better than we were tonight defensively. Much, much better.
Lubo, don't you think that there's a correlation between us actually being better attacking from open play like we were tonight, and then being more solid defensively when we have less creativity and less chances? No,
I don't at all, because it's not like we got caught on the break for the first goal at Brighton earlier this season. We had a centre forward get in between Romero and Van der Ven for the first. The second goal was, it was just pathetic. It was just dreadful marking. Players switched off in our own area. That had nothing to do with us attacking and getting caught on the break. And the third goal,
sloppiness, Lubo. Fell asleep, sloppiness, right?
And the third goal, what Spence was doing, playing the ball inside. He had a.
You know what? That's such a shame, Luke, because Spence actually I thought Spence had a really impressive game. He won like 9 out of his 11 duels, and a lot of those were against 2 men at the same time. I thought he had a decent game until that last final mistake.
That cost us.
What about your mate Mawani, Sean? He won loads of duels, didn't he?
Oh, look, I've just done a video. I said it. I said, look, hold my hands up. Got him wrong. That guy is casual.
Awful,
the adjective that he could be such a great player if he cared. Yeah. He doesn't. He's so casual.
Isn't he like
Ndombele style? Ndombele,
right?
Yeah.
Sean, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say very different footballers, but
Ndombele with 5% more attitude.
The ability's there, but they just don't look like they ever want to be on a pitch. And look, guys, I as I said, I think more than anything, I don't have the anger that I used to have. I said, sure, we had a chat earlier on the phone for about an hour, and I said, there's no anger anymore from me. I just feel really sad that whatever we do now, this is years to fix this shit. Like, this is years, and that's providing somebody can come in and implement a plan. And who's that guy? Is it Lang? Is it Paratici? Is it Vinay?
Lang clearly only cares about children, right?
Don't Lubo happy.
Sounds a bit
Lubo
weird.
loves
a kindergarten teacher.
We have so many kids.
But all he seems to care about, like I said this to you on the phone earlier, Savva, right? If you're Thomas Frank, and bearing in mind all of the shit shows that have happened in the last 10 days of football, all of the managers that have come out and basically called out their club, called out their board, and been fired as a consequence. And the ones that haven't yet, Oliver Glasner's done it. Eddie Howe's fallen out with every DOF because the DOF and the manager, they're given two different sets of KPIs. One of them is thinking about the future of the club. The other one is thinking about the here and now. And so you have this thing. Thomas Frank sitting there going, I need some players. Right? I'm trying to find ways to defend myself because none of you guys know what's going on in the boardroom. And the one player that we're about to sign is another kid that has played 26 games of professional football. Thomas Frank must be pulling his hair out because the DOF in Johan Lang thinks that his KPIs are to find, and it's a great way to be able to protect himself from the sack by saying, well, you haven't given any time for these players to mature yet. You might have world-class players on your hand. Right? So Johan Lang gets the benefit of the doubt, and whoever makes the decision, like it's crazy. So sorry, I'm interrupting, but like the answer to your question, what's the solution? I've seen people on other streams just before I jumped on saying, bring in Xavi Hernandez. He ain't gonna do anything with it. He's not gonna do anything with this team. Xavi Hernandez plays tick-a-tacker football.
Yeah. That's my point. That's my point.
So I said, Sean,
we're more like TikTok, not tick-a-tacker. It's ridiculous.
No, we're like Timu Tottenham, mate.
Mate, listen, I love Xavi Hernandez. I love the idea of him managing Spurs. But Xavi Hernandez is the manager you give the Poch team to, with Ericsson and Ali and Dembele. And do you know what I mean? You don't give him Paulinho, Bentancur, and Tell and Odegaard and Richie. And that's not who you give him. But
Just quickly, Matthias Tell. Sorry, I'll shut up now. Matthias Tell, though. I know I might have got Colin Mawani wrong, but Matthias Tell today, for me, was the best player on the park, I think, certainly the best player in Tottenhamshire, arguably on the park. I thought he did that. I think he did that to the pecking order selection of Thomas Frank. I think you have to ask questions around why it is that he hasn't had more minutes. Because I thought Matthias Tell was aggressive, was energetic. He did things down the left. He's not even a left winger. But I thought Matthias Tell needs a moment of a mention for me.
I thought he had a good first half. I thought he drifted second. But yeah, listen, I think the difficulty for me is when we're in a situation like that. Lubo, let me bring you in here. When we're in a situation like that where we had a lot of the ball in the second half, I think it was something like 74% or something. We had a lot of the ball. We had a lot of chances. There's just no one in there where in years gone by you thought, don't worry, Defoe will do something here. Keane will do. Berbatov, Klinsmann, Sharon, Kane, Son. There's no one now where I think this person's got something to drag us back in. This person's got that moment of magic. Is that fair to say?
We looked at the strikers. I thought Tell had a very good first half.
Yeah, I did.
Took his goal very well. You know, he was aggressive. He drove on. He cut in, made the angle for himself and hit it, and deserved the goal.
Yeah, very good goal.
You know, and if you don't buy the ticket, you don't win, do you? So for him, he had a shot. It doesn't matter. It was deflected. 1-0. And
still doing that, are we? Still doing that thing.
We're still doing this. Yeah.
Still doing the old deflected goals don't count thing. Okay. He can't get any love from some people.
No. Before anybody says anything, because I've seen it said that every goal Tell scores is a deflection. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If you have a shot, you know, if you have a go, you have a go. And a lot of goals counts up. Next time you watch your match of the day, count up how many goals are deflections.
Yeah,
it's substantial. It's a big percentage.
But is my point, the question I asked, is it fair to say what I asked? Is it fair to say that there's no one that you think has got that moment of get it out my feet, bang, rifled one in the top corner, right, we're back in the game. There's no one in this squad capable of that.
Well,
that's a worry for me, whoever the manager is. That is a true worry.
We're now at the point where we're looking at our front line, and Richarlison's the big hope for scoring. He came on, he hit the post within 2 minutes. And Richarlison.
Say that sentence again.
It is. It's crazy, isn't it? It's
How
ridiculous.
bad have we got that that's the case?
It's ridiculous. You know, for me, I'd leave out on Saturday. I'd just chuck James Scarlett in. I'd just give him a run. I don't think we got anything to lose. I wouldn't have Moani anywhere near that team on Saturday. I thought when I saw that performance in Paris, I thought, you know what? He's kicked in. He's now kicked in. He's now gonna move it on. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Complete waste of time. I mean,
he scored, if I'm not wrong, after tonight, is it 20 games and he scored in one of them?
Yeah,
I'm not wrong.
Yeah. It's
And
about
do you know what?
20.
I wouldn't mind, Lubo. I wouldn't mind the lack of goal scoring so much if you were seeing something else from him, like determination and energy and drive. And just whenever the ball goes near him, it's almost like he's in a training game. It's almost like he's just, oh, I might stick my leg out for this. I might. And that is where I will give what Sean said. At least, I'm not a fan of Tell, really, but he tries. Tell will give his all. He drives with it. He tries. Mawani, who clearly has got that talent, it's just, mate, he doesn't want to be here, Lubo. And this goes back to, this is what happens when you
He
panic
never wanted to be
signing.
here, did he? Never wanted to be here.
This is what happens when you have a panic signing on the last day of the window because Solanke gets injured. We're looking at a bloke that clearly thinks I'm too good for Spurs, right? It's
the problem goes deeper, Sav, because when Solanke picked up his injury, I think it was July, they should have put him in straight away for an operation. They tried to get round it, tried to get him painkilling injections, and in the end, he ended up. They made the decision a week before the end of the transfer window. So had he had the operation in July, he probably would have been back. Probably, I would have thought definitely by now, if not, sooner. But they messed about, and this is what happens. The club is a shambles, absolute shambles.
From top to bottom. From
top to bottom.
I wouldn't be surprised if our tea ladies are making coffee instead of tea. Like I genuinely think we're done. I mean, Alex, you've just messaged me with the usual Alex of get me on. What have you got to say? You're Thomas Frank in? You want Frank to stay in? You're on mute, by the way. You're on mute. Is he on the phone? You're on mute.
Right.
Never heard it made
I don't
sense.
I don't know what Sean's talking about. Till had a couple of moments. That's it.
He's coming for Sean. I love it.
No, because he don't invite me on the show anyway, because he knows I'm gonna bloody banter him. You know what I mean? You can put your head on your like that, Sean. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. The point is though, yeah, right.
No, I'm just going
whatever. But point is anyway, yeah, right. Tell did had a few moments, and that's it. Yeah, I do agree. We did play well in the second half, and it was a good goal from Tell. But the goals that we let in the second half, in the first half, was terrible. What were we doing defending wise, and that's it. I do like Spence at the moment. Spence is playing actually okay. I do agree with you there. You know what I mean? One thing I will say though, Sabah. And unfortunately, that goal from Semenyo, what we doing? We should be defending better, right?
Sure.
So I'm not really saying we're having a meltdown here. I don't like what's going on at the moment, but this is just a result of what's going on upstairs at the moment. You know what I mean? I don't think at the moment we are connecting well at all. I think the director at the moment there's no stability in the manager's situation and the director of football situation. I'm going to keep on saying it. Right, when we were good, we had stability both ends or one end. Yeah, with the 3 managers we had previously. You know who I'm talking about? Mourinho. Was it Pochettino, Martin Jol, and Harry Redknapp? Right. At the moment, we don't know whether Platic is coming or going. I'm hearing now it's a done deal. Right. If Thomas Frank gets sacked, Johan Lang needs to go. He has to go. I'm sorry that you can't keep a man, right? That is who employed the guy that we've got right now, and then he's sacked, and then he's still here. You just can't do it. It doesn't make no sense whatsoever, right? And if we do sack him, it's an interim, and that's what worries me at the moment, because you know what happens with interims at the moment. You know what happens. So you see Manchester United sacked their manager. What are they doing? Getting an interim in for the end of the season till the end of the season. So these people that saying Javi's coming in, it's ridiculous.
Alex,
it's not going to happen.
I'm not a fan of interim managers. However, I think what it does, and I don't know if the rest of the panel agree with me, I think what getting in an interim manager does is gives the board breathing space, because
Yep.
the expectation from the fans isn't then on the interim manager. Like, let's be fair, if Michael Carrick, for example, took Spurs over tomorrow at the end of the season, there's no pressure on Carrick, because all what will be said is, well, the mess was created before Carrick. He's only here interim. Let's see what happens in the summer. So for me, that's what Man U have done. They've given themselves breathing space to see who becomes available in the summer, because sacking managers mid-season, you don't get your pool goes from that to that, doesn't it? Who you get in mid-season?
That's the point I'm making, because at the end of the season, that's when you can start looking at whether you want to change the manager or not. But we need to start making a decision. What do we want? What do they want? Do they want to win at all costs, or do they want to play good football? They need to make a decision what they want, right? And they need to make a decision who's going to be the ultimate, the director of football or the manager. They need to make a decision at the moment, because we're going to have the same thing how many years, because it happens all the time. I'm seeing it all the time. This is not unusual for me anymore, right? If people think this is unusual, they're silly, right? Because all of you lot are old enough and ugly enough to seen this already. You've seen the story already.
Alex,
right?
I'll tell you what's different. Alex, I'll tell you what's different at the moment. What's different is the fans, the support's dropping away.
Yeah, I agree with you, because I'm at the stadium as well.
Against Villa, they dropped the prices. They got the prices for the European games horrendously wrong. They averaged, I mean, you know, they lost on average, I think, 10,000 every match, because they priced it incorrectly. They priced Villa at £30, and I'm getting emails from the club saying that I can buy 3 tickets for guests.
I'm not surprised, Lubo, because I've seen.
Mate, I went on the ticket exchange earlier to buy a ticket for a lad, my dog walker, who's going to come with me, and there are shed loads on there to be bought. Absolutely loads.
Because no one's bothered. They were not bothered from the beginning of the season, to be honest with you.
Who fancies Villa a day out? I'll tell you what. Let's just go to the number 8 and get absolutely sozzled. Who fancies that?
Sean's up for it.
Love the number 8. Love the number 8.
Number 8. We'll all get drunk, watch the game, and we'll say, yeah, I went to the game, but we didn't really. How about that?
Mate, I usually find myself in the number 8 by about the 60th minute anyway, to be entirely honest.
But the problem is, though, last point, and anybody else want to talk. The point is, though, yeah, there are so much eggs in the basket of Frank right now. And the thing is, though, I'm just hearing little things as well. I heard before the final, they were interviewing Thomas Frank in the first place. So it just shows you they didn't have a plan after they won the bloody Europa
Someone
League.
get me my sources jingle. Someone get me my. Who's your source, box office?
I just heard it. I heard it. Thank you for calling Mr. Box Office. That's really that's appreciation there. But my point is, though, yeah, right. Just to get to the point, right, is that I just think there's no planning at the moment.
Alex was the more respectful.
That was the plan, Alex. Thomas Frank. Thomas Frank was the plan.
Well, that's ridiculous, though, because the thing is, though, they should have looked at it properly.
Guys, as I've said before, I feel like, look, I think we know he's going to go. There's lots of reports going around tonight that there's an emergency meeting tomorrow. As always, you never know what to believe. But I still think that there's going to be a lot of people very, very shocked as to how nothing really changes once Frank goes. I'm not saying he shouldn't go, but I think that we're going to be in a real position where people in a few months are going to go, this is still shit.
I worry that's going to get worse, Savva.
So that's why I think I was trying to work out why am I actually down about this tonight, because this is just a continuation of what I've expected anyway. I think the reason is because the closer we get to Thomas Frank getting the sack, who I don't believe is the biggest issue, means that we're also going to give a lot of the fans a diversion away from what I believe the real problems are at the club. So we're another manager. It's just going to kick it down. And that is, I think, why I'm down about it tonight, because let's sack him. Fine. We're just going to avoid the issue yet again.
The people that are picking the manager is Vinay, Johan Lang, and somebody else. We don't know about strategy. And for me, at the moment, I'm worried because they are not leaders. What is his name from TalkSport? Crystal Palace owner. He was spot on. We ain't got
Jordan.
leaders above there, right? At least with Daniel Levy, he was a leader. Regardless whether you liked him or not, he was a leader. He knew exactly what he wanted. He said, "Sorry, I don't like this. I'm done. I'm doing this." At the moment, I'm looking at Vinay. He's just a communicator. That's it, right? Johan Lang, who's useless at Aston Villa, right? And Sean's absolutely right. Don't get used to it. Yeah, he's only employing kids at the moment. When we need we need experienced players. Johnson, which I was happy to let him go, but I want a Lookman. I need a Lookman in my team right now. You know what I mean, right? Because Lookman at the moment would go in this team and score goals, right? What are we doing trying to get a youngster from bloody RB Leipzig? What are we
does it
doing?
matter though, Alex? We are miles past a Lookman or a fucking Messi. For a Messi fixing this. We're miles past.
Messi.
Why do you think Lookman's unattainable?
I didn't say he's unattainable. We are miles past signing a Lookman fixing the problems at this club.
Well, yeah, one signing is not going to fix it, but you have to improve the players. So Lookman would be one part of that puzzle, wouldn't it?
Potentially, but just going, let's go and sign this like it's going to solve anything. Ain't going to solve anything, is it? In isolation, there's much bigger issues.
No, but like we are in the January window. We are all expecting players to be signed. So, like, yes, you're not going to fix everything in with one signing, but like the journey.
Hold on a minute, though. Loads of our fan base rate this squad, Sean.
That's a different conversation. We're talking about what do we need? What do we think that needs to happen to make this situation better? Part of that problem is better players.
Just said that we're not going to fix it, but that is the problem: is that loads of the fan base think it's a great squad, and all it needs is a slight.
How is that part of the problem? How is
because it's expectations, Sean.
If Tottenham Hotspur are sitting there saying, you know what, we're going to buy Sousa rather than buying Nathaniel Brown because there's an element of the fan base that thinks that this squad is good enough. That's a bigger problem in itself.
I can tell you exactly why it's part of the problem, because that drives the agenda against the manager, which diverts the focus from what the real problems are. That's why it's part of the problem.
The agenda against the man. If the fans are responsible, so you're saying that if Thomas Frank gets sacked, it's because of the fans. Is that what you're saying? Not because of the results?
No, I didn't say anything of the sort. I was saying that the fans.
Well, that's the extrapolation. I know I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I'm trying to infer what you're saying. You're saying that the agenda against the manager.
If you stop putting words in my mouth, I'll explain it. The large parts of this fan base that overrate the players, they will focus on the manager. Whether they get them the sack or not, I don't really care.
So what has the fans got to do with anything then?
Because you're overrating the players and you think one or two signings will fix it, you're not addressing the bigger problem.
No one's saying that. No, all box office said was go and sign Ademola Lookman, and you're saying that's not going to fix anything. It's miles away from it. But signing better players is part of the problem. Therefore, Lookman is one step in the right direction within that part of the problem, correct?
Yeah, but he's advocating it like it's going to suddenly magically.
I'm not saying it's going to be. I hear your point, Chris. I hear your point, Chris, because I hear that because I see what you're saying, because there is a bigger problem here. I think you're on the same wavelength as what I'm saying at the moment, right?
And mate, look, I'm not knocking what you said, but it dwarfs.
No, I hear you.
It dwarfs the we're short in this. They're miles different.
Isn't the point here that I think everyone's right in one way? Yeah, you've got to sign better players to get better. I think I go back to my point, which I think is correct, obviously, and we all think our own points are correct. I think you can buy but I think you can go and buy the odd good player. I'll go back to this. If these players are bought without a plan in place, it just doesn't mean anything. Yeah. And this is why I was so upset in the summer window. When people were saying we signed 4 first-team players, it still felt to me that there was no plan that actually went along with it. It looks like we just buy some players.
I'm savva.
Hang on, Danny. We buy some players. Oh, you were backing me up. Thank you, Danny. I feel like we buy players, chuck them at any manager who's in situ at the time and go on. Now, it's really difficult because until we actually get to a point where the manager, the director of football, the scouts and the board are all aligned, that's always going to be the case. But this is why I've said, I get it. Frank's going to get sacked. But I fundamentally don't see any of the big issues at this football club changing with a new manager coming in. I'm not saying that he won't go or he shouldn't go. I just don't think moving forwards, the actual issues are going to be addressed. And that is, who is running the club? Who is the football person making the overall decisions? Who is which one football person is saying, this is our direction for the next 5-10 years. This is what we want to be. This is what we want to build. These are the types of players we're going to buy. Because at the moment, it just feels like every window for me is a mismatch of some young, some old, some technical, some run. It feels like there's no real, right, this is what we want to be. So fine, I'll make a promise to you guys right now. When Thomas Frank is sacked, I'm not going to give an opinion at all on who the manager should be, the next manager. I won't, because I don't care. Because that for me means absolutely
What easy
nothing.
life as well, mate. Don't die on the hill, Sabra, about
yeah,
anything.
yeah,
I learned that
exactly,
lesson with
yeah.
Levy. So much
I've
fucking
learned that
easier,
lesson
bro.
with Frank. I've learned that lesson with
Learn
Frank.
the
No
lesson
more, right?
that I learned 3 years ago.
Right. So for me, and this is why people can't understand what I was trying to say, Sean. They keep comparing what I've said about Ange to Frank. I thought what we would do in the summer is, right, you've paid the money to get Frank. I thought they would actually implement a plan to go along with Frank. That clearly hasn't happened, or I can't, just me personally, I can't see it. So with the next manager, if the next manager is coming in under this weird Paratici, Lang, Vinay, Charrington, Sean, I don't care if it's Ryan Mason. If the top is still going to be the way it is.
No, we're not bringing that donut back.
No, but Sean, I'm being facetious, but you get my point. I genuinely don't care. You could bring in Pep Guardiola. If they don't sort out at the top and have a proper footballing person and a plan, I just don't care anymore. I've lost all belief.
Am I right in thinking though, Sabba? Did I not hear you this morning saying, is there an argument to say that Levy wasn't the problem? I'm pretty sure I heard you say that at one point today. Is that right? I think you said it, didn't you?
I think
I'm
Levy
pretty
was
sure.
the problem.
I'm pretty sure I WhatsApped you.
Didn't you? You had a bloody bad morning.
Hang on. Hang on.
If you
What I
said that,
actually said, hang on.
Yeah.
What I actually said, because people like Lubo that died on the hill that everything was Levy's fault. Well, Levy's gone and it's still an absolute shit show, right? Levy's gone and our first signing is going to be another child that needs nursery care, right? So all of, it was Levy. He stopped us buying players.
Hang on. We're talking, you're mixing.
Lubo's taking the bite, Sabba.
You're mixing up macro and micro again. You're conflating two different situations. You can't talk about Levy and then talk about a 19-year-old kid. They're two totally different, from different ends of the spectrum.
But
what are you doing? You've got to think more clearer thinker than that. Analyse it. Critical, mate.
Got him.
George, do your job properly, mate.
There is a macro issue.
Yes.
And he may and hang on, he may have built up this financial powerhouse, but he's left bloody carnage at our club, Levy, for 25 years. Absolute carnage. And this is where we are. This is where we are. They've made their money. They've taken profits every year. Levy's taken 60 million out of the club or whatever it is in wages for failure, basically, pretty much failure over 25 years. And he's left absolute carnage. Now because he was
making. Lubo, that again, your hatred for leaving.
Nothing to do with him.
Let me finish. You have not listened to the point.
You didn't let me finish. I was still talking.
Lubo.
I was still talking. I hadn't finished.
Go on. Go on. Tell us some more how Daniel Levy's to blame for this transfer window. Go on.
Because Levy's gone. Whether the new owners step up or not has nothing to do with whether Levy shouldn't have gone or not. Levy should have gone. Levy should have gone decades ago. He should never have been in charge of our club ever.
But Lubo, that wasn't my point. Right. The point you're missing, when you talk about micro, macro, the point I was missing was, I agree with you. Levy had to go. I agree with you. Levy was an issue. What I actually messaged Sean, and he will show you in the WhatsApp, was everyone blamed all of it on Levy. So what I've said, and Sean, we've had this chat, what I've said is, let's see in this transfer window then, whether or not we move differently to how Levy did, or ENIC still being ENIC, and we're following the same path. Now, at the moment, it's too small a sample size to say, but so far what I've seen is no plan in the transfer window, right? Young kids coming in again, right? We haven't hit the ground running in the first week to go, right, here's our bids because of a plan. All I'm saying is this, is if that was Levy, you would be sitting here, Lubo, on a show going, I don't expect anything. Fucking Daniel Levy's in charge. You'd be going.
Yeah, just quickly on that one, Lubo. Just to continue to dangle the rod, even though you bit that one like an absolute kipper. Thank you very much. But just to double down, give you a second bite of the cherry here, mate. Did you not also celebrate Levy's departure so much that you got caught into the trap of believing that ENIC 2.0, the quote unquote kids, was we're going to be something different? I'm pretty sure you were saying, the kids, give them a go. They've got a fair crack of the whip here. You were sucked into it.
I'll tell you what, it was absolute delight that he had gone. And it was pure as a fan, it was, please God, these new owners are different. Just give me some hope, because we were never going to challenge the top clubs with Joe Lewis and Daniel Levy in charge. Never in a million years. All the other clubs, whatever their levels, they stretched themselves when it came to FFP, PSR. Our guys, nothing. Miles away. They could have gone in heavy on many occasions and chose not to. So for me, I was absolutely delighted that Levy had gone. Because
Lubo, this is you and Sean.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
Danny Kay sent me this.
Remember that? He pissed me off so much that night, Sean, that I told you you weren't a Tottenham supporter. Do you remember?
Of course, mate. I never forget anything you say. I remember all the flip-flops that you take, all the Captain Havianas that you bring out every time you go to the beach, you know? I see every one of them.
And I also said on our show that if the kids don't come through and don't start behaving like they're running a football club as well as a business, then I will be on the front line with you, Sean, and Billy T, and change for Tottenham. Even more, because Levy never said that he wanted success. All that.
You know what, mate? Everyone is so caught up in noticing how you blamed Levy for everything, and that was entirely wrong. And you should have been blaming ENIC. And then you were so happy that the new version was going to be different that no one noticed my absolute smooth as you like exit via the back door, so that now I've conveniently got myself into the ENIC out position. And no one's even called me a flip-flop once on it, bro, because they're too busy thinking about your flip-flop than mine. It's absolutely sensational. I'm front and center at the next ENIC out march because these guys, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Bring back my chairman in a Qatari takeover bid, and everything is going to be happy days at Tottenham Hotspur. But these ENIC kids that you support so much, Lubo, you miss the wood for the trees entirely on the bigger problem at Tottenham Hotspur.
You honestly think that all the other chairmen who Levy's pissed off so much would welcome him back under Qatari owners and say, "Oh, Daniel, you're going to be different this time."
He'll be a silent partner, for 5 minutes.
You're going to be different. He's going to walk in and he's going to say, Right, Mr. Man City, how much do you want for him? 120 million? Of course, you can have that. No problem.
Levy would never have bought in someone as bad as Mawani, would he? Levy.
We're lucky that West Ham are that bad at the moment. And by the way, thank you for the Mawani thing, by the way, because I did tell you about Mawani, by the way. I did keep on saying that Mawani hit the ground running. Now everyone's starting talking like that. You see, Mr. Box Office of the Oracle was talking truth all the time on that one, wasn't it? You know what I mean? You know, and Javi Simmons, your boy Javi Simmons, Sean, doing really well, isn't he? You know what I mean? You know,
he played well tonight.
Dutch Pretty Ricky's not doing that well, isn't he? You know what I mean?
He got an assist
Don't
tonight.
you think? Hang on. before we say this, don't you think half the problem though is we always seem to expect players to stand out in a team that isn't playing well?
Yeah.
Like you'll find that when the team starts to get some with a new manager, a couple of additions, when the team starts to play better, you'll start to see players that we know are good will probably step up to the plate and play better. But the problem is, could you really say anyone's had a good season?
No.
Realistically, guys, now, could you? I mean, Van der Ven, you could say most of it has been really good.
Paulinho,
I think Romero's been really poor, if I'm honest. I know people love him. I think I've seen more bad games from him this season than good games. This is not a captain. Hang on. This man is not a leader at all. This is not a captain in any way, shape, or form.
Did you see in the team huddle at the beginning of the match? It was Van der Ven like giving all the speech. I think it's him that's more of the leader in that team than anyone else.
He's a
but
captain.
has anyone had a good year? Realistically, has anyone you could go, they can hold their head up?
Paulinho and Van der Ven. It's the only two.
But he wants to sell him. He wants to sell him, Paulinho.
Oh.
Who wants to
Because
sell him?
the way there's, well, from what we've seen the rumours about getting a new midfielder.
He's not ours to sell.
He's on loan.
He's not ours.
Oh no, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to sign him on the permanent. He doesn't want to sign him on the permanent.
Yeah.
The way it's looking at the moment, it looks like they just want to let him go at the end of the season.
Maybe have we ever thought maybe again, like we don't know. Like, I'm not making excuses, but we don't know the situation. Maybe he wants somebody younger with a different skill set, but the option came up for Paulinho and he said, yeah, that will do for a year. Again, this is the problem. When none of us actually know what the plan is, I genuinely don't know what to believe anymore. People going, he wanted him. That was Paratici. That was Lang. That was Frank. That was I have no idea who to believe on anything. I just know that this squad is we are just devoid of any. If you're a dad, sorry for those of you that are. If you're a dad, who's your kid getting on the back of his shirt? Like, where's your who are you getting on the back of your shirt? Back in the day, you would have got Kane, Modric, Bale, Van der Vaart, wouldn't you?
I'd get him a Gina shirt. Yeah,
who you getting on the back of your shirt?
I just get the Spurs 5 personally. That's what.
That's fine. Like, it's look. I get it. The manager's going to go. Listen. I've made my peace with that a long time ago that he will go. I just think we're going to be sitting here, guys, for years talking about the mess. I genuinely don't know how we put a plan in place. That's the bigger worry for me. I don't give a shit about managers. If this manager gets sacked now, guys, he's going to get about 12 million quid. I don't give a shit. Right? I don't give a shit. My bigger issue is no one can tell me who comes in and saves it. No one can tell me what that actually means. And I keep hearing we need a winner. Who? Which winning manager is joining this shit show with this squad?
Is there an argument, by the way? Matthias Tell has got a goal every 155 minutes in his Premier League season. Is there an argument that he should be playing all the time going forward?
Well, at the moment, by default,
all the time going forward, only because there's no one else.
By default, yeah. By default, yeah. But
not by default. He's got 155 minutes per goal, which is better than anybody else.
Yeah, well, I can talk about other teams that have got a better rate than him, and they're younger.
You won't find too many players in the Premier League with more goals on a per minutes basis.
Well, Richarlison's got a good rate as well. So what are we saying about him?
Richarlison plays 90 minutes every game and has got 6 goals in the Premier League this season.
Sean, don't die on a hill. Sean, you said you don't die on a hill.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I mean, listen, I don't like Richarlison. I want to get rid of him. I'll get rid of him tomorrow. But he scored goals as well. So are we saying that we need to keep him as well then? Because his contract's ending soon, isn't it? You know what I mean? Bloody hell! Sean, you're digging a hole for yourself on this one.
Go on, Sean. Tell us a story, mate. Tell us a story. Yeah.
I mean, I think what's telling, right, is even after how shit everything is, look at us all sitting here laughing, and you know why? Because we are so used to Spurs being a laughing stock. Be real. Who's surprised that Spurs are a mess? Who is truly surprised? This isn't like surprised. Like when You know, like when Liverpool have a blip and their fans lose their shit because they're not used to it. Yeah. This is our default position every couple of years, isn't it? Isn't this where we exist? We had the good spell under Harry, the good spell under Poch. Other than that, hasn't the whole thing been a shit show? Whichever way we look at it, hasn't the whole thing just been one big mishmash of new managers, new directors, no direction? I don't know. I've lost all anger. I've got no anger, guys.
There's been some good people at the club. So
Sure.
they've all gone. They've all gone. And the cupboard now is bare. You know, whether it's administrators, whether it's directors of football, whether it's managers, whether it's players, the cupboard is bare. The cupboard is bare. So,
guys, I'm gonna love you and leave you. I've got to go and fix up my shrine for Matthias Tell for tomorrow's stream. And I love you all. Thanks for having me, Savva. Take care, guys. Nice to see you all.
I love that picture. I bet you wish you supported Villa right now.
yeah.
Yeah, look, we'll go for another 10 minutes. But yeah, guys, like on a serious note, as I said, I don't know if any of you watched my watch along. I was going delusional in the second. I was just laughing at everything. I've got to that stage where I can no longer be upset by it or angry by it, because it's just a constant merry-go-round of no direction. We're like a shit boy band, aren't we? No direction. We can blame players. We can blame the manager, directors, owners. There is so much blame to go around that how do you rip up and start again? How Lubo, sell the club. Got to.
That way, clean break, new owners, new ambitions, new ideas, new outlook. That's what you do. They should sell the club.
But reality, let's talk about reality now, Lubo. That's not going to happen anytime soon.
I'm going to tell you something, Alex. The one thing that's going to make them sell the club is if their earnings start dropping, if the profits start dropping. That's the only thing that's going to make. That's the only thing that's going to make them sell. And the way it's going, there is such. I must tell you something. Normally, Champions League, you would need probably 250, 300 points to get a ticket for an away game in Europe with the loyalty points. 155 to get Frankfurt.
So yeah, but that's good. That's all good, Lubo. But
no. What I'm saying to you is that a lot of the hardcore are not bothering.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And that's what that's there could be anything. God knows, 10, 15, 20,000 seats unsold on Saturday.
Yeah, I agree with you. But
let's
talk about reality, though. Yeah, but let's talk about reality now, Lubo. Right?
This is reality, Alex.
We can talk about reality about wanting to sell the club, but at the end of the day, they've made their statement already, right? So we're going to go on face value. They still want to, on what they're saying at the moment. What they need to do is take charge of what they need, because it's a bit of a worry they're going to sack this manager. Because I know exactly where this is going, and I don't agree that it gives us breathing space, because I've seen this story before. And I know we got Angepostecoglou before, but when we had the break and stuff, but I still don't think it's going to work. I think that I think they need to start looking inwards and and the ownership need to look at it and say some heads need to roll. Heads needs to roll right now. You know what I mean?
But what heads?
What heads?
Johan Lang, and I don't think Vinay will go, but I think someone's got the Johan Lang needs to go. If he gets sacked, Thomas Frank, his position is untenable as far as I'm concerned. You cannot keep the guy that you got in already. You cannot do it. And what we've seen already.
I agree with you on Lang. I agree. I think most of the fan base, no matter how much we disagree on managers, I haven't seen anyone in the fan base that says, yeah, Lang's the guy. Right? I haven't seen anyone that says that. And by the way, the funny thing is, right, we've got West Ham and Burnley next. If you win those two games, we could be back up in European places.
It's very close. It's very close at the moment.
Yeah. Sam, can I just say to Jordan, if I had a great grandson, I'd be about 130. And if I did get a kid a shirt, it would have Hoddle on the back. let me tell you, the number one. Go for someone like him in our midfield. So
yeah, look, guys, I'm live again tomorrow at 10 a.m. anyway, but just because I'm sure those that are asleep now will want to have their moan tomorrow morning. I don't know about you guys. I just feel numb to all of this now. Like, I don't care about the point scoring. I don't care about who wanted what manager. I don't buy into this theory that just because Frank hasn't worked, that Ange should have started. I don't buy into that either.
No.
I don't buy into Lang or Paratici. I've seen nothing from Vinay. Charrington, I don't know what he's doing. I haven't seen anything from the Enoch second generation or whatever we're going to call them. I've seen nothing from this transfer. Like, I know we'll say it's only the 7th or 8th now, right? But we had a real chance this window to hit the ground running, didn't we? We had a real chance, hit the ground running, bring in a Connor. By the way, anyone saying they wouldn't want players like Conor Gallagher and Lookman after watching the shit we watch in this Tottenham thing, have a day off. Have an absolute day off.
You know what also, Sav, is the worst worrying thing? It's the fact that you've seen the reports come out saying that after Kudus had an injury, now we're going to look for an attacker. I mean, wasn't it a bit obvious that we needed to get an attacker in anyway, regardless of Kudus getting injured? To me, that tells me we've got no plan. And it tells me that the board are just the same as what they were before. Nothing's changed.
Yeah.
Danny, I've got to say, I've got to say this now. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm just hearing that there's a lot going on, and they're in. I mean, Alan Pardew came out and said that he heard Spurs are going to be very active in this window.
Yeah, he did.
But because we've got new owners, doesn't mean that players' negotiations are suddenly going to all fall into place for the 1st of January.
No.
That's just not how it works.
There's no bids or anything, Lubo. Like,
we don't know.
Okay, all right. Let me put it another way. In this day and age, with all of your Romanos, your Ornsteins, with all going about, we would know if we'd had concrete bids for someone. The same way we know we bid for a kid in Brazil. We would know if we had a bid in at least.
But it would only get to a bid at the last part, correct? You've got to find out if the player's interested. We could have spoken to several agents, like we spoke to Semenyas, and got told, sorry, not interested.
Yeah, but Luba, that's the point. They should have been doing this in the last 4 months, speaking to the agents, ready for the first week of January to know who is interested. When people say things now, like I'm seeing reports come out going, "Oh, Spurs are weighing up a move for so and so," and you're thinking you would know if we should know. Fair play to Palace, right?
I was quickly going to say, devil's advocate on that, though. If you go back to the last summer window, all the ITKs and the rumours were miles off the mark, and no one actually reported when things happened, like Gibbs White. Not one person mentioned it, and then all of a sudden we'd done the release clause. I'm not sure I'd read too much into it.
But Chris, 7-8 days in, and we're sitting here, and the only thing that's being talked about with Spurs is kids going back out on loan, right? And another kid coming in from Brazil. Like, if ever a football club needed to hit that market early, it was us, right? It's Tottenham Hotspur. At least with Crystal Palace and West Ham, listen, different level, whatever, yada, yada. At least with Crystal Palace, they wanted Johnson. Boom. They moved super early, got him, right? No faffing about. West Ham, whatever you want to say of the players, they wanted Tati Castellanos from Lazio. Bang, went and got him. They wanted the Brazilian lad. Bang, went and got him. Spurs are, we'll bid 8 million for a Brazilian left back that gets rejected. I mean, it's embarrassing. We are so bad in this, in any transfer market, Chris. We are dreadful.
I do think this is piling the pressure. The current performance is piling the pressure on them even more. And I don't see how they can deliver, because right now the answer is to drop remember when you'll remember this, Sava, because you're similar. In fact, I mean, we're all similar ages here or above. Let's put it like that. So we'll all remember when Klinsmann signed, right? And it was, we need something like that, really. But how is that even possible now? I don't think it is. Our stock is so low. I just can't see what the board can do to sort of rectify this. Really, the only other thing I can think that they can do is do what Jim Ratcliffe did and just come out and say, "This is our guy. We're going to back him for however long, the next couple of years." I don't know. We're just
and then 2 months later for the manager to come out and basically say, "I've not been backed." Like,
well, that's possible. Yeah, absolutely. And get the sack, but I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do because, I think there is massive pressure on them to act now in this transfer window, even more than there was a week ago. But I don't know how they're going to.
But the thing
they
is,
need
Chris,
a rabbit out of the hat.
Chris, they knew we had 7 games in January, if I'm not wrong. Lubo will tell me. I think we had 7 games all told in January, right? We're already 2 games down, if I'm not wrong. 2 or 3. We're already 3 games down in January, right? If Spurs, for me, this was a real big chance for Spurs to show, you know what? We are committed. This is our intent. Here's what we're going to show. Day 1 of the window, day 2, bids. And again, it's, well, we'll see if we can strengthen. And it's only if the right player comes. The right player. This squad is shit. What are we doing? This squad is crap. Still, though, our fans will sit there and go, wouldn't have Rashford, wouldn't have Gallagher, wouldn't want Nathan Ake, wouldn't want... I've never known a squad so shit, and yet any player you mention gets poo-pooed. I don't know anything... Chris, Chris, we talk offline all the time. You know how I feel. This was a real chance for these owners to show it was different. And you watch, I reckon we'll get to the 15th, and all we will have done is buy this 19-year-old left back. He'll whip in one good cross on his debut, and we'll all go, "Oh, fuck it. Oh my God. He's like Roberto Carlos. Oh my. I guarantee, there you go. If I'm wrong, clip this. I bet you
Lubo will be the first one to say it.
Lubo will. I bet you. Here you go. Does anyone bet against me?
He's got to be good enough. He's got to be the best left back at the club for Spurs to buy him.
It's not that hard at the moment, though.
When people like Frank say, right? Big up, Maz, love you to bits. But when we're saying this squad isn't as poor as we're seeing now, if you actually look at the data for the last 3 years, this is exactly where the squad is.
Yeah.
I keep hearing that it's not as bad as we're seeing, but the data for the last 3 years shows we are a mid-table to bottom half team.
Savva, can I just add as well? I love Maz, but he is a deluded person when it comes to Spurs. He is deluded. I mean, I'm sorry, I'll call him out because we always have conversations, me and Maz. The fact that people like Maz and Stelios don't want to see the data, right, that shows our trajectory of where we are on an average league position over the last 2.5 years, right? We're like bottom half of the table, bottom of the bottom half of the table.
I don't think it's delusion. I don't think it's delusion, Danny.
But Savva, it's delusion because they think the players are better than what they are. But
I don't think it's delusion, but
we're not.
The fact is, if Lubo will tell me again, if I'm not wrong, isn't this now? I might have the numbers slightly skewed. Isn't this now 45 defeats in 86 games in the Premier League? If I'm not wrong, I might be one out somewhere, but I'm in the right ballpark, aren't I, Lubo?
I think it's something like 43 in. What do we have? We had 28, 38, 66, and what do we play? 66, 87. So
right.
So the defeats were 12, 22, and 8. So that's 42. So it's 42 in 87.
42. So Spurs have lost 42 games out of the last 87 in the Premier League.
Since the first 10 games of Angie's tenure, we have lost 42 out of 87.
So with that in mind, then, and again, I've said that Frank will go and Frank has to be sacked at some point. But when we're saying we're seeing these players are so much better than what we're seeing, I need someone to show me some data or evidence that tells me that, not just that they think that. Because if you actually look at it, right? If you look at it, we finished what? 5th with 1 game a week, 17th. We're now 14th. When you actually look at that 3-year period, and by the way, if you go all the way back to 3 years, so for the back half of the season when Conte left, when you add those 3 seats, so the first half of this season, the 2 seasons in the middle, and the back half, do you know how shit we have been as a football club? But every week I hear these players are better than we're seeing. These players, are they? Which players are better than what we're seeing? Do you know what I mean?
That was part of the
Kane
point.
and Son are better than what we were seeing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Kane
It was
and Son.
part of the point I was trying to make to Sean, really, that I think this squad is so deep-rooted with players that are used to losing,
Yeah.
have a
Agreed.
poor attitude and a culture of not giving a shit, that it doesn't, 1 or 2 signings here doesn't really matter, because even if you sign a really good, sign the modern Roy Keane, he's outnumbered by the vast, rancid culture amongst these players, and that will just get swamped. Xavi Simons might be the best kid in the world with the highest standards. You come into somewhere where no one gives a shit, it's going to influence you. You're not, as a one lone person, you're not going to be able to establish that over the rest of the squad. That's why I think we are in a world of bother. How do you fix a squad that is just so rancid like ours is?
Yep. It's like what Maz, even Maz was saying it in the comments. He said something about, but he doesn't say we're not bad, but look at what we did under Conte and under Poch. But you're talking about 2 managers who had world-class players in their team. Like they had world-class players. We don't have none. We don't even have we didn't even have a superstar, a class player right now.
Can I ask you, Danny, let me ask you a question, right? And by the way, again, this isn't defending Frank. I think he's got to go, right? But you know that Conte team that got 4th? If I said to you, I'm going to swap out Kane, Son and Kulu, and for the back end of that season, you are going to see Tell, Odebert and Richie, would that team have got top 4? No, it wouldn't. Kane, Son and Kulu did that. I genuinely, right? When we lost Kane, you're thinking, all right, we're hanging on to Son now at the end of his career. Then you lose Son as well. And I'm going, we all asked the question, Lubo, we had this chat the other day. We all asked the question, what will Spurs be when Kane and Son go? Right? We are now seeing, we have had years of average squads with those 2, papering over it. Those 2, that year we got 4th, guys. That year we got, hang on.
5 players. 5 players.
But you could say we had 5 players that year, right? 2 of those players are still in the squad now. You're going to say Romero and Bentancur, right?
And Kulusevski, Kane and Son. The 5.
You're saying they were the 5. 2 of those are still here now. The point is, Kulu, Son and Kane in that year where we got top 4 under Conte had something like 82 goal contributions between them, right? Right now, you now look at the crap we've got up front, put that into Conte's team instead of Kane, Son and Kulusevski, that team also wouldn't have finished in Europe. And this is the problem. We are still, we have so many fans that are still talking like this is Poch's team. Like this is we have had 6 years of Jose, Conte, Ange, Nuno, that has been papered over because Harry Kane was a world-class striker who scored 30, 40 goals a year. Sonny got 20, 25 to go with that. And then you had someone like Kulu or Bale alongside them chipping in. We've now lost all of that. And we are now seeing painfully how good they were and how badly we have attempted to replace them. We didn't go from, let's say they are 10s, right? Let's say they're 10 out of 10, just for example. It's not even that we went down to 2 8 out of 10s to replace them. We've gone from 10 out of 10s to replacing them with 4 or 5 out of 10s.
Yeah.
Right? And I'll go on further, Lubo. This team, for as shit as it is, imagine this team had Kane and Son and Kulu in their peak up top. We would still be in that top 4 because those 3 would win you games on their own.
Yep.
And this is the problem.
Do you know what the funny thing is, Sav? People used to have the debate when we used to have Son and Kane, whether or not Son was a world-class player or not, right? And there was always that debate whether he was world class or he was just a top player. When you actually compare with what we've got now, you'd sit there and say, yes, Son was a fucking world class player compared to what we've got right now. We are miles off anything close to what Son gave us, even in Son's last season.
I'm someone that needs evidence. So for when anyone tells me we're bad, but we're not this bad, the data for years now doesn't show that. It just doesn't show that. Whichever excuse we want to make about injuries, the data over nearly 2.5 years shows us that we have not been good. Why can't we just see that the players aren't good enough? How long about Romero? Romero this, Romero that. He is not that good. When are we going to admit this? When are we going to admit that these players are not what fans think they are?
Can I just talk about the general level of defeats, etc.? Just want to answer Daryl, who 11-21, Ange losses for 12 this season. They weren't Daryl. We lost 22 last season. We lost 12 in the first one. Frank's lost 8 out of 21. So Frank's on target at the moment for about 13 or 14 defeats this season.
Yeah.
Which is not good either. That's really not good either.
So I just quickly make one other point as well, because we're very focused. It's a January transfer window, so we're very focused on who can we bring in, right? And I've already said I don't know who we can bring in because I think our stock's really low. But the extension of that argument as well is the very few players we've got who are half decent, and you can have your own opinions on whoever that is, Romero, Van der Ven, Kulusevski. Why are they sticking around for this? And this is where I think it's like that Mick McCarthy meme, isn't it? Where it's like, can it carry on getting this bad, getting worse? Yeah. And like, yeah, it can. Because these players, why is Van der Ven going to stay? This is my worry. It's not just that we don't bring in better players.
Chris, let me ask you right now, right? This squad right now, all of you, I'll tell you what, we were going 20 minutes ago. We're still here, right? This squad right now, if they all went on the market, who's going to a big club?
Van der Ven and Romero probably would find. Yeah.
See, I think Van der Ven, 100%. Romero, for me, who's paying big money for this guy that makes mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake?
I think you'll get a team in Spain that probably would.
Someone would, yeah.
Okay, all right. So we're going to go with Romero and Van der Ven. Who else? Who else is going to a big club?
Is not ours, so that's an irrelevant conversation, isn't it?
Sure.
Well, I guarantee you people would want Paulinho after the performances he's been given in the Premier League. He's been our best player.
I mean, even the likes of Kulu, I couldn't see him going to anything above a kind of Villa type team. He wouldn't go to a top team.
I reckon he'd go to a Milan. Like I reckon he'd go to a Milan or like that sort of league. But do you see my point? Do you see my point, right? Like when people talk about these players are so much better, absolutely. One, who's coming in? Let's be fair. Our fans were rowing about selling Brennan Johnson. He's gone to Crystal Palace, and with all due respect, they're a very small club. Realistically, like I'm not knocking them. Like who here? Back in the day, we would sell players. They go to big clubs. They'd go to big. We'd sell Robbie Keane. He'd go to Liverpool, right? Sol Campbell left. Sorry, I know. Sol Campbell left us to go Arsenal. Harry Kane's left us to go Bayern Munich. Modric went Real Madrid. I'm looking now and going, other than Van der Ven, who's buying these footballers?
You can just flip that the other way. It's the same thing, but if you flip it the other way and just say you're Man City or you're Liverpool, you've got free pick for a reasonable fee of any of the Spurs squad. Yeah, after Van der Ven.
Only Van der Ven, yeah. Only Van der Ven.
Only Van der Ven, right? And that's the worry for me. And again, this doesn't excuse Frank, and Frank's going to go. I have to keep caveating that because apparently people can't separate the conversation about managers and players. But right now, I'll be honest with you, Chris. This squad, as I've said to you, is the worst squad purely because, one, it hasn't got any superstars, and two, I'm looking around going, who do I look forward to watching play football for Tottenham Hotspur? This squad is, again, you all know what I think of Romero. I think this guy lives off his Argentina form for 4.5 years in a Spurs shirt. I've heard excuse after excuse. Oh, but he played for Nuno. Oh, but he was with Dyer and Sanchez. Oh, but it's Ange. Oh, Thomas Frank's system. You could not agree, Lubo.
I don't agree with you. Sorry, I don't agree with you. I'm entitled to have a different opinion.
You are entitled, but the facts are there. Every game.
I think
every game he switches off. Every game.
He has undoubted ability. I think it's down to, with him, it's concentration and temperament.
Yeah, but that's the problem, Lubo. He doesn't have the
player doesn't suffer from those problems.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I think there's
Ledley King, right?
Lubo. Danny, I think the level of frustration. I don't think any of them like playing this system of football.
No, hang on. But what about the last 4.5 years for Romero?
Romero's been insane.
I'm sorry, mate. I thought under Conte he had his bozo moments like AC Milan, but I think he played well under Conte.
He did in spells, and then other spells he was crap, and people would say, "Oh, but he's playing with Dyer and Sanchez." Well, if you're playing with Dyer and Sanchez, you should stand out.
Yeah,
Ledley. It didn't matter who you stuck Ledley next to. The bloke stood out because that's a
and
top
also
defender.
The other players were better when Ledley played with them as well.
Exactly. Now Van de Ven for me carries Romero.
I
think 100%. Van de Ven carries Romero.
100%.
I will say that's something I've said continually. I wouldn't pick either of these ahead of Toby and Jan. Whether they've got more ability, but Toby and Jan worked as a partnership. I don't personally see any of that from Van de Ven and Romero. I think they're very much individuals out on the pitch.
Yeah, but I think that's because of the way Romero is. He's a very individual person. He does what he wants. Like you see him when he comes up against a Brazilian Brazilian striker, all he wants to do is clatter them, and that's all he wants to do. Like honestly, it's pathetic. Like for me, if you want to be a world-class player, regardless of all he's won and what he's won, you have to be consistent. And I have never seen consistency on a long period for Romero.
We talked about his concentration and mistakes for 4.5
it's so annoying. It's frustrating.
Savva,
I'm happy for him to be sold. I'd rather him be sold.
I don't care about him. I think he's a good player when he wants to be. But the problem is
when he wants to be. Yeah.
The problem is when people are saying, "Yeah, but it's consistency or it's temperament." Look at the age he is. He hasn't sorted that out by now. That's not getting sorted out.
Van de Ven's more consistent, and he's a lot younger.
Listen, I'm not saying Cootie's the problem, but actually, I am. He's been here for 4.5 years. He's part of this losing culture, right? He's part of this. Have you noticed whenever Danso comes in and play, I'm going to say it. I actually think we look more solid. I think we actually defend our area better when Danso plays.
Yeah.
Yes, he's not good on the ball, but Danso for me fights for everything, puts his head on everything, tackles everything. With Romero, by the way, can we just talk about the fact, has anyone actually ever seen him lead? When Van de Ven's having a hissy fit at the ref today, where's Romero going up to him going, whoa, come on. Nowhere to be seen. When our players are losing their minds, Romero's losing his mind with them. He's not actually going, hang on, I'm the captain.
He's not a captain. He's not a captain.
No, he's not.
He's not a captain. Personally, I'd bring Danso in and play Van de Ven at left back. But
Maz, Maz, I completely agree with this, Maz. Completely agree with this. Completely agree. Yeah. I'm convinced at the moment that we're all going to wake up tomorrow and this will be like the Truman Show. Like Spurs has just been one great big fucking experiment for all the other clubs to laugh at. Because this is not a big football club anymore. And I know Lubo's going to hate me for saying this is not a big football club. We are not attractive. Nothing about this football club worries any other football club, right? Top players don't want to come here. Our fans are still disillusioned to think that they will. This is an utter mess and has been for a decade. Poch's 11 papered over cracks for 3 or 4 years. And since then, we've seen what Spurs actually are. Sorry, that's where we are. People don't want to hear it. They think it's me slagging off the club. But who takes us seriously? Which rival fan takes Spurs seriously?
This is a big club, but unfortunately they haven't behaved like a big club for many years. That's the problem. This is a
I
big
don't
club.
know if we are a big club
Every
anymore.
every bit of news on Tottenham is big news. Everything.
Yeah, because we're a laughing stock.
No, not because we're a laughing stock. Because
It is.
it's a big club. We went to Wembley, Sad. What was the average attendance at Wembley for 18 months? It's a big club with a big fan base. It's a big club.
Okay. Big clubs aren't this shit for this long. Have you noticed, right? Hang on, hear me out. When Chelsea have a dip, right? They have a couple of years or a year and bang, they're back up. Liverpool have a dip, bang, they're back up. Arsenal, bang. Look at Spurs. We're just constantly shit. Like we're constantly no plan. Constantly. This is
that's
not
the owners. That's the owners. We've said that all along. It's the owners. They don't behave like we're a big club because there hasn't been any genuine commitment and interest in the football side other than keeping them at a certain level so the club makes money. That's been it.
Do you think players look at Spurs and say, this is a big club, I must join?
No.
I suppose it depends on your perspective, doesn't it? If you're a Ipswich Town player, then yeah, sure. But if you're we are not going to any similar size club or bigger and buying any players. We're not.
No.
And even the next few below us who are playing like a Mark Gahey or an Adam Morton, playing for a smaller club, they ain't joining us because they know they'll get better offers. So where are we shopping? We're in trouble. We're in big trouble.
By the way, to Steve Combo, I didn't say Robbie Keane wouldn't want to leave Ferencváros for this big club. I said he wouldn't leave Ferencváros for a 6-month interim appointment, and he gets kicked out on his backside in the summer. Why would anybody leave a full-time job to go and work part-time knowing you're going to be out of work? Come on, let's be sensible.
Well, the compensation's quite nice. Apart from that.
Well, you wouldn't, would you? What, you wouldn't get the
I would. I'd go and do it quite happily. They can sack me the week later. I don't care.
No, for the way. No, but
I just feel that our fan base in general, I think we're in denial about so much. Like if I give you a couple of examples of things that have happened in the last few years, do you remember when Basuma signed, right? And he had a few good games and our fan base were telling everyone, Declan Rice, Basuma's better and was 25 million. Yep, you were wrong. Romero's better than Saliba. Not in a million years. Vicario's better than Raya. Not in a million years. Like, we keep putting these average footballers on pedestals, I'm afraid. And we are where we are. If you keep buying average, you turn average. If you, sorry, I don't know if that's true, guys, but in my mind, if you keep buying average footballers, you're going to turn into an average football team. And we are slowly turning into Everton. We are turning into Everton, who were once a big club. Now no one considers them a big club. They are from history, but no one looks at Everton now and goes, "Oh, look what Everton." Just a team that stay in the Premier League every year. No real plan.
That's the reality, Lubo, as well. We are turning into that team.
Danny, I know people are bored hearing me say it, but that's 25 years of ENIC. That's what happens.
Yeah.
That's what happens. If you neglect your business, it suffers.
Yep.
And they have neglected the football side, so it suffered. And this is where we are. This is where we are. The cupboard is now bare. We don't have the top, as I said, you had Michael Edwards, Paul Barber, you had Paul Mitchell, you had Poch, you had Harry, you had Conte, you had Jose, you had players, you had Poch's players, you had Kane and Son. All gone now. Nothing is left. And this is why we are where we are. If people don't take care of their business, it goes down. And if we don't put a stop to this, we'll end up relegated within the next 2 years.
Yeah.
For sure. But again, this is what happens when you keep buying the crap we buy.
Yeah.
But that's because you don't bring in the right people to do anything, pretty much.
Yeah. Completely agree. Completely agree, Lubo. But
you have a chairman that screws up a lot of negotiations on big players, and that's what we've had. Thankfully, that will now stop.
Have you noticed though, Lubo? At the end of every game, whoever anybody's favourite player is that isn't good enough gets hyped up to the point because they did one good thing. Like today, I thought Tell had a good.
Yeah.
Like Tell today, right? I thought the first 20 minutes, I thought he did some good stuff. After that, you started to realise every time he got the ball, he's giving it away. His control of a football is so erratic, right? But people see the goal and go, "Oh, he had a really good game." When fans say, "Don't rate that player," people go, "No, he's really good." If people want to rate these footballers, then for me, they don't deserve better. I don't rate poor players. I don't rate poor footballers in any way, shape, or form. I've got no sentiment towards them. I look at all of that team that finished the game today, and other than Van der Ven, I don't care if any of them are sold. I'll be honest, I would like Bergvall today. He is shit. I'm sorry. I keep hearing that this is a good kid.
You see, I don't get it. He was the only one other than Tell that looked dangerous in the first half.
Dangerous at what?
Sorry,
he had do?
A shot at the near post, the keeper pushed out. He hit a lovely shot that just dipped over the bar. We did, apart from Tell's goal, there wasn't too much going on first half. At least he had a go. He had a go. But you ignore that because it's Bergvall, so he's shit.
No, Bergvall. Hang on.
You see him doing good things and you just ignore it because you have an agenda against kids.
See, Lubo, I'm not a child with an agenda. That's silly.
You do.
Right?
You don't like the kids. You would like every kid out. You would like every player over 22 or 23 years old in the squad, the whole squad.
No, that's not true. That's absolutely not true.
The way you talk, it's
no. The difference is, Lubo, I have standards. You don't. You rate people that have done nothing.
Yeah, I've been used to watching top players through the years.
But
that's the point, though, Lubo, isn't it? You should be comparing him to a Perryman or someone like that.
Exactly, Chris.
So far off the standard.
Exactly, Chris.
Absolutely. But listen, we are where we are at the moment.
I rated Dele Alli.
Chris.
Hang on. So I rated Dele Alli as a kid, right? I rated Sol Campbell when he broke into the first team and Ledley King. Right? So when you're saying you've got an agenda against the kids, no, I've got an agenda if they're not good enough to play for Tottenham Hotspur. Now, today, Bergvall, a couple of good shots. I mean, the good shots, I think one was a cross, a good attempt from outside the box. How many times Bergvall got that ball on the right-hand side and you're like, whipping a good cross, can't beat the first man, pass it inside, lost the ball. This isn't just Bergvall, by the way, but this is what we do. He has a couple of shots in a game and we go, oh, good player. I've never seen a player lose the ball as much as Bergvall and get praised as much as he does. I don't get it. I don't know what our fans are watching. And again, this is what I mean, Lubo. Our fans, like you, praise such mediocrity and then wonder why we are where we are. I want better footballers, and then I'm told I've got an agenda for wanting better.
We all want better footballers, but you go
some
after
of us don't.
Some of us don't. Apart from Romero, you go after the kids all the time.
Excuse me.
He goes after a lot of players.
I go after. Thank you, Chris. Chris, do you know the difference is? You're right. I go after a lot of players. The problem is Lubo only gets offended when it's the kids. That's the difference.
Sorry, all I've heard you go after is Romero, Bergvall, and Tell tonight.
All you've heard me go after. I'm the one that says this squad is shit. Yeah. I'm the one.
When we're talking about individual players, you pick out instead of we need senior pros. We need
only hear what you want to hear. How many times have you heard me say Vicario is shit? He's not a kid.
Because you won't pick out Benson.
How many times have you heard
bad game after bad game? You never say a bad word hardly against Benson.
To be fair, Lubo, when you're on a stream, people are going to pick out the youth because you've so obsessively pushed them that is going to dominate the conversation more in your stream than it will with others.
Do you know why, Chris? Because the senior pros we've got are just not up to it. So throw the kids in.
That's they're not good enough either.
But the kids aren't either, Lubo.
That's fine, but you've really advocated for them, which is fine, but then that's going to dominate the conversation more, obviously.
Give them an opportunity and let them sink or swim because the
you have given them an opportunity.
For the
They've had
last
Need a
lot
life
of
raft at this point.
hear me out. The senior pros we've been buying for the last few years, most of them are just not good enough. So throw the kids in. If they're any good, then great. If they're not, move them on. That's always been the case. That's it.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you though? The funny thing when you say this is, I'm the one that says I don't rate any of our midfielders and I'd get rid of them all. Right? The difference is Bentancur for me isn't good enough, but is miles better than Bergvall and Gray and Sarr. That's the reality of it. It's not that I think Bentancur's great. I want a brand new set of midfielders, right? How often do you hear me say I think Richie is dog shit? How often do you hear me say Brennan Johnson before he was sold, can't stand him? How often do you hear me say Pedro Porro, I don't get the fuss? How often do you hear me say Romero? How often do you hear me say Vicario? Lubo,
Romero, yes, Porro, not so much.
Who is it you think I rate?
I don't know, but when you go after individual players, you go after kids, apart from Romero. It's Romero.
Sorry, hang on. I got cussed all the time for hating Richie, for hating Johnson. Not hating, you know what I mean? I got cussed all the time for not rating these footballers. The problem is, Lubo, ask yourself a question, right? Ask yourself a question. The problem is you've put your marker down so much on these kids, right? Give them a game, let them have a run, see how they do.
Correct.
These kids, we've seen these kids time after time after time. Yeah. I don't think they're good enough. I don't think the senior pros are good enough. I think they're all shit. I think they're all shit.
You're saying that now. You haven't been saying that.
He was saying that before, Lubo.
Come on.
Are you kidding me?
He was saying that before.
Come on.
Lubo, I wake up every day to comments in my chat. You don't get Johnson. You don't get Richie. You don't. I'm like, and then I've got you going, oh yeah, but you listen. The problem is you put the kids on the pedestal, right? And this is the problem. When you put these people on a pedestal, I'll judge them how you put them, right? I judge players how other people put them on a pedestal. People are telling me Bergvall's the best young player in the country. Okay, well, I'll watch. I'm not seeing
Never
it.
said that. Never said he's the best player in the country. But I look on Bergvall as a kid, and I judge him as a kid, and I judge him as a squad player. Whereas Bentancur, Sarr, Basuma, I would judge as first team senior players. So I sorry,
they're playing in they're first team players though.
Right, but the kids are playing because we haven't got enough quality, and we haven't got in terms of established players in midfield.
But we haven't got enough quality because we buy the kids instead of the first place. You can't have it both ways.
We don't buy. We don't replace. We don't replace the established players
with the kids.
Yeah, let me tell you.
We replaced Celso, Højbjerg and Ndombele with the kids that you rave about.
Bergvall was bought in January. So take him out of the equation. Gray was the only kid that they bought in midfield, and they lost 3 senior midfield players.
Why are you taking Bergvall out of the equation? He'd been bought ready to come in the summer.
I'm talking about each individual window. Bergvall was not
bought with the summer in mind, Lubo.
He was bought as a squad player, not to come straight into the first team. The problem was that the club didn't buy
because he's not good enough.
Ange went after Gallagher the whole summer. He was never going to get him, and they didn't bother looking at anybody else. So we lost three midfield players and didn't replace any of them.
That's all fair. That's all fair. That he shouldn't have been thrust into the limelight like that. But it doesn't, because of all those things are true. It doesn't take away from the fact that he's not good enough.
Exactly. That's not the argument I'm making, Chris. What I'm saying is that I judge established players, senior pros, differently to young kids that are 18, 19.
But if they're in our first team and we want to be a serious club, I get your view of that is slightly different. Your criticism maybe is aimed elsewhere slightly compared to Savva's, but the conclusion still is the same, that they should not be playing in our first team.
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. And my criticism has been with the club, because the club have had the money to go and buy the established players as well as the kids, and they chose not to.
But hang on. If that's the case, then I'll argue my part. Welcome, still. If that's the case, I will argue this though, Lubo. If you're saying they are kids and should be judged on that and were bought as squad players, Why are you sitting around going, I want to see Gray start today, I want to see Bergvall start today? If you want to see the kids start, I'm going to judge them based on being first-team starters at Tottenham. You ask for them to start, I judge them on starting. You then get annoyed because they're only 19. At 19, I should see something in these kids where I go, cool, you can play. And I don't see anything in any of them.
If these kids were at Newcastle, I wouldn't be pushing for them to start at all, because you've got Tonali, Guimaraes, you had Joe Linton last season, you had Longstaff as well. That are 4 players that are far better than Graham Bergvall. But the problem I've got with my midfield players is that I think they stink. I think they stink.
I agree, but they're still better than the kids you like, right? So as much as I don't rate Bentancur, he's still levels above Gray and Bergvall, right?
Well, even if you disagree on that, and look, our midfield stinks. That in itself doesn't make Bergvall good, does it?
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that for me, Palhinha and Bentancur, you lose legs in midfield because you've got one's a destroyer. Bentancur can't get around the pitch the way he used to. So for me, you play Bergvall because he's got legs, or you play Sarr because they've got legs and they're mobile.
They've got legs, but what do they do with the football? This is the problem. It's all runners, isn't it?
It is, but because we haven't got anybody, now we've got a chance to get somebody. But for the last 4 or 5 months, we haven't been in that position, have we?
I agree. Can I be honest? And just quickly before I bring Stell in, I know this is going to go against everything I believe in and probably you for. I'm at the stage where I would get Basuma straight back into that midfield.
Yeah.
Right. I completely get the whole he's not professional and he doesn't deserve to play. But I truly believe that Basuma would add so much more to this midfield than any of the others. I know that's controversial, but if we're not going to buy, I can't watch these midfielders anymore. Any of them. I think they're all crap. Anyway, Stell, when's Thomas Frank getting sacked, Stell?
Good evening, everyone. I'm anyone hoping Stell's going to come in and blow up the show? Not a chance. I'm knackered. I've been on the go since 6 a.m. Got a flight to Cyprus. Went to go visit my dad. Couldn't get to my dad's village because the checkpoint wouldn't let me over. Then I had to drive through the mountains in pitch black. Nearly got into an incident with I don't know whether it was a reindeer or some kind of mountain animal. And then I literally got to the hotel about an hour ago. I'm knackered, man. I'm absolutely shattered. And then I thought, right, unpack, go to bed. And I looked at my WhatsApp. Fancy coming on, Stell? Oh, bollocks.
I thought you might like it, Stell, because I'm now at the stage where I'm just like, this guy's losing his job, isn't he? So,
well, I don't know. See, I'll tell you where I'm at with Frank. I don't think he's the long-term solution. I don't.
No, definitely not.
I don't think he's the answer. But what I will say is this: I think we should back him this window so that he can try and get us into Europe. So then, when we hopefully hit the reset button properly in the summer and bring in the right manager, at least we're in Europe. But having said that, look at the idiots upstairs who do the hiring and firing. Do I trust them to get it right next time? No. I don't. I don't trust them to get it right. I don't.
Agreed.
So I'm lost, man. I'm just lost with it all. Like I said, Frank's not the answer for me. But then God knows who they're going to bring in next. They'll do something stupid, something weird that doesn't make sense. Do you know what? We're literally every week having the same conversations. Like every YouTube show I watch, every show I go on, it's the same conversations. We're just going around in circles. And it's only going to change when the team starts winning consistently. But for that to happen, we need so many things to fall into place. I think, to give you an answer, Sav, I think if we lose the FA Cup on the weekend, I think he's gone on the basis that I think the fans will turn because the season's over then. There's literally nothing left to play for.
So the second part to that question then, Stell, that we were talking about earlier, if he does, and I'm not saying he shouldn't, if he does go, whether it's tomorrow morning or Sunday after we've lost what actually changes if, like you're saying, it's such a mess upstairs. What realistically changes for you if he goes and I don't know, Carrick comes in as interim till the end of the season or something? I don't know. Just what changes?
Nothing. Look, Man United got interim in. How's that worked out for them? They drew with Burnley tonight. Well done. That was a great move, wasn't it? Burnley. So I don't think we should change the manager until we identify the right manager, because, and I don't think that right manager exists. I don't think that manager exists now. I think that manager exists in the summer, but not now. So I don't think anything changes.
But still,
I'll tell you what could change. You see tonight that whole thing with Thomas Frank holding the Arsenal Cup, right? Have you seen it? Everyone's talking about it. It's like, why is he walking? Okay, no one will give a shit about that if we're winning on a regular basis. The only reason it's a big deal is because we're losing games. It's the only reason it's a big deal. If everyone would be laughing at it and making it into something that we could all banter if we were winning games. So, but the reason I brought that up is because maybe just a change of face in charge changes the spirits and the mood at the camp with the fans, with some of the players. Maybe that's the only thing that would change. The environment would get a bit of a lift. Because right now, anything and everything, just like it was under Ange and Conte and Nuno, and anything and everything now just goes toxic straight away. If Ange walked out with a green scarf, it would go toxic. Yeah, it would go toxic. We'd link it to something, because that's where we are as a club now. So maybe the mood changes. Maybe.
So do you know where I'm at?
Maybe.
Do you know where I'm at still, right? And this is the problem for me. It's not that I don't think the manager should go or that I think he will go. I separate that from what's next, right? And my true worry is I know he's going to go, and you know what? It's going to be brilliant as a YouTuber. It's going to be absolutely great. but as a Spurs fan, I genuinely feel like we're heading into West Ham territory. I feel like we are literally getting to the stage where the squad is getting ground down, and I don't know what can happen to change this. I feel like the owners are a mess, the manager's a mess, the players are a mess. I just genuinely don't know. I know everyone thinks I'm just this Frank lover. I'm not. I just genuinely don't know the other side. Frank at the moment is the whipping boy, right? A few days after Frank's gone still, I think a lot of people are going to sober up and go, all right, he's gone, but what now? Because we're still a shit show. That's my worry.
Well, if Frank goes, the next manager will be given the rest of the season to see what he can do. He will get that time. He will get those 4 or 5 months, and then fans will decide at the end of that. The reality is, right now we're fucked, because we're not going to be able to attract players that we need. They don't want to touch us. No player is going to touch this club for many reasons. They do not want to come and play at Spurs. No chance.
Which is why I've always said you've got to give Frank till the end of the season, get some players in, whoever it is, because it doesn't matter who is the manager, we still need a lot of players to be changed in the squad. So you have to start building it gradually. So if you go and get, just say, I'm not saying we're going to get them, but a Lookman and the Gallagher, right? That instantly improves your first 11, instantly. So at least that gives him something else to work with until the end of the season, and then you reassess it.
The thing is, though, Danny, we said that about Kudus and Paulinho, and look.
Yeah,
I would give Frank to the end of the season on the basis that let him try and at least get us back into European football for next season. At least do that. Because I don't know what manager is out there right now.
This is the problem, still.
That's got that experience that would come for 6 months and do the job. I don't know who are we going to play. You can go and get a manager to keep you up, like these relegation experts, like the Allardyces and all that. You can go and get one of them, but we're not in a relegation battle. We're not getting relegated. No. Who out there's got experience of getting a team into Europe that can come in for 6 months and do it? I don't know who that is. And I'm someone who's saying I don't think Frank's the future. And I would keep him to the end of the season. I agree with you. I would keep him to the end of the season.
And that's why I also think the club don't know what they want to do. And I think that's why they're hesitant on pulling the trigger. Who knows? We could wake up tomorrow and he's gone, right? But if they don't, I think part of the reason why they're not sacking him is because they don't know what to do, because they've got no plan. They've got no clue.
Right,
So-
Ryan Mason's free.
Bring him back in. I want to see him. Bring him back. Ryan Mason.
Thank God they got David Pleat back at the club, because at least they got somebody there with football knowledge.
One of our own, Ryan Mason.
Sure, but
If you could get Poch now, or if you could get Glasner now, or if you could get someone like that now, I would do it right now. But they're not coming now. That's the problem I've got. My problem is they're not coming now.
Worry, still, even listen, I agree with you in theory, but my worry is still whoever those people is. Sorry, it's near 6 hours. Whoever that person is that comes in, whether we like them or not, whether it's Iriola, Glasner, Poch, Xavi, I still don't trust that the people at the top of the tree. I don't know who's running the show. Are they going to be? Is Lang? If you brought in Xavi Hernandez tomorrow, right? Is Lang going to be able to work with Xavi Hernandez and bring in Xavi Hernandez type footballers?
No,
That's why I think this is so much bigger than the manager. He'll go. He's going to get sacked. At the moment, I'm on the stage where I'm like, mate, you've run out of me backing you, right? But that doesn't change for me that I don't think it's going to change anything. Does that make sense? I think he needs to change, but I don't think it actually changes the club. Does that make sense?
You're talking to a guy that's been protesting for 6 years to get the owners out. Mate, when people told me, oh, ENIC 2.0, oh, Charrington, oh, it's begun, isn't it? It's begun. This is what I mean now. This is what's going to happen. And our fans are going to jump on that and get angry.
Someone said this to me, and they said, Spurs
games.
in a nutshell. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know about a Ferrari, but yeah, maybe.
But state,
No, Ferrari's the ground still.
yeah. It's look, I'm
Listen, I never bought into this Charrington, Vinay, Daniel Levy's kids. I never bought into this. I never ever signed up to this new ENIC 2.0 bollocks. I think my opinion. I've got no evidence, just my feeling. Charrington's here to investigate Levy. Vinay's here because he's Levy's mate, and he come in and he's here to be a PR man, and he's not even doing that properly. Joe Lewis's kids, they can love the club as much as they want. Doesn't mean they've got football experience or football knowledge. As for Lange, Aston Villa in a title race ever since he left that club. So I don't know what more I can say about ENIC 2.0. What more can I say?
Can I ask you a question? I know you weren't saying that we necessarily could get Glasner or Pochettino, but do you think now that we're at such a low ebb, which manager even like that would come here? I certainly don't think Glasner would. I said this to Savva the other day. What if there's a scenario in the summer maybe that Poch has got the free choice of, say, the United job and the Spurs job? I don't think there's any guarantee he comes back just because he's got an emotional bond. I think potentially, I'm just interested in your view, we are sinking to a new depth where we're going to really struggle to even attract anybody like a Glasner, Iriola. I don't know what
Chris, the reason I loved Conte so much when so many didn't is because he's the only one that told this board who they are.
I'm with you.
Right? So for me, whoever the next manager is, he needs to tell them from day one who they are and what a project looks like and what needs to be done, and for it to be a legally binding contract that they honour it. Because otherwise, it'll be another yes man, another puppet, another merry-go-round, and it will happen again.
Still,
the next manager needs to have balls of steel, and the board, he's got to somehow win that board over.
Yeah, but when that happened, we turned on Conte, didn't we? We didn't turn on the board. We turned on Conte. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
Chris,
that was
I put a tweet out when
massive
I was on Twitter 3 years ago. I put one tweet out and I said the fans are the problem. That was the beginning of the end of me on social media. Right, I counselled myself with that one, but it's true. The fans need to decide what
I've been
they
saying
want.
it for years now. I've been saying it for years as well.
What the fans want, what the fans want.
We should have Lubo managing the team. I fancy 11, 19-year-olds all running out there every week, getting a chance. And
Williams, I despaired with the fans because I thought when Conte came out with some real home truths, the fans should have got behind him straight away. When Kane left, I thought there'd be not riots, but I thought there'd be massive discontent. Didn't happen. Ange came in because he had a great winning run in those first few weeks. Everybody forgot about Kane going and why Kane left. Kane left because he wanted to win trophies and he had ambition, and he left because the club didn't. But everybody forgot about that. Just so, you know, I was amazed in the end. Levy went when nobody was expecting it. So
yeah, I mean, I think the problem is when someone like Conte comes in and blows it up from the inside out, you're always going to have those diehard people that this is my club. I don't want to hear the truth. I don't want to. I thought what Conte said was right. I just think he went about it the wrong way. However, otherwise, how would we have known? Right, like we all knew what he said. We all knew was right. And the reason I didn't want Conte here is partly I'm not a big fan of his football. However, before that, I just said when he signs, I said this is a pointless signing. This is a man that's going to come here. We are not going to give Conte what he wants. We can't buy what he needs. And this guy is a winner, right? It's not that he wasn't a winner. If you could have said to me, right, we're signing Conte, but you know what? We've got the ability to bring him in a Bastoni and a Lautaro Martinez and a Barella. You'd go, yeah, get him in. Let him work. But I don't think him, Jose, these types don't work here because when we had the chance to be able to attract those players, we didn't. And now, guys, I hate to break it. So I'm not breaking anything. I don't think we could attract those players even if we would buy them. And that's a huge issue now. If Spurs went in to buy a top player right now, who is going to look at the last 3-4 years at the way this club has worked and gone, I want to join that. That's my destination.
Well, then Spurs need to do what they did with Poch, which is sign players that we didn't really know. Son, Danny Rose, Kane through the ranks, Ericsson, Dele, all these unknowns, and develop them to the level. And when we get to that level, then you can attract the big players because you're at that level. But we need a manager that can do that. And
Still, do you know what?
Who's that guy? And will the fans have the patience for it? Because you see, Poch, the reason fans had the patience with Poch is because the second half of his first season, we massively improved. Like he got us back into Europe and all that. So kind of fans bought into it. But had Poch finished mid-table that season, he'd be gone.
Yeah.
It would have been gone.
You know what? I always think still with like a Conte or a Jose, and this will be really backwards in thinking, but I think the time when you had to bring in a Conte or a Jose was almost when we finished second or third with Poch and he couldn't get it over the line. Now I know that's hard to hear because people love Poch, but those were the teams where I think you had to give a Conte. When we had that team, I think is where you go, right, Conte or Jose, come in, pick up this 11 that we can't quite get over the line. Now go and buy 2 or 3 extra. Those guys will win you stuff. The problem is we just let it fizzle out, didn't we? I think Walker was the first to go right of the team.
He was.
Then it was
and
Dembele, then they all started to fall and never recovered.
Walker leaving was the start of the rots.
Yeah.
That was the start. I think in terms of what you just said, Sav, that's the difference between Chelsea's owners like Abramovich, Bruce Buck, Marino, Gravoska, etc., and our owners. Yeah, is that they would have done what you did in terms of what you said before, Sav. What a manager should be saying to the board. That's the time to do that is during the interview process, because as we've seen, any manager that turns on the owners, you're saying, well, they're not a yes man, but they lose their job. They say it knowing it's going to cost them their job because there's not one boss. We all said if Levy had had anything about him, he'd have listened to what Conte said and actually acted on it and said, right, you're a winner. He would have gone to Joe Lewis and said, right, if we want success, and if they had wanted success, Conte wouldn't have said what he said anyway, because he would have been happy because they would have backed him. But ENIC were never interested in success, and Conte felt let down, and all the frustration just exploded out of him. He'd lost 3 close friends. He'd been ill as well within the last 12 months, and everything came out. And you know, the 2 goals given away at Southampton in the last 10, 15 minutes, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And you know,
in fairness, it was a terrible refereeing decision, Lubo, wasn't it, for a penalty, if you remember?
it was, wasn't it, Chris?
It wasn't the best
Even
decision.
then, I don't know. Even then,
Yeah, it was. Look, I know that was the problem for me. Poch, during that time, he did a great job, but my worry is trying to recreate that. It was right man, right players, right time. And to be lucky enough to get all of that again aligned it's 1 in a million, right? But Stead is right.
We're not creating that with Lange.
No. Of course. See, for me, this is why I think we're completely lost still. I think as a fan base, we're lost. I think the owners are lost. I think the players are lost. The manager's lost. The recruitment team is lost. And I genuinely don't know where we go. And all I'm saying is, when we do change managers, and we always do, when we do, I think there's a lot of people that think it's going to be an overnight change at the football club. And we all know it won't be. We might have a honeymoon period where we have 3 or 4 games where we go, oh, this is good. And then when we get back to reality, we're going to be having conversations again, aren't we, about Lang and Paratici and
the sad thing is, Sav, that the only way that this starts getting put right is a sale of the club, and I can't see when that's.
I agree.
Can't see when that's going to happen, unless hopefully they look at it and they think to themselves, "Listen, the fans are drifting away at the moment. Attendances will start dropping. You'll see that against Villa on Saturday, and nobody can say the same reason as the Champions League, because tickets are 85 or 96 quid. They're 30 quid, and is it 10 for kids? So they're cheap, and I'm having big trouble selling them. So this impacts on food and drink. This impacts on the merchandise in the club shop. It's not just the loss of sales, loss of ticket sales. And when this carries on, and when you start seeing the crowds, because if we lose to City, Newcastle, and Arsenal next month, those are the last 3 big games, attractive games this season. March, April, May, the crowds will just drop and drop and drop.
Lubo,
And
I told you 3-4 weeks ago, we're going to win 3 out of the next 12. We are on course to win 3 in the next. Honestly, people thought I was mad when I said it. I don't see who we beat. The only team I'm confident we're going to beat is West Ham. I know we're going to beat West Ham. That's it. That's it.
The funny thing is, if we win the next 2 games, which is West Ham and Burnley, we'll be right back up there in European places, right? Like, which is mad because we've been shit. I think the league's terrible anyway. But guys, look, we could go around all. As I said, I've lost the anger, and I think that's the sad thing for me. I used to be so angry about Spurs, and now I'm like, let's go again. I'm looking forward to, but still, I said to Sean earlier, I've learnt my lesson. When Frank is sacked, I'm not saying anything about any manager who should come in. When the new manager comes in, I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just going to say, welcome, good luck. I'm not backing them, because the hate, the hassle you get from it is just absolutely mental. So whoever comes,
you're telling a guy that changed to we should keep Ange. Do you know what I went through for 3 months? Does anyone know what I went through?
I saw you went through.
You can't have an opinion on YouTube. If you have an opinion on YouTube, you're done. You're done.
Do you know what though? I'm going to say this now. I've got to do some super chats and then end the show. Look, as I've said, I think when Thomas Frank is sacked, and not because it's Thomas Frank, when he's sacked, I am genuinely at the stage, guys, where I just don't care who the manager of this club is, unless they're going to sell the club or bring in a Ralph Ragnick type director of football that runs the show. Then I don't care who the manager is that works under Paratici or Lang. I think they're both crap. I don't rate it. I don't know what we're doing, so I don't care. Stella and Sava, when are you guys coming back? No, I think Stella and Sava know better than.
Never.
No.
I still get
sent. I still get sent messages now of people talking about me on Twitter, and I haven't been on there for 6 years. Like it's fucking mental.
Can I ask you guys? Do you think Frank is going to get sacked, or do you think he's going to be given the season? Like, what's your genuine feeling as to what this new ENIC are going to do with him? I personally don't know.
I think he will. I think he'll be given the season as long as he doesn't get like another 5 losses in a row. If he gets another 5 losses, I don't know how they keep him.
I think he's 2 losses away. I think if we lose to Villa and then lost at home to West Ham, it's done.
Villa would probably not win in that, are we?
Can you imagine what the atmosphere is going to be like on Saturday if we lose at all, it'll be bad. If we lost badly and we were dull and boring like we have been, man, it's going to be a hell of a place to be. Even though it'll be half empty, it will still be very toxic.
Do you think if we take a tonking from Villa, it could?
I think it could.
I think what's going to save him is at the moment when we lose, guys, we're either drawing or we're losing by 1. Right?
Yeah,
other than Arsenal, I don't. Someone might tell me other than Arsenal,
Forest, we lost.
Forest.
Yeah.
But we're not taking 4-0s every week. Do you know what I mean? I think if Villa give us I'm not saying Villa are good enough to do this, but if Villa gave us a 5-0 clattering, I think this could be the end of him.
Bit like AVB with Liverpool.
Yeah.
5-0 at home.
I think if he drops points against West Ham, he's probably done. That's probably the.
Yeah, I actually was fine with what you said, Stell. Like you were saying you weren't behind him because you didn't think he was the guy to lead us to trophies, but you think if we backed him, we get to 4th. I'm happy with that for now, but I'm massively losing faith in it myself, and I've been tried to be one of his biggest defenders, but it's getting very difficult now.
Well, it's a week gone in the window. We haven't signed anyone, and the only person we're genuinely linked to is another kid.
Right.
I'm not overly bothered by that because sometimes negotiations.
Of course, they're not Lubo.
Longer than expected. You know, it's what's today? The 7th. Today's the 8th. We just turned on to the 8th. So,
no, but that's not what you said a month ago.
No, listen, we got 30 days to bring players in.
Yeah, but you said we've had
2 months.
Games in January.
We've had 2 months to get players in so that they can sign on the 1st of January. No,
4.
I think we know.
4 months.
4 months. I think. Listen, I think we've got a fair idea. Perisic is leaving, allegedly. Why is he leaving?
Yeah, I mean, this is the longest exit in the history of exits, isn't it? Like, is he going or not?
We don't
know. Hold on. Whether Perisic or Lange is leaving, we've had a very long time to nail down who we want to bring in and get the business done behind the scenes, ready for the start of this week.
What if they don't
That's
agree?
the point I'm making. Mate, Kudus is out injured. Brennan Johnson's sold. Bergvall's got a pitch. Mate, this signing should be coming in tomorrow morning.
Right, but still, what if Lang and Perisic are at each other's throats and they're arguing about players, about who to bring in?
Then Vinay's a shit CEO, isn't he? Then he's meant to steer the ship.
Yeah,
who's steering the ship?
Yeah, that's where Vinay needs to step in and go. Somebody make me. Someone come to me with a decision by the end of the day, or I'll make the decision. Do you know what I mean? Surely,
if I'm the chairman of Tottenham, and I can see we've got issues with the squad, and I can see injuries, and we've sold players, and no one's coming in. Surely my job is to get control of the recruitment department. And say, guys, what the actual fuck is going on here? What have we been doing for 2 months? Isn't that the job of like the boss?
Well,
because Levy's not here anymore. We can't blame Levy for the deals being done last minute. He's not here anymore.
It's now down to Vinay.
I'm with Stell on this one. That had 4 months. I would have expected in week 1 at least something where you go, they mean business, right? They mean business, and you know what? If we were going well, you could almost say, I get it. There's no rush, but we're in a terrible state and we've not moved. We're going to bring in this young kid who won't play when Udogi's available anyway. And then we'll all be going, what a shit window and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, look, let me do some super chats. I'm sure there'll be some questions in here and some funny comments. Big up to Spurs Syndrome. He said, bit out there, but sack Frank, bring in Redknapp. Listen, I'd love Redknapp. Believe it or not, guys, Redknapp I preferred to Poch. Sorry, I loved Redknapp's era, but he is about 104, isn't he, or something like that?
How old is Redknapp?
I did hear him on the radio
He's
today.
70s, isn't it?
78. I think it's about 78. I think.
He was on the radio today because they were asking him about West Ham. Would he go in there? And he said, I'd go into any club and do it for free. So
What?
He's 78. He's 79 next month.
Brilliant. Bring him in. Could his 79-year-old heart handle the
That's what I was
Tottenham
thinking.
doing?
I was just, didn't he have a heart problem not long ago? I can't remember.
So basically, he's 5 years younger than Joe Lewis.
No, 10 years younger.
How was Joe Lewis?
I think Joe Lewis is 88, 89. I think
I'd take
Redknapp
him till the end of the season. I'd take him till the end of the season for sure. Big up Spurs syndrome. I told you we'd have some funny ones.
Joe
Big
Lewis
up
is
Spurs
78,
syndrome.
88, right.
Rob Brown, just with a super sticker. Thank you very much, Rob. Really appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much for that. Trek has said, fans, stop attending home games and funding ENIC. I mean, this has been the age-old conversation for years. I mean, is this feasible that fans just stop attending, or have they already paid for their tickets, or what's the...
Well, you got 42,000 season ticket holders and 8,000 premium corporate that would have already paid. You got 3,000 away fans, so that leaves you around 8 to 9,000 that go on sale to members every match.
Do you know what the problem is, right? I've got a season ticket. If I don't go to games, if my seat is empty 3 times in a season, they've got the right to take the season ticket off me. So the only thing I can do is sell it to someone else, but then that doesn't solve the problem. So if I just stop going, my season ticket goes to somebody else, and that person that it goes to is going to want to go to the games, otherwise they're not going to pay for the season ticket. So they've kind of trapped us. They've locked us in. This is the beauty of season tickets. You trap the fan in May. They don't know who the manager or the player is going to be signed coming up will be, and you've locked them in for the year. And if they don't play ball, you can take it away from them. It's blackmail based. It's kind of a mild form of blackmail.
Still,
if every fan got up and left, then that's different. But how do we do that?
I think the wording was that the club retained the rights. I don't think it's set in stone. But again, if this is the case, this is completely wrong, because if somebody buys a ticket for all the games, it's their choice if they want to turn up. They paid the club, they bought the seats, and if that is the case still, then we should be speaking to the trust about that, and this is something that they can fight.
Oh God, the trust.
Oh, we love a good fight at Spurs. Keep the dream alive. I said recruitment terrible, infrastructure of the club broke. Oh mate, listen, the whole club is broke. We're broken from the inside out, mate. Don't you worry about that. We are broken. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much. Adam Gill, thank you. I said you can't blame the managers and the players for not being good enough. It's the people that scored it and signed. So basically saying it's the people that brought them to the club. Look, that's part of the point, Adam. Right? If there's a plan, if you've got if we had someone like a Ralph Rangnick, I'm just using him as an example, when you gave him the reins and said, sort this club out for 5 years, I trust him not to bring in people that aren't good enough. So I completely agree with you, mate. I completely agree with you. Rob Brown has said, in all honesty, we need club signings now. We know what's needed for any manager. So no Frank-specific players. Let's just get what we need now. Rob, can I be honest with you? I think the problem is now, for me, I don't think this is now just 1 or 2 players we need in certain positions. I feel like we need players everywhere. I think this squad is shocking. But hey, that's just me. Big up to you, Rob. Ian JD has said, sack him, back him. I don't care. No leadership on or off the pitch, no direction on or off the pitch, different managers, same results. The caliber of the players remains the same. Rest in peace, Spurs. I think it's kind of like everyone's sort of given up at this stage. And big up, Ian. I feel you, mate. That's where I'm at. Jamie, the 23,876th Jamie has said, same players letting managers down. Sacking the manager is not the solution. Most overrated set of players we ever had. I think it's everything, mate. I think it's the manager, the players, I think it's everything at this stage, Jamie. I think the whole thing, I think for Thomas Frank's skin, for Thomas Frank's health, for the way he looks, I think he needs to leave Tottenham. He looks like he's aged 20 years in 5 months. But hey,
every
that's what
manager does that when they come to Spurs, don't they?
Exactly. Sarunas Berenas has said, got 150 million war chest and making 10 million bid for Sousa. You can't make this up. That 150 million is probably for replacing the managers. That's what's so sad about it. It's 12.9 million, I believe, is the fee for Sousa. And look, again, I hope this kid's amazing, like we'd say with every kid, but he's played 26 senior appearances as a pro footballer, and we're buying him. That is Spurs all over for me. Big up to you. Thank you very much.
Is Sousa the next Roberto Carlos, Lubo?
He's the next Roberto Carlos. Big up to Tottenham Trev. He said, I'm in a way now. I want to see him sacked. To lower myself to all the Frank out brigade, we'll have to admit they are wrong about this squad rubbish. Look, Trev, I've said that this last couple of weeks. I'm almost at the point as well where it's like, sack him, because I want to see that nothing changes. But that goes against what I want as a fan, which I want things to change. So I just don't care, mate. Sack him. I don't care. I just don't give a shit anymore. Big up to you, Trev.
This is what I mean. That's what I mean. Our standards are in the mud, right? We now want. Before we used to want managers sacked because we thought it was the way forward. Now we want managers sacked so we can win arguments. We are in the mud as a club. We are in the mud.
Yeah, I just don't think anyone's doing anything with this lot. But hey, that's me. Big up to Mr. Euro, who said we are bang average. It is so sad. Big up Savva. Big up to you, Mr. Euro. Yes, we are bang average. I think that might be polite at the moment. Bang average. We are the Everton of the South, as somebody said the other day. Everton of the South. Big up to you, Mr. Euro. SOF, my man out in the US, has said, on top of the chaos of Spurs, Arsenal are going to win the league. So Spurs, new manager won't fix all the problems. And yes, Arsenal. If Arsenal don't win the league from here, they've got a 5-point lead. They've got a game in hand. If they don't win it from here, but listen, that would sum it up, wouldn't it? We finish 17th again. They win the league. Big up to USOF. A user has said Frank goes. They will bring in Mason. I mean, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
So
bring in Mason.
I mean,
let's see what he
the
does.
guy who sent West Brom to nearly the relegation positions.
Oh, did you see West Brom had 10 away defeats on the bounce?
Yeah, in a row. Yeah.
Imagine the meltdown if that happened.
I'm here for it. I think that'd be hilarious.
Still, what you'll see is loads of you'll probably get fans like no offense, Lubo, but fans like Lubo who'll be like, oh, he's one of our own. We want to see him back again. And yeah, he's a Tottenham boy.
Funny thing was, Danny, I was having a chat with a customer of mine today who's based in Leicester, and he was at the match last night, and he said that Leicester were absolute poop.
I watched it.
You watched it.
I watched it. Leicester were horrendous. West Brom were all over them.
Yes,
and
correct.
Leicester scored in the
92nd minute,
94th minute. It was a great goal, but it was smash and grab. And Mason's face at the end was that of, I'm getting sacked. Anyway, big up to you. Big up to Rob, who became a YouTube member. Big up to you, Rob. Thank you very much. I will definitely have a member-only show this week. A user said, too little, too late. We need a complete reset. Mate, I agree. Changing the manager for me literally is going to be popping an aspirin when you actually need heart surgery. I think the whole club needs a reset. I think rip it all up, start again. I don't even know what that means, though, but big up to you, a user. He's coming again and said Levy rejected Ralph Rangnick when going for Nagelsmann. Lubo's mate Levy has a lot to answer for, doesn't he? Big up to you, a user. And the man with the greatest name on YouTube, Krista Scorpion Nyland. That is the greatest name ever. Said, can't keep Frank to the end of the season. Why is Lang's job not in danger? This is what I mean.
That's not a bad point though, because the fans are going
Yeah.
mental at Frank, which I get. But for me, if you're going to aim your ire at one particular, I think there's blame to go everywhere. If you're going to aim it anywhere, aim it at the people that built the squad. That's the biggest issue, man.
No, listen, plenty of blame pie. No one's going hungry at Tottenham. Don't worry about that, guys. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I 6.5 hours or whatever it is. I'm just going to see if anyone else is live to transfer you over to. Someone will be, but look, it is what it is. It goes to show all the point scoring, none of it really matters. We all think Spurs are a mess in one way or another. I'm going to send you over to Spurs Kings TV Alive. So I'll send you over to Marlon and Ash. Just say Savva raid, FHTV raid, Frank out, whatever you want to say. I don't know, Levy out, Enoch out, whoever. I don't know. Let's blame Alan Sugar, whatever we're doing these days. And yeah, thank you very much, Alfie. We did hit 24K tonight. Not that it really matters. Thank you, Stel. Sorry you had an incident with a reindeer. Thanks, Danny. Thanks, Lubo. Thanks, Chris. And you know what? I feel like we're all getting to the stage where there's just going to be no more arguing. It's literally going to be cool. All right, what's next? It's going to what's next? All right, what's next? Who are we bringing in? Much love. Take care. And leave. Yeah, Lubo's still blaming Levy.
It's like Levy's left his blueprint, like he's left his shadow still here.
Oh, you're telling me, Danny, all over the club.
All right, guys, much love. Take care. And as always, come on. Sorry, come on, Bromley. I'm supporting Bromley. They're top of League 2 and they're my local team. Come on, you Bromley.